Sorry, nakulit pala ako. Good morning, good morning to everyone that is here. Sa lahat ng mga Filipino na nandito sa Zoom link na ito, maraming salamat at nandito kayo ngayon. Meron tayong participant sa Pilipinas. Now, good morning all, and I would like to welcome you all to the 7th GoGreen Summit organized by BioLeagues Worldwide and International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Team, I will be sharing my screen. Oh,
Jojo will be sharing
okay.
screen.
Thank you so much. All right, now here's a little bit about the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, also known as the ISERS, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Technorit Research and Development Association, or the TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of environmental sustainability and climate change. ISERS is a paramount body which has brought technical revolution and sustainable development on environmental planning, research, and management. Now, about the organizers, BioLeagues Worldwide is a not-for-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. But BioLeagues have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeagues worldwide conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life science and medicine technology. BioLeagues Worldwide conducts events worldwide which help in enhancing the skill set of the people from diverse industries and also forms a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, academicians, and professionals, business figures, and many more. BioLeagues conferences encourages better comprehension about improvements and progressions over the world through the worldwide conferences like this with the speed of science and technology. We work with our motto of creating a better tomorrow for organizing conferences and creating a network which will help grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technology and achieve sustainable development. Now, a little bit about this conference. The 7th Go Green Summit is organized by BioLeagues and International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, or ISERS, which is scheduled to be held today and tomorrow, October 14th and 15th of October 2021, in this live Zoom conference. We invite all environmentalists, green earth warriors, nature enthusiasts, meteorologists, professors, climate scientists, and all other attendees to join at the 7th Go Green to learn from experts in their community and leave armed with the tools and strategies to make a difference at their organization. I would like to help our honorable dignitaries. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Oh, by the way, we would like to welcome our co-host, the Philippine Normal University. The Philippine Normal University is a public co-educational teacher education and research university in the Philippines. It was established in 1901 through the Act number 74 of the Philippine Commission for the Education of Natives of the Islands in the Science of Teaching. It has campuses in Manila, North Luzon, South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Pursuant to the Republic Act 9647, it is the country's national center for teacher education. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia Kelantan Jelly Campus. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia Kelantan honorably aims pioneering in developing knowledge and technology, natural resources sustainably through entrepreneurship, prepare quality education and internship in order to meet the demand for manpower in natural resources and environment entrepreneurship, generate income through innovate and sustainable researches, served the public through the spreading and generation of effective knowledge. Again, that's the Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan Jelly Campus. Next is Dambi Dolo University, Ethiopia. Dambi Dolo University, or DADU was established in 2008. Currently, the university has 3,232 students and 778 administrative, technical support, and academic staffs were recruited and in operation to accomplish mission and vision of university. The Ethiopian government has embarked on the strategy that ensure rapid economic development to realize the vision of the country. Again, Dambi Dolo University, Ethiopia. Next, Sustainable Development Goals Brigade, India. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. The 17 SDGs are integrated. That is, they recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Our our very own conference convener, Prachi Vyas, Masters in Environmental Science, the Maharaja Sayajiro University of Baroda, PGDDM from IGNU, Disaster Management, Director with Niravadya Foundation, India. Next is our conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiyuno, AP, Associate Professor, State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. Next is our conference co-chair, Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mod Amin, Associate Professor and Dean, Faculty of Earth Science, University of Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Next is our conference co-host from Philippine Normal University, Dr. Bert Tuga, President, Philippine Normal University, Philippines. Our Philippine conference co-host from Philippine Normal University, Dr. Denmark Lanotes Yonson, Executive Director and Provost, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. Our also conference co-host from Dambi Dolo University, Dr. Leta Tesfaye Jewel. Please, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Please correct me. President from Dambi Dolo University, Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Ethiopia. Next, from Dambi Dolo University, Professor Dr. Krishna Raj, Director, International Relations, Bilateral Center for Indigenous Studies, Dambi Dolo University. Next, from our organizing secretary, Dr. Archel Amit Bidaure, Associate Professor, Carlos Hilado Memorial State College, Philippines. Next is our Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Associate Professor, Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Department of Geoscience, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Also, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, SPCGCA, MDSU, India. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, our very own CEO from Technorit Group, India. Next is Mr. Sid Kumar Chajer, Managing Director, Technorit Group, India. Our eminent speakers, guest speaker Ramveer Tanwar, Pound Pond Man, environmentalist, TEDx speaker, founder of Say Earth, and Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. Next is Ludwig Oscuro Federigan, environmental advocate in Philippines, executive director of the Young Environmental Forum, Philippines. Dr. Kai Sang Lok, professor and head, Energy Efficiency Technology Center, Singapore Institute of Technology, Singapore. Dr. N. Subhash, principal scientist, agricultural meteorology, cropping system and resource management, CSRM, ICAR, Indian Institute of Farming Systems Research, India. Dr. Sophocles Makridis, Director in Materials, Energy, Electrification, and Hydrogen Systems Manufacturing Lab, Associate Professor, University of Patras, Greece. Mr. Johan Breitenbach, Sustainable Natural Resource Utilization and Community Enablement, Netherlands. Mr. Rami Kremesti, Water and Wastewater Treatment Specialist, Kremesti Environmental Consulting Limited, Hemel Hempstead, England, UK. Our session chairs, Dr. Muhammad Arifullah, Senior Lecturer, Agroindustry and Natural Resources, University of Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Dr. Harinathan, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, VHN, Santi Kumaranadar College, India. Dr. Atriyi Ghosh, Assistant Professor in Research Biotechnology, Sister Nivedita, University, India. Shikar Kulkani, Associate Professor,
Your mic is muted.
thank you. Again, I would like to welcome our session chairs, Dr. Bhairav Bimrao Tashrikar Kulkarni, Associate Professor Kaya Chikitsa, Yashwantrao Chavan Ayurvedic College, India. Next is Dr. Raman Bhai Gupinath, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Engineering, Technology, and Built Environment, UCSI University, Malaysia. Next is Aragon De Chimo Jr., Professor, Center for Environment and Green Technology Education, Philippines, Normal University, Philippines. Dr. Sunita Singh, Associate Professor, Section Head, Biotechnology, School of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, SBB, D.Y. Patel University, India. Dr. Ruel Bonganquiso, Associate Professor, Environment of Green Technology Education, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. Dr. Pramod Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor, School of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, DY Patil University, India. All of you guys, thanks for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spread their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. And I would like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. So here are our technical sessions. We have 5 technical sessions for today. So for the agriculture and plant biology, you'll be staying in this room with me. I will be your moderator. And our parallel session 2 is Ayurveda environmental microbiology and bioremediation. Remediation. Sorry. Environmental parallel session 3, environmental studies and sustainability. And parallel session 4, waste renewable energy. And parallel session 5 is environmental chemistry and energy. Now let us welcome our conference convener, Prachi Vyas, Masters in Environmental Science, and Maharaja Sayajiri University of Baroda, PGDDM from IGNU, Disaster Management, Director of Niravadya Foundation, India. Good morning.
Good morning, very good morning. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I would like to start with a survey that according to US Census Bureau, the world population is growing at a mind-blowing rate. The world reached 1 billion people in 1800, 2 billion people by 1922, and over 6 billion by 2000. It is estimated that the world population will swell to over 10 billion over 2050. This means that the world's natural resources were eventually distributed. People in 2050 will only have 25% of resources per capita that people in 1950 had. The slogan "Going Green" is seen and heard everywhere, but so many people don't understand why to go green. There are only so many natural resources, and with the population to reach 10 billion by 2050, there is going to be lot less to the ground. Burning of fossil fuels and other emissions causes increase in carbon dioxide that leads to global warming. Let's discuss all these types of problems with our presenters for today. It's my pleasure to welcome all the participants for the first day of the 7th Go Green Summit. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country from different walks of life. You have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. The theme of this two-day Go Green Summit is unfolding the concept of green technology to achieve zero emissions. Organized by the ISERS, International Society of Environment, Sustainability and Relationship and Sustainability, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, the Environment and Green Technology Education Hub, Faculty of Earth Science University, Malaysia Kelantan Jelly Campus, Damboy Dolo University, Ethiopia, and the Sustainable Development Goals Brigade, India, led by Dr. Sudhir Joshi. I welcome Conference Chair Dr. Bambang, our CEO of BioLeagues and ISERS, Dr. Rudra Baranu Shatpaya. I would like to say all the best to all the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And next, I would like to welcome our conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiyuno, AP, Associate Professor, State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Jojo. What about my voice?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Can I share my message? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
How can we share screen? I cannot host disabled participant share screen. Hello, host, please give me for share screen.
Yeah. Yep, go ahead, please.
We can do that. Hello?
You can share your screen? Yes?
I cannot do that. Just a moment. Host disabled. Miss Niveda, please help me to share screen my file. I can do it from my laptop for share screen. Hello?
Yeah, team, can you please assist doctor in sharing screen? When you click on share screen, doctor, below, what does it say?
Host disable participants screen sharing.
Hold on.
I have sent my file. Maybe please to
Yes,
the
please.
team. Okay. I cannot do it. Just okay. Hello team, can you help me to share
Yes,
screen?
we're on it.
Okay. I have sent my file to Miss Niveda.
Is that your presentation, doctor?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's
Now,
correct.
once if just say next if you want it to go to the next slide. Okay.
Yeah. Just a moment. We still waiting the share screen, so I can see. Oh, okay, that's great. You can click. That's correct, fine.
Please open the file.
Please open, yeah.
Team, please open the file.
That's clear.
Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay, next. Next. Hello, next.
Next, please.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure to me that BioLeagues Worldwide and ICERS as organizing committee organized for today's international conference in 14 and 15 of October 2021. Is 7 GoGreen Summit International Conference with terms unfolding the concept of green technology to achieve zero emission. Bring the biggest joy, pride, and fulfillment. It is great pleasure to welcome all the keynote speaker, invited speaker, delegate, and participant of this conference held at the first time in Central Hotel Makati, Manila, Philippines on October 14 till 15 October 2021. But at this time has already changed to become virtual international conference because of pandemic COVID-19 situation. Next. As stated in the title, the scope of the conference cover about green technology management social science for smart living, which are in fact require many disciplines. This conference may also give opportunity to under and postgraduate student, faculty member, practitioners, industrialists, and researchers alike to take an active part and present research paper. I am certain that the conference will prove to be healthy point of academic interaction, and so the student, faculty members, practitioner, and industrialists as well will not only give but also benefit and draw inspiration, also networking from the talk and presentation from the distinguished guests. I would like to express my deep appreciation to keynote speaker for the effort to present the idea and method in lively and accessible way. Also, the moderator, the session chair, and the team. Finally, but not least, I would like to thank those who have responded to our call to take part and to contribute to this conference. We have a big hope that all of you enjoy and get more knowledge and fruitful experiences through this international conference. Bambang Sugiono Agus Purwono, State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. Thank you very much. I hope we will see you later in the next international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we're having technical problems there. Thank you so much for your speech, sir.
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Jojo.
All right, next I would like to share my screen. This is a video that was sent to us. Hold on. Let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mod, Associate Professor and Dean, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum and good day, everyone. It is a great honor to welcome all the keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and sponsors from all over the world to the 7th GoGreen Summit, which held on 14th to 15th October 2021 in the Manila, Philippines, and as well as virtual. This GoGreen Summit 2021, in collaboration with BioLeagues and University Malaysia Kelantan, UMK, has strengthened the event to be the premier gathering of all renowned researchers, eminent scientists, academicians, and NGOs from different countries to share their innovative research in all aspects of environmental science. I strongly believe all the sharing and discussion from these eminent speakers will give a new perspective and a new strategy on all aspects of environmental science in our daily life. The theme of 7th GoGreen Summit is unfolding the concept of green technology to achieve zero emission. As stated within the theme, the topic of the dialogue at this event will revolve completely around green technology strategies and methodologies that have yielded a real result over the past few years. The aim of this event, bringing the advancement within the field of natural science, global climate change, ecology, remote sensing, and others, have a special emphasis at the latest technology knowledge of which will be applied to encounter the economic under-evaluation practitioners may face in their practice. Now, it is time for us to be more innovative rather than peripheral and conventional. The 7th GoGreen Summit is a platform to share resources and solutions within a regional economy and connect people working together to achieve similar goals. Our focus is on sustainable system and practice which we believe are foundational to the success of individual organizations as well as our cities, state, and nation all around the world. So I encourage all participants of the summit to do the best to achieve the set goal of this conference. Last but not least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all committee for spending their valuable time to bring this 7th GoGreen Summit 2021 to great success. My sincere thanks goes to the supporters and sponsors. Have a nice day and thank you.
Thank you so much for the video that was sent to us by Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mod. Now let us welcome our conference co-host from the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Bert Tuga, President, and from the Philippines, specifically from the Philippine Normal University. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Jojo. Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
I do, yes.
Thank you. to the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, to the co-organizers and partners, presenters and participants of the 7th GoGreen Summit, a pleasant day to everyone. In Filipino, we say, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. We are in a geological period where human activity has been the dominant influence on climate and the environment. As humans, we enjoy changing and transforming our environments or surroundings to suit our needs and desires because that's part of our human nature, to live and interact with the environment. However, the frequency and severity of our tendency to tear down forests to build skyscrapers, cities, and roads, and our inclination to burn fossil fuels, throw garbage into our rivers and oceans, practices that we have grown accustomed to, has now become unsustainable. But this is not to say that human activity is only designed to destroy the planet. While it is a fact that we are the dominant contributor to the Anthropocene, we also have the potential to heal the planet by focusing our attention on using alternative sources of energy and technologies that will greatly decrease our carbon footprint and implement mechanisms to make our activities more sustainable and eco-friendlier. Building a sustainable future is not a task designated exclusively to the scientific community and the environmentalists. Teachers also have a role to play in the shared vision of sustainability. As a teacher education institution and the National Center for Teacher Education, we acknowledge the importance of education in transforming the world and equipping different citizens the skills and attitudes that is required in actualizing a sustainable future. I know you might be wondering how teachers could help in achieving lowering the emission rate, if not totally removing it. How can the teaching profession help a more sustainable future? The answer is simple. By teaching students that their actions can have great impacts to their communities. I know that the central theme of this conference is about achieving zero emission, but please allow me to take it a little step further by focusing on sustainability. Education, teacher education in particular, is a tool to respond to the problems of climate change and how it affects the lives of millions of people, especially the poor and the vulnerable population. Teacher education helps develop the knowledge, understanding, skills, and values that learners require to enrich their lives without destroying the planet. Teacher education helps us to find solutions and ways to live with nature. The Philippine Normal University campus in the Visayas region, serving as the hub for environment and green technology education, is at the forefront of the university's goal to achieve a more sustainable future through teacher training and education. PNU Visayas has conducted several projects and initiatives to integrate its instruction, research, extension, and production programs with UNESCO's vision of education for sustainable development. The integration of ESD in PNU's curriculum is just the first step in crafting a teacher education curriculum that will pave the way for a more sustainable future. The author S.G. Wells once said, "History is a race between education and catastrophe." These words remind us that only by preparing younger generations to become learned individuals that we can achieve a future where we do not have to live like those depicted in dystopian Hollywood movies. Maybe it's too late now to act, or maybe we still have enough time to change our ways. But the fact remains that we have to act now. There's only one way forward. Scientists and environmentalists must work with teacher education institutions and the teaching profession to put together an optimal approach to educating not only students, but every ordinary citizen about climate change, zero emission, and sustainability. PNU, as an institution of higher learning, is serious in its role in shaping the future, and we are grateful to be part of the 7th GoGreen Summit organized by BioLeagues Worldwide and the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. We are confident and optimistic that through this summit, our institutions will be able to facilitate an exchange of insights and practices regarding environmental sustainability. On behalf of the Philippine Normal University System, I would like to congratulate everyone who made this summit possible and for providing us with the opportunity to share our experiences and our practices with our fellow advocates and colleagues from different parts of the globe. I congratulate our presenters and participants for their participation in this summit. Together, we will build a sustainable future. A pleasant morning, pleasant afternoon, wherever you are, everyone. Good morning.
Maraming salamat po. All right, thank you so much for that welcoming speech. And now let us also welcome from Philippine Normal University, Dr. Denmark Lanotes Yonson, Executive Director and Provost, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Jojo. Thank you very much. Is my audio okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So greetings, everyone. My felicitation to the organizers of this event, especially BioLeagues Worldwide, the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, or ISERS, the University Malaysian Kelantan, Faculty of Earth Science, Dampidolo University, Ethiopia, Sustainable Development Goals Brigade, India, and the rest of our scientific, research, industrial, and media partners and supporting organizations. Thank you for making us one of your academic partners for this event. Indeed, it is a great honor and privilege for me and our campus to welcome you all to this prestigious conference. This prestigious conference and the preliminary events it conducted a few weeks back is a strong manifestation of our eagerness to protect, conserve, and rehabilitate our one and only Earth, and to raise awareness through the new ways of knowledge sharing. Our gatherings today had proved one thing, that we are many out there who have immense concern on how we can mitigate the effects of climate change, minimize our pollution activities, conserve our waters, and develop sustainable practices to help us live harmoniously with nature. I believe that we have experts in the different fields, such as our graduate students, researchers, scientists, educators, and environment champions, and we will be hearing from them valuable information on how we can achieve a climate-neutral Earth, safe to live now and safe to live in the future. We will also be expecting new research findings and innovations from our researchers around the world presenting topics on environmental education, emerging technologies, and even pure and applied sciences. This conference would also grant us a great opportunity to know each other and establish new connections. I, personally, would gladly welcome you to partner with us should you be interested. With us being a teacher education institution specializing in environment and green technology education, we commit to you that we are going to continue educating the populace, utilizing the knowledge shared from this conference and from the voices of the experts. Together, we can make a difference, a better change, one that we truly need for the restored Earth. And so, in behalf of the Philippine Normal University Visayas, together with our president and the whole system, we would like to thank and welcome you all to this conference. I hope that together we will gain new insights, perspectives, and consciousness for our Earth. Thank you, and I am glad to virtually meet all of you. Keep safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Maayong buntag diha.
Maayong aga.
Maayong aga. Salamat kaayo. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Professor Dr. Krishna Raj, Director International Relations, Bilateral Center for Indigenous Studies, Dambi Dolo University. Good morning. Hi.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning good morning to one and all. Ups and downs, success and failure, setbacks and progress are human nature. Modern man is in search of memories, dreams, reflection, and soul. First and foremost, I like to appreciate GoGreen Summit Forum, BioLeague, ISERS, Philippines Normal University, as well as Dembidolo University to jointly co-host this international conference on green technology in zero emission, achieving zero emission. The ultimate concept of the researchers as well as the technologies is to create a innovative technology which incorporate modern technology which benefits to the society. As you know that today the emission is very high in all over the world in the industrial area as well as the vehicular emission area. To achieve to prevent from different diseases, the zero emission concept is very very important. So it is not achieved by a individual person. A group of educated researchers has to be joined together to make a new revolution. So in order to achieve to the environment as well as to the human being, so we all join together. As in India, as Kanian Pogundranar says that, Yadum ore yavarum kelir, Tidum nandrum iratara vara. It means that it is everyone are citizens of this world and everyone are the birthplace of each person. So we all should join together irrespective of the caste, irrespective of the different countries. The common goal is to reduce the emission to achieve this to make it zero emission. So in order to make this concept, we need all the industrial persons, all the researchers, all the students, everyone, and also the scientists should join together as a single platform to make this concept to a better march. So in order to achieve this, all type of this type of summit will make a challenging aspect to make very good concepts oriented, to make an integration to achieve the mankind and to the animal kind a great thing where they can forecast their own being. So I like to sincerely congratulate BioLeagues for organizing Go Green Summit as a seventh time in different countries. So all the participants of this program all over the world, as the shareholders and technocrats, I sincerely appreciate for bringing these concepts, and I wish all good success for all the participants to have a thought-provoking sessions. And I sincerely appreciate all the session chairs and also organizers for organizing this event. So I wish you all good success and good luck for you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Inspiring speech there. Thank you. And now let's welcome our next, our organizing secretary, Dr. Archel Meet Bidaur. Associate Professor Carlos Hilado, Memorial State College, Philippines. We're having technical issues in playing her pre-recorded video. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Department of Geoscience, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Am I clear? My voice is clear?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jojo, for introducing me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good day, everyone. And selamat pagi to all from Malaysia. It is my pleasure for me to welcome all the participants today in this 7th GoGreen Summit 2021 virtually. We are not able to come face to face due to this pandemic condition, but Alhamdulillah, we managed to come through this platform. I welcome all the eminent keynote speakers, researchers, academicians, NGOs, students, and guests from different parts of the world come here to share their knowledge and vast experience in innovative researches in all aspects of environmental science. I strongly believe all the sharing and discussion from all the keynote speakers, researchers, academicians, students will give a new perspective and new strategies on all aspects of environmental science in our day-to-day life. The 7 Go Green conference mainly on the concept of environmental science dealing with pollution control, waste treatment, recycling, and climate change. This conference intends to on this through the spreading of awareness on why it's imperative that such a change happens, the result of failing to implement this alteration, also because of the many economic rewards that humanity is bound to gain by collectively seeing to the implementation of this alteration. The 7 Go Green Summit is a platform to share resources and solutions within a regional economy and connect people working towards similar goals. Our main focus is on sustainable systems and practices which we believe are foundation to the success of individual organizations as well as our cities, states, nations, and all over the world. This Go Green conference is a good and open opportunity for our young scientists can get appropriate and timely information, and using this platform also can make collaboration among young researchers for better scientific and technical advancement. The theme of the 7th Go Green Summit is unfolding the concept of green technology to achieve zero emission. Within this theme, the topic will be covered completely around nature conservationist strategies, methodologies that have yielded real results over the past few years after being implemented during a careful and well thought out manner. Prominent nature conservationist researchers completing pioneering experimental and exploratory studies on wildlife rehabilitation, freshwater conservation, afforestation measures, biodegradable alternatives to plastic, etc., are expected to shed light on their findings and share their expertise with the participants in this event. This conference, in conjunction with BioLeagues and Faculty of Earth Science, University of Malaysia Kelantan, has stated this event to be a premier gathering of all renowned speakers here virtually. This conference can provide an opportunities to students, especially undergraduate and postgraduate students, to make link for scientists and researchers for their future studies and to know more about the scholarship in their institutes. I sincerely trust you all will be enjoy today and tomorrow in this virtual conference, and we keep great hope from all of the participants that you will get more knowledge and fruitful experience throughout this conference. Once again, I would like to thank you all for participating in such wonderful conference. Be calm, and be positive. And we all pray together to our own God for protection and save this world from pandemic COVID-19 disease. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Professor. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Sudhir Joshi, the District Ayurved Officer, District Panchayat, Government of Gujarat, Founder and Director, SDG Brigade, India. India. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. Uh, Respected chair, distinguished speakers, and all eminent delegates. On behalf of our team, I'm expressing my great wishes to all of you. Uh, Let me first congratulate International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, BioLeagues, Corpus, and all other stakeholders. We also, as a part of co-host, my formulation brigade is SDG Brigade India, also join with this auspicious event. So let me start with my own remarks. As countries move toward rebuilding their economies after COVID-19 recovery, plans can shape the 21st century economy in ways that are clean, green, healthy, safe, and more resilient. The current crisis is an opportunity for a profound systemic shift to a more sustainable economy that works for both people and planet. We should go for people and planet. And as per my opinion, six climate action is in my mind. That is green transition. Investment must accelerate the decarbonization of all aspects of our economy. Green jobs and sustainable and inclusive growth is also an essential. Green economy, what we are talking, making societies and people more resilient through a transition that is fair to all and leaves no one behind. We should keep focus on leaves no one behind. Invest in sustainable solutions like fossil fuel to subsidies and polluters must pay for their pollution. The next one is confront all climate risk. That is also essential. And cooperation. Without cooperation, not a single country can succeed alone. So we need collaboration. We need this type of brainstorming summit. Governments and stakeholders around the world have spent considerable time and effort in recent years to develop plans to chart a safer and more sustainable future for their citizens. Taking this on board now as part of recovery planning can help the world build back better from the current crisis. We want solidarity, we want a sustainable globe. We are following SDG 2030. In response to the global climate emergency, as per my knowledge, it is clear that state, business, individuals, researchers must dedicate themselves to rapid, systemic, and transformative change in all aspects of society. So, in nutshell, we are here for more ambitious, effective, and equitable climate action. Solutions are clearly do exist, but must be implemented with unprecedented speed and skill. We want good speed, good momentum, and good skill. Heartily congratulations and best wishes to all speakers, delegates, and team. Let this conference become a more productive, and we believe in resolution, not solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that speech. And now I would like to I would like to welcome Mr. Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, SPCGCA, MDSU, India. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Thank you for giving me opportunity. It gives me immense pleasure that BioLeagues Worldwide and ISERS jointly are organizing two-day international conference, October 2021. 7 Go Green Summit International Conference. Theme is green technology and zero emission. It gives great relish, esteem, and content. I welcome all scientists, all researchers, all delegates, all participants of the conference to be held at Manila, Philippines, 14th to 15th October. It gives opportunity to school students, college students, young researchers, forest employees, UG students, PG students, and all employees, and I express my admiration to keynote speaker, all speakers, all Go Green Summit team. All will be enlightened by bounteous experience, and it gives immense pleasure. I welcome all the team, and the theme is green, zero emission, green, clean, healthy, safe environment. Once again, I welcome all team members, all researchers, and all team to attend this environmental conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning there. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to, I would like to share our screen. Let us welcome Dr. Archel Amit Bidaure, Associate Professor, Carlos Hilado Memorial State College, Philippines. I think we're still having technical problems. Next, I would like to welcome our very own CEO at Technorit Group India, Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for this privilege. Okay. A warm welcome to one and everyone towards 7th Go Green International Conference. It is really another privilege and one of the most spectacular event organized from House of Technorit Group and BioLeagues and ISERS particularly. So my esteemed gratitude to each and everyone, those who have given their best effort towards this conference. And let me go back to a few of the stories behind the 7th Go Green Summit. So this is the 7th series, as the number says, and we have been since 2018, when United Nations of Organization UNO, under basis of IPCC, International Governmental Panel for Climate Change, released that under IPCC meeting, it was announced that we have only 12 years, I repeat, only 12 years to make climate change and problems of green energy reversible. So since 2018, when IPCC meeting announcement was done by United Nations Organization that climate change will be irreversible in 2030, Technorit Group, BioLeagues, and its associates, as a responsible organization, as a responsible scientific and interdisciplinary professional organization, took this initiative to establish a separate series of international conference named as GoGreen. Today, we all feel privileged and we are extremely glad that we are not into academics or industrial practices of sharing knowledge at this forum. We all are responsible researchers to contribute towards green energy, climate change, and our mother nature. We have been given a lot by Mother Earth, Mother Nature, and it is high time for us to pay them back. At this point of time, ISERS, International Society for Environmental Research, Sustainable Relationship, and Environment, in collaboration with University Malaysia, Kelantan, Faculty of Earth Sciences, Philippines Normal University, and Dambi Dolo University, Ethiopia. 3 leading international universities in collaboration with BioLeagues, ISERS, and Technoarid Group are organizing this spectacular conference that will definitely create global impact and help the scientific advancement towards green energy. So 7th GoGreen Summit is no more a normal international conference of knowledge sharing. It's the emotion and it's the sentiment of all researchers associated with us. It is a forum and platform where so many universities have collaborated together at this single forum and are extending their concern and their hearty involvement towards the mother nature and towards the sustainable idea of establishing sustainable relationship through GoGreen international conferences. I also express my hearty gratitude to all the media partners, industrial partners, academic partners, and scientific partners for valuable contribution towards this conference. I also express my hearty gratitude to Dr. Prachi Vyas, Master in Environment Science, the Maharaja Sayajiro University of Baroda, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, Associate Professor State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of us in GoGreen conferences since the beginning. And it has been a long journey associated with him. And thank you so much for your valuable time. Professor Dr. Muhammad Fiyaz bin Muhammad Amin, Associate Professor. Dr. Bertuga, President, Philippines Normal University. Thank you so much, sir, for your immense trust on BioLeagues Worldwide and ISERS 7th GoGreen Summit. And thank you so much for the privilege we got to serve your university by being the academic and co-hosting partner of the conference. Dr. Denmark Leonard Teonso, Executive Director, Philippines Normal University. Dr. Leta Tapasal Jud, President, Tambidolo University. Dr. Krishnaraj, Director, International Relationship, Bilateral Center of Indigenous Studies. Dr. Sudhir Joshi, District Ayurvedic Officer, District Panchayat, Government of Gujarat. Dr. Amit Padre, Dr. Mohammad Muqtagad Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Department of Geosciences, Dr. Rasmi Sharma, Honorable Joint Organizing Secretary, and all the organizing committee members, institutional ambassadors, national ambassadors, each and everyone associated in the organizing committee, scientific chairs, everyone, for your valuable support and effort regarding towards this spectacular conference. Moreover, with this series of establishments in 2018, it is a very high time to think about the future. We know that more than 1 million species in this world are endangered now and are getting the threat of extinction. So it is a high time to think about it, and it's a big concern for all environmentalists and researchers and industrial professionals working towards green energy and climate change protections. Moreover, in last 20 years, if we take a statistics of 22 years, and last 20 years were the warmest and hottest years since the global temperature, the world temperature is being recorded. Again, this report is also by IPCC, United Nations Organization. So it is a high concern of global warming. because Go Green Conference is concerned about these aspects, and rapidly we are connecting with universities, we are collaborating with professors, researchers all around the globe. We are establishing institutional chapters. I urge the universities, professors, everyone to be a part of Go Green series, and particularly by establishing ISERS institutional chapters, journal chapters, local chapters, national chapters. And I urge everyone to take leadership, to take the responsibility as a responsible researchers and responsible towards environment. And with this point of time, when it's high time that we must divert potential researchers and their applications toward environment, towards green energy, towards sustainable energy, towards renewable sources of energy, or we say, or recycling economy. So it's very high time that we divert young researchers, young mind research centers, universities and institutionals towards focusing on establishing these type of a center of excellences that will build up and contribute towards the mother nature. And we have very spectacular conferences and spectacular sessions in these conferences on agriculture and plant biology. We have on ecology and natural hazards and pollution control, as we spoke about. We have a session on waste renewable energy. We have a session on water quality and how water waste management could be done, environmental chemistry and engineering. These all are the important sessions on which we will be having our panels and discussions. So it is a very overwhelming experience to speak at this forum and greet everyone. And thank you very much for your immense trust and belief in the organization, and for your valuable contribution towards this forum. And I urge everyone to be a part of our next conferences also and be members of ISERS. So together we can bring a difference. Together we can bring, we can face the challenges, and we can divert our research ideas towards the sustainable energy. So I also extend my warm welcome to each and everyone to our next conference, 8th Go Green Summit, which is scheduled on World Environment Day, particularly at Bali, Indonesia. So Bali is a very beautiful place, and it's a heaven and dream where the nature and earth interacted to build up this beautiful piece of country in Indonesia, and the mother nature created this particular island, Bali. So we'll be having a brilliant experience. So I welcome everyone to our next conference also, those who are listening to me at this live conference here. So we have the details in the descriptions, and my lovely coordinators and my beloved colleagues will be sharing the details with you. I extend everyone, the contributors, the honorable keynote speakers, the committee members, my brilliant teammates, my lovely resources, my colleagues, particularly Niveda and her team, and everyone for the spectacular conference, by a lovely co-host for your support in extending this conference to the nook and corners of India, Ethiopia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore. So it's a proud moment to say that we are operating in more than 21 countries, and we'll be expanding our branches and our operations in upcoming days. Only thing is that we need everyone's support and contribution. This is being done with a noble cause, and it is being done for safety and sustainability and existence of humanity and nature. So I wish everyone great luck for this conference, and I wish everyone a healthy life. Hope to see you all in the next conference in Bali, Indonesia. Thank you very much. So let's go green at Bali, Indonesia next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning there. And next, I would like to welcome our guest speaker. All right, next, Pond Man, environmentalist, TEDx speaker, and founder of Say Earth Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. Let us welcome Ramveer Tanwar. Ramveer Tanwar. Hi, sir.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hi, Jojo. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead, sir. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you so much.
Would you like me to play the PowerPoint?
Okay. So, hello everyone. Myself Ramveer Tanwar, and today I'm feeling very lucky to be part of this 7th GoGreen Summit, and that's why I would like to thank you all the 7th GoGreen Summit team and their core team members and coordinators. So they did a beautiful coordination for this event. Even I was waiting from last 2 weeks when I will be able to express or share my ideas with team and with all the youngsters, scientists and students. So finally today is the day when I am here, you are here, and we all are ready to share our challenges, experiences, and our best practices. So thank you again. So let me introduce myself, Ramveer Tanwar. I am an environmentalist. Before this, I was a mechanical engineer, but after doing 2 years job in a multinational company, I turned into the environment conservation and I left my job from multinational company, and then I started environment conservation as a student, and it was fully as environment volunteers. I was not a professional environmentalist, but as a volunteer. But slowly, I got some knowledge about environment. And one day, when I felt that I should fully work for the environment, then I left my job from MNC and I started this group that is called Say Earth. Say Earth, Save Earth with Say Earth. So that is, so Say Earth is a non-profit Delhi NCR based organization that is found by me only, and we have a good team right now in India. Our main focus and main aim is to conserve the and maintains the hydrological cycle of India and to restore the depleting water table and our ecosystem. And our vision is to create a better world for future. Actually, and we work with different NGOs, corporates, government agencies, and students, volunteers. And mainly we work to restore the water bodies and to do afforestation activities like plantation, like planting some small urban forest, like that. Next slide, please. So actually, there were lots of water bodies, historical water bodies in India, in Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, in different states. There were lots of historical water bodies, but gradually they started to convert it into dumping yards. Right when we did counting in 2017. So in 1957, around there were 25 lakh historical water bodies in India. But in 2017, we found only 5 lakh water bodies. So we have just lost 20 lakh historical water bodies in India. And because of that, groundwater depletion is so high, and people are suffering from the water, and because of these losing water bodies, people also facing water droughts and the floods, because in 2013 2005 India has faced many flood problem. And when we did research about the causes and regions of that floods, so we got regions only of the encroachment of water bodies. So we lost water bodies. That's why we facing floods and drought both. So water bodies are the solution of both. So we started to save these water bodies, means to restore these water bodies. So, and we started to engage the local communities. So we do water meetings in villages. We do water meetings. We started from single water meeting from my own village in rural area. But after that, we have done more than 1,000 water meetings. And in these water meetings, we discuss with villagers about how the groundwater level is depleting so fast, how our natural resources are dying, how we can make our ecosystem so sustainable, how we can do sustainable development. So these are the discussion and points we do in our water meetings. So, and we call this water meeting Jal Chaupal. Jal means water, Chaupal means meeting. So that is Hindi word, Jal Chaupal. But in North India, we have made this so popular that is called Jal Chaupal. And in pond restoration, we do landscaping, sustainability, water meetings, plantation, rainwater harvesting, like that. Next slide, please. So I will explain how do we do and what are the main problems. So in India right now, these are the main problems with water bodies. Some water bodies are fully covered by the aquatic weeds due to the eutrophication. And due to the eutrophication, these are fully covered by the water hyacinth or duckweed. So, and people also throw the garbage into water bodies. Some people have done encroachment, illegal encroachment on the water bodies. Not only the people, but some government departments also have done illegal encroachment on the water bodies. So these are the main issues. And also some village, some in municipal corporations, some cities, our sewage network also connected with these water bodies. So direct dumping of sewage makes water bodies a sewage tank. So these water bodies converted from beautiful pond into the sewage network. So this is also a main problem with our water bodies, and we are working on all these problems. And some water bodies are filled with the silt, and because every year silt and cow dung, buffalo dung come into the pond and through the drainage system, and these are fully filled by the silt and the cow dung. So when there is a layer formed at the bottom of pond, the groundwater recharge stops. So we do desilting, these like activities. I will explain in next slide. So this is how we do the solutions. So we do Jal Chaupal. I told you in previous slide, Jal Chaupal means water meeting, cleanup. So there are lots of garbage, biodegradable, non-biodegradable, inorganic, organic, like plastic, rubber, cloth, thermocol, organic, and so we just do cleanup drives with the volunteers, with college students, with villagers, with the youngsters who are doing job, and they have free time on their weekends. So we just request them, we invite them to the cleanups. They come with us and do the cleanup. Rejuvenation means we do the desilting of pond, cleaning by machines and manpower. Afforestation means we do plantation around that pond. And so landscaping, rainwater harvesting we can do nearby the pond, so groundwater can be recharged. So these are the main activities we do. And we have a good technical team for this. For maintenance, the most challengeable job is to maintenance and sustainability, because we clean the water body and after 2 years or 1 year it converted again into the dumping yard. So maintenance of a water bodies or sustainability is the main task. Yeah, is the main challenging task we are facing right now. For that, we have just arranged a workshop or training for the villagers, so they can learn how they can use these ponds for their aquaculture, because in North India aquaculture is not so popular, so they can grow water nuts, lotus farming, they can do fish farming, they can do sheep farming. So there are lots of farming activities, agriculture activities they can do, or by doing so the ponds can be maintained. So we have just joined by more than 200 farmers right now. They are just doing different aquaculture activities in these water bodies, and that's why these ponds are being maintained by these farmers. Next slide. So this is the process flow we do. First of all, we do identification of a pond, and then joint with the owner of sponsor, means we take some sponsorship from different corporates and the NGOs. So then we to take a NOC from the government agency, because the ownership of these water bodies are only of government. So we need to take a NOC, no objection certificate, from the concerned government agency to start the work. And then we send a proposal to the sponsor who can support us financially. And before starting work, we do Jal Chopal, so means water meeting with the villagers. You can see the pictures, a picture of Jal Chopal in this slide. So then we can do cleanups, and after cleanups and restoration, we do the landscaping and plantation around the pond. By doing plantation, the soil erosion can be prevented and the ecosystem can be balanced, like birds, like reptiles, like honeybees. So lots of the insects and birds and reptiles can take benefit of this water body. So that's why we do different type of grass plantation, plant sapling plantation, and so which are suitable on a water body. Next slide. This is action plan and progress tracker. We can track how much time take these activities, like Jal Chopal take 2 to 3 weeks, and water testing takes 1 week, cleanup takes 3 to 4 weeks, desilting takes 4 to 5 weeks, labeling and dressing for 3 to 5 weeks, landscaping take 2 to 3 weeks, maintenance sustainability is a regular activity. So this is the action plan and progress tracker. So a common person can track and can understand how much time this process takes. So also how much cost does it take to revive a lake, this we can also explain. That depends entirely on the size of water body. The area could be 2000 square meter or 20,000 square meter. That cost could vary from maybe 2 lakh to the 20 lakh Indian rupees. So once we have a decent track record, raising fund is not a difficult. I don't even need to approach the corporate anymore. Corporates themselves approach us now, and we make sure we keep them aware of the plan and process at every stage. We even invite them to come and see the progress of themselves. We also invite government departments, we also invite students to see and learn how these water bodies can be restored. Next slide. Yeah, so now I hope you will enjoy. I was telling that was only a theoretical uh, way. So now you can understand how we revive this water body. So the uppermost two pictures are left and right are the before and now. Before this water bodies was like that, and right now this water body looks like this. So in first pictures, that water bodies were fully covered with the water hyacinth that is called aquatic weed. So right now we have restored that water bodies. Now this is filled with clean water. People just take bath in this, and also some villagers doing their aquaculture activities in this manner. And below one is the pond that was encroached, that was illegally encroached by the some land mafias in villages. So with the help of government department, the encroachment was removed, and now water body again filled with the rainwater. So left one is the before when we remove the encroached and dig the pond again, and right one now when pond is filled with rainwater. Next slide. Again, there are two pictures. So that is left one is Ajampur pond. So before it was filled by the duckweed. Duckweed is also a eutrophication problem. And below one is the now picture of recent picture. So that is Ajampur pond. It was filled by duckweed. And the let me share you that the best and cheap and quick method to remove the duckweed is not to do or not to remove it mechanical way, but we have some fishes or some aquaculture that eat this duckweed very fast. So that duckweed is removed within 10 to 15 days automatically. So we also used that type of fishes to remove this duckweed from this pond, and now it looks so clean and so beautiful. So we have we right now we are doing some plantation around the pond, some planting some grasses around the pond. So and right one is again a pond of North India that was filled with garbage and the water hyacinth. So right now we have removed all this with help of volunteers, with help of students, with help of expert manpower, and right now it looks so clean as you can see on the screen. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another example of water body restoration. So that is called desilting, that machine is doing, and this is the same pond. This was used to be a very dangerous place because lots of the water hyacinth and the shrubs was grown at this place, and there lots of silt and other things was there. It was not looks like a pond, but before 2 years we have restored this pond with help of machines, and the buildings you can see near the pond is the headquarter of BSF, Border Security Force. So we also got help from the BSF. So right now it's look like a tourist spot. So now villagers and the BSF family members come and they just do the nature walk or evening walk, morning walk around the pond. So this is right now this is like a tourist place. But before that, villagers just used to do hate from that water bodies because it was so dirty and so full of garbage. So next slide, please. Yeah, this is another example. This is situated in near the Chandigarh. So this was water body. This is the only water body in India where we have used the wind turbine aeration system. So because in our ponds the pond water is not having sufficient dissolved oxygen. So because of not aeration or dissolved oxygen, the pond water gets converted into a black water or so dirty. So that's why we needed a aeration system, and so that's why we used this wind turbine aeration system at the pond, and we imported this wind turbine same from the Canada. Right now it is working very well, and we are using it from last 2 years. It is a very sustainable and non, because we don't need a fuel for this, we don't need a manpower for operating this. This is very automatically, and it's working so well. So this is another example how we can do aeration with sustainable with the natural resources. Next slide. Yeah, this is another example that there was a pond before the 40 years. 40 years, this was used to, there was used to be a pond at this place. And before 40 years, the municipal corporation, East Delhi Municipal Corporation, and the villagers just filled up with that pond with garbage and the soil, and they made a park, beautiful park on that water bodies. But because of that work or that act, the villagers faced a groundwater depletion, very high groundwater depletion. So they faced a water scarcity. So that's why our National Green Tribunal ordered to do a investigation, to a research on that village. So the IIT students and the scientists got answer after their research papers. The got result that due to the killing that water bodies, the villagers and municipal corporation killed the water bodies around that. So groundwater recharging stops, and right now they are facing this water scarcity. So then they involved us. They requested us to restore a water body again. So we did restoration of that water bodies, and right now this water body looks like this is picture of 2 months back only, when there was a monsoon season in India, in North India. So this is the water body that is filled with rainwater. So people, childrens again enjoying their swimming in the water body. So next slide, you will see the newspaper cutting of the same. Next slide. Yeah, that is Hindi. This is Hindi. Actually, this means कि some peoples again restored the water body of village Gazipur after 40 years. That was a great achievement for us, and we celebrated this because government also appreciated for this achievement. The corporate people also appreciated our efforts and our team for this great achievement. We just restored a water body that was killed before 40 years. So I would like to thank my team, and I would always congratulate my team who do always a great job. Next slide. Yeah, there are few initiatives. So one our initiative is selfie with pond. So this initiative is for the students and youngsters specifically. So we request to students and youngsters to visit nearby water body, nearby historical water body, and to take a selfie with that water body and share on the social media. So by doing so, what happens when they visit their water body, they realize that their water body, their village water body is being dying very slowly. So now they worry about this concern, and they request us, they get connect with us how we can restore this water body. So by doing so, we get a new team members in our, so who are passionate about restoring water bodies, to restoring the ecosystem of India. So that's why we do this campaign. And another is volunteering and internship activity. So lots of students who come with us and do their internship program with us, they learn from our activities, and they, after their study get completed, they just do the practical things. This is plantation drives. We invite the doctors, engineers, IS officers, and the students to do plantation with us. So by doing so, they come with us and do plantation with us, and we give the guarantee of 95 survival rate, minimum 95% survival rate. So if they will plant a tree, we will grow up that plant. 95% of plants will grow up, and they, because they need 2 years maintenance. After 2 years, they can be self-sustainable. Next slide. Next, please. Yeah, that is. I would like to share that. Previous, please, previous. So. Yes, only this. So this is how we can convert the water hyacinth into compost. So in first picture, you can see there is a water body that is filled with the water hyacinth. In second picture, right one, we just mixing that water hyacinth with the cow dung and the water, and we keep that solution for the 40 days and to 50 days. After 50 days, that mixture of the cow dung and the water will get converted into a compost. So this is the solution, and this is the very good solution of water hyacinth. By doing so, our farmers and our villagers can get a very good compost that is made from the natural water hyacinth. Next slide. Yeah, in right pictures, you can see the medicinal plants we grow nearby the ponds. Because of this, some villagers and community members take benefits from these medicinal plants. They can use these medicinal plants for their diseases, for their home remediations. So these are very useful. These are like vetiver grass, lemon grass, tulsi, Pathar Chata. There are lots of medicinal plants we grow nearby some water bodies, so villagers can take benefit from these water bodies. And in left pictures, there are some IS officers who come to the our ponds and give our feedback how we can do more sustainable. In that most below picture, bottom pictures, the lady with me is the India's richest lady. That is the chairperson of HCL Technology. That she is Rosni Nadar. So she also visited our water body last week, and she appreciated our efforts. So the next slide. Yeah, this is another example. Before restoring these water bodies, how this water bodies was used to look like, and right now how this water body look like. So this is the another in western UP. So now this water body is a good ecotourism spot. So people from the Indonesia, from the Italy, from the Canada also have visited this pond to learn how the water bodies can be revived. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some activities for the tourists. So they come from the different cities and the countries. So in picture, in right one picture, you can see a lady that sees the Irene. She came from Italy for her internship in this village, So she did internship. She learned how we can grow organic vegetables, how we can do meditation nearby the pond, how we can restore a water body. So lots of villagers and citizens and from the different cities of country and from other countries coming to see how we can restore these water bodies again. Next slide, please. Yeah, that I have explained how the how we can do afforestation action. We are making some small urban forest in water bodies nearby the water bodies. So urban forest is very good initiative taken by our teams here. So we do plantation of 2000, 3000, 4000 plants, and these all plants grow together, and that's after 2 to 3 years these converted into a good urban forest. Next slide. These are some supporters, corporate supporters like Ministry of Jal Shakti and some Indian oil, CII, some municipal corporations, some government agencies. So we got support for restoring these water bodies. Next slide. Yeah, you can just read about us on internet. You need to put my name on internet. You just need to type only Ramveer Tanwar. You can get more than thousands news articles from different countries and different news agencies. So we have been covered in different countries and also in international media, national media. I'm also a TEDx speaker. So you can if I'm not able to just explain some things in this PPT or in webinar seminar, you can just click on our articles and know how we do this job properly. Next slide. Yeah, these are our core team members, me, Ramveer Tanwar, and our team member Mohit, Amit, and Harinder. So these are our core top team officials who are working very hard for this change. Next slide. Yeah, this is last slide. So I would like to quote Barack Obama. We are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. So if not now, then when? So I would like to say again, thank you. If there was some mistakes and if I'm not able to just explain some things properly, because I have an issue of that is language issue with me. So I feel comfortable with my mother tongue Hindi, but I'm not very comfortable expert in the English. So that's why this may be a problem to understand you. So I'm sorry for that, and you can just I can send you documents and some links so you can get proper knowledge and you know the process how we restore this water body. So again, I would like to congratulate 7th GoGreen Summit, and I would like to also thank you to invite me and to give me chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Tanwar. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Ludwig Oscuro Federigan, environmental advocate in Philippines, executive director of the Young Environmental Forum, Philippines.
Thank you, Jojo, for that gracious introduction. Can I request for a share screen?
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. It's not yet enabled.
Team, can you please please have Dr. Federigan at least a co-host access to share his screen, please? Just for this time. Zilla?
Still not yet.
Hold on.
Jojo, I can still cannot share my screen.
Yep, I think we're having technical issues here. That's why we're gonna be giving you a co-host access. So still getting a hold of my team. Hold on. Please be please please be patient. Dr. Federigan, one moment, please. We're working on it.
It's okay. I'm just waiting. Thank you.
Yeah, team, if you cannot enable, can you please just give Dr. Federigan a co-host access? We have a host. Mr. Durigan, you're already are the co-host. Please try it again. Dr. Ludwig, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so
Yes,
much,
it's up.
Jojo. Let me just
Yeah,
put it on
I
the.
apologize for the delay.
It's
Right,
okay.
go ahead.
Hold on. I'm just putting it in the presentation mode. Okay. There you have it. Okay. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank BioLeagues and BioLeagues Worldwide and the International Society of the Environmental Relationship and Sustainability for the opportunity to deliver the first keynote address on the first day of the 7th GoGreen Summit, virtually being held, should be in Manila, Philippines. No? And of course, to all men and women behind BioLeagues Worldwide and ISERS, no? And all their partners and supporters, to all fellow keynote speakers, academic presenters, faculty members, and students present in this Zoom platform, good morning to everyone. Events in the recent months and years have been a stark reminder that no one is safe from climate change. As one part of the world deals with intense flooding, the other part is raged by droughts and wildfires. All these come as the world faces for further COVID surges due to the more transmissible and more lethal Delta variant. Without urgent action, this is the new normal that awaits the world, one with more and worse disasters and diseases. With a global public health emergency still ongoing, it is understandable that we have to prioritize it. But we cannot lose sight of the bigger and even deadlier threat to humanity on the horizon, which is climate change and the risk it brings. For over 30 years now, the science has been very crystal clear, but leaders all over the world choose to look away. We are now in a climate emergency, and we no longer have the luxury of time. The world's top climate scientists, working together through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, released the 6th assessment report of the working group number 1, entitled Climate Change 2021, the Physical Science Basis. This reflects by far our most up-to-date physical understanding of climate change. The report doesn't mince words. Climate change, driven by us humans, is happening, and it is happening quickly. This is already being felt in weather and climate extremes in every region of the world. Our planet's health has been ailing for more than a century and a half, starting when we began burning fossil fuels and releasing harmful greenhouse gas emissions in the process. The deterioration is accelerating. 2020 was the warmest year on record, and 2011 to 2020 was the warmest decade on record in the entire human history. As a result, we expect worsening extreme weather events, increasing temperatures, and rising seas. We have been warned of what this means. Coral reefs will vanish along with livelihoods that depend on them. Severe harvest failures will happen more frequently. Closer to home, climate change will threaten the essentials of good health, like clean air, safe drinking water, nutritious food, and safe shelter. Climate change will transform human life as we know it. And it is in this crisis that I would like to bring to your attention. So since Manila, Philippines is the host of this event, I would wish to share to you at least the Philippine climate outlook. In the Philippines, the observed temperature in the country, according to our weather agency Pag-asa, is rising on an average of 0.1 degree per decade and is projected to increase by as much as 0.9 to 2.3 degrees Celsius by the year 2050. These causes drastic changes in weather patterns, an increase in frequency, intensity, and duration of floods, and an increase in frequency and intensity of droughts. The Philippines, being an archipelagic state located in the western part of the Pacific Ocean and directly within the Ring of Fire, faces the constant risk of typhoons, drought, as well as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Our country was ranked 4th in the Global Climate Risk Index of 2021, the list of countries most affected by weather-related disasters like storms, floods, and heat waves from the year 2000 until 2019. Now, with climate change, we confront weather in extremes. The typhoons we have experienced in recent years have resulted in millions of amounts of loss and damage to agriculture and infrastructure, caused severe flooding, and even caused the loss of people's lives. The massive impact in the lives of our people brought by these natural hazards only show that we are not prepared even for the disasters of today, let alone for the worst effects of climate change tomorrow. We have to realize that climate change is not just a scientific and environmental issue, but an all-encompassing threat to our basic human rights. Food, portable water, shelter, decent livelihood, health, and life itself. Here are the impacts, some of the impacts of climate change on various sectors, at least in Philippine setting. Agriculture, productivity, and food security. Climate change exacerbates the effects of El Nino and La Nina, thereby weakening agricultural growth, affecting millions of farmers around the world. Next is human health. Climate change also threats our health. It is estimated that the death rate will increase due to malnutrition, diarrhea, and heat stress, and from the direct damage of disasters. Warmer temperatures exacerbate cardiovascular and respiratory diseases. Floods contaminate our water supply and make it a breeding ground of disease-carrying insects such as dengue, cholera, and others. Even our mental health is affected. Victims of disasters experience depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. People are also developing anxiety associated with climate change awareness, also called climate anxiety. Next is water security. Climate change with rapid urbanization and population growth are causing water supply shortages. It is estimated by the year 2040, the Philippines will be one of the water-stressed countries globally, and the sector most affected by the severe water supply shortage is agriculture, which is one of the main sectors of our country's economy. Next is marine ecosystem. The seas and the oceans in the country are rich in various types of marine resources, but rising global temperatures are associated with the risk of extinction as some species are unable to adapt to the changing climate. It is also estimated that the amount of fish and sea products caught in our oceans will also decrease. Acidification or changes in the pH levels of water due to warming of the temperature causes coral bleaching, in which they turn white and lose their ability as a habitat for the fish and marine animals, causing their species to go extinct. Next is, of course, economic growth. Climate change also threats our economic growth. Loss and damage to agriculture and infrastructure from severe disasters have been increasing in recent years, and as a result, the Philippines' gross domestic product is declining. It can also push people into more extreme poverty. Next is sea level rise. Our country consists of 7,107 islands, but this number may be reduced in due time due to sea level rise and continued flooding in low-lying areas throughout the Philippines. The observed sea level rise in the Philippines is almost 3 times higher than the global average. Coastal communities, which are one of the poorest sectors in our society, will be highly affected and in need of relocation. So how does the Philippines respond to these threats and natural hazards? Recognizing the vulnerability of the country to this global crisis, the Climate Change Act of 2009 was enacted to systematically address climate change in the context of development. The law established the Climate Change Commission, which is tasked to coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the programs and action plans of the government relating to climate change. The law also mandates the formulation of the National Climate Change Action Plan. The NCCAP outlines a long-term program and strategies for adaptation and mitigation in line with the National Development Plan. It is a comprehensive plan covering 3 administrations from the year 2011 to 2028, with key actions that enhance adaptive capacity and resilience of communities and natural ecosystems to climate change. The development of the NCCAP employed a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach. The key actions in the strategic priorities are defined along thematic outcomes covering food security, water sufficiency, ecosystem and environmental stability, human security, climate smart industries and services, sustainable energy, knowledge and capacity development, all of which targets have 2 ultimate outcomes. One is to enhance adaptive capacity of communities, resilience of natural ecosystems, and sustainability of built environment to climate change. And the second, successful transition towards climate smart development. Under the same act, the local government units are tasked to formulate, plan, and implement local climate change action plans in their respective areas. Barangays shall be directly involved with municipal and city governments in prioritizing climate change issues and in identifying and implementing best practices and other solutions. Municipal and city governments shall consider climate change adaptation as one of their regular functions. Provincial governments shall provide technical assistance, enforcement, and information management in support of municipal and city climate change action plans. In
Did I lose you guys or did we lose it? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Anyone? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you're there. So I think we lost him. All right, let's give him a minute to come back. He's also in the Philippines, right? Yeah, Philippines have typhoon right now, most probably. They're having technical issues. Let's give him a minute to come
Sorry,
back. Hi,
sorry,
sir.
Jojo. Yeah, I was a little bit disconnected because of
No,
the
okay lang po. Go
connectivity.
ahead.
So let me just share with you some of the local climate change adaptation plans being employed by our local government units, no, as the response to the threats of the climate crisis, no. So the first in this particular plan is the rainwater harvesting. Serves as an alternative source of water, especially during summer or drought. It also helps reduce flooding. The water from it can be used for irrigation, sprinkling plants, flushing toilets, and washing vehicles. The city of Marikina has already implemented an initiative to build rainwater harvesting facilities in all government agencies and in schools. Next example is the community gardens. Through urban gardening and backyard farming, we become self-sufficient, especially in this time of pandemic. In a simple way, we can convert a small part of our house, apartment, or condo into a food garden by planting vegetables, fruits, and herbs from discarded items such as bottles, cans, or plastic containers. Community gardens have also been established in Barangay Holy Spirit and Payatas in Quezon City and Barangay Potrero in Malabon City, and we can learn from them. Next initiative is roadside ditches. Roadside ditches are designed to be rainwater passageways and prevent flooding caused by heavy rainfall. In Baguio City, considered to be the summer capital of the Philippines, environmental enforcers are tasked to keep them clean to prevent overflow and cause flooding, especially during the rainy season. The next initiative is renewable energy. The use of solar and other renewable energy to supply electricity to homes, schools, and public places will help us promote the promotion of the use of alternative sources of energy. The island of Suluan in Guian, Eastern Samar, which is one of the sites of Typhoon Haiyan in 2013, is now a renewable energy island capital of their town. With the efforts of their local government, household, and establishments in their area are now powered by solar-powered systems. Another initiative is reducing waste by reducing the use of plastic. Prohibiting the use of single-use plastic, recycling, and composting at home is just one way to prevent waste from clogging waterways that exacerbate flooding and marine pollution. The town of San Fernando in Pampanga was one of the first to enact a local ordinance banning the use of plastic bags and styrofoam products. It changed the disposable consumerism mentality of the people of San Fernando. As a result, San Fernando has become a green and sustainable model city. The town of Donsol in Sorsogon is also implementing a plastic waste reduction program with the help of a grassroots women's organization in the area. Another initiative is bamboo planting. Planting bamboos is not only for preventing landslides, it also provides tourism and livelihood opportunities to our communities. The town government of Lubao in Pampanga has built a bamboo park with 26 species of bamboo, and they provide training to locals to develop their knowledge to make products from bamboo and become their livelihood. Next is mangrove planting. Mangrove serves as a buffer against waves or strong currents caused by storms. It protects coastal communities. Mangrove trees also help accumulate silt and act as a barrier to salt carried by seawater. Examples are the Bakawan Nature Study and Eco Park and the Katungan Ibahay Eco Park in Aklan. These mangroves protect the Kaliwa coast from strong storms. The eighth example is Climate Field Schools. The Climate Field School provides an in-depth training to our farmers and fishermen on climate-smart agriculture and fishery practices to improve food production and make their livelihoods more stable or resilient from the impacts of climate change. Through the Sea People Survival Fund of the Climate Change Commission, the leadership of Del Carmen in Siargao, with the assistance of the Surigao State College of Technology, established the Siargao Climate Field School for farmers and fisherfolk. It aims to provide a sustainable end-to-end institutional system for the generation and application of local climate information, build the adaptive capacity of communities, and reduce the economic damage caused by climate change. The ninth initiative is knowing our local climate risk. Knowing the climate and disaster risk in our community and developing multi-hazard early warning systems will help ensure immediate action and disaster preparedness. The local government of the province of Albay conducts trainings and education to LGUs and even to households about disaster preparedness. Warning system communication protocols, evaluation procedures, and regular drills are also conducted in schools, hospitals, hotels, and the community to pre-test the hazard-specific contingency plan. The last example I wanted to share with you is building adaptive capacities of communities. Strengthening the capacity of our communities to prepare for and respond to disasters, including contingency planning, simulation exercise and drills, and early recovery planning will not only save the lives of more people, it will also help our communities to be more stable and resilient, to build back better from the effects of disasters caused by climate change. The San Francisco district in the island of Camotes in Cebu empowers communities by encouraging citizens to participate in developing local solutions to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. In closing, as citizens of this country, we still have a duty to prepare and strive to reduce disaster risk and adapt to as well as mitigate climate change. We have to urge everyone to work together as a community, as a nation, and as a planet towards a safer, sustainable, and resilient future for us and the next generation to come. Thank you so much, and I hope that you learned a lot from this presentation. Back to you, Jojo.
Hi, thank you so much. I really do apologize for the technical issues. Maraming salamat po from the Philippines there. And now, let's go on to our next keynote speaker. Let us welcome Dr. Kal Sang Lak, Professor and Head Energy Efficiency Technology Center, Singapore, Institute of Technology, Singapore. Hi, sir. Good morning.
That you activate my screen share so that I can use my PowerPoint, please. Or still disabled at the moment. I cannot use it. Yeah, you need to activate. Let me to become co-host.
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Yep, I think I can get it. Yeah. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, we do have it on presentation mode, and you may proceed.
Okay, first of all, well, thank you for the invitation to share on this topic of green technology and sustainable design towards zero emission. I like the presentation of my preceding speaker, Engineer Ludwig. I think in his closing remark, he said that, well, we need to work together as a community. Is really very, very true, because to save the world, to address climate change, we need everyone to work together, not just the government, not just an NGO. We need everyone to be conscious of the effect of climate change and what each individual can do to help to address, to prevent climate change and to save the world for the next generation. So with that, I would just carry on with my presentation. Thank you. Yeah, I think as the previous speaker mentioned, he gave a lot of example that the climate change is real. It really impact on the whole world, not just for the particular country. Sometimes, you know, some of the measures taken can address the specific problem at a particular location or country. But climate change is a global and it requires global effort. Yeah. So it's a real. It's not some politicians. Sometimes they say that, well, you guys, academic, you know, they did this, like people in this forum, they just try to make up so that they can get money to do their project, to do the research. Some very renowned politician leader who actually didn't believe in climate change. But from, I mean, being an engineer, being scientist, we can read the real data and the statistics. We know that it is real. I think it's an extreme climate everywhere. Even in Singapore, we are supposed to be, you know, every day in the tropical, but we also experience extreme climate change. But extreme, of course, in our own local sense. It can be so cool. I didn't realize that, you know, 21.1, for example, and a lot of rain. And of course, Singapore being an island, we will suffer the severe consequences of sea level rises and so forth. You know, so we need to play our part, even though we are small, but even we contribute well. But then being a small nation, but then everyone have to do their part. Every nation got to do their part. I think sustainable problem. So yes, I think it's real. I think we can measure it. We can compare the statistic. And yeah, I think the COVID over the last 2 years or so seem to have reduced the greenhouse gas emission. It dropped. Statistics show that. But now we are opening up all the assignment, international travel will be there, and I'm sure that the level of greenhouse gas emission will increase again. And some of the like in China, the power crunch, and that will point to that perhaps just the renewable may not be sufficient. I mean, judging from the recent ration of power energy in China, for example. And you know, so I think we need to have everyone to work together for the United Nations, our UN, the famous sustainable goal. But for Singapore, make it a commitment to halve its greenhouse gas emission from its 2030 peak, for example. We have a national goal, we have a certain target. So this is just some of the initiatives So we said that, well, we have initially 36% reduction in emission intensity 2030. That will be the peak because we are still growing. So we set a certain target. And we have different government agency which actually being coordinated by a central secretariat, the climate change secretariat to look into that. But one of the key driver is the National Environmental Agency. And even through this particular agency, they look at very interesting initiative like energy efficient Singapore. We have mandatory energy assessment. They introduce a structured energy management system, and then the carbon tax. All this initiative just from one agency. These are some of the interesting initiative, and I'm happy to report that within my university, the Singapore Institute of Technology, we set up an energy efficiency technology center, which I am heading. We are very new, but the reason for setting up such a unit within a university is to realize that each and every one of us, we need to play a part. So obviously, my center, will not be able to do so much, but then if we can do a little bit, all this can add together and contribute to the national goal. And every nation, like just the previous speaker mentioned that in Philippines, there are many initiatives being set up, and those are planned which can be so-called implemented through the various stakeholders, then that will be great. So I think we want to go beyond just the plan. So I just want to share that, how that what can we do, but you don't need to achieve every goal at one, So we set up unit, everybody play their part. So this EETC, which I'm heading within the university, we just set up operation more than 1 year ago. We employ a few full-time people who are the energy specialists, and then we take in students under industrial attachment full-time for 6 months to 1 year, and then we make use of the student. I'm going to share with you also. First thing is we don't just we don't conduct R&D because there are other research centers in Singapore already doing that. We feel the need to be able to do things, to do the real thing, not just go and publish paper or so-called do the front end R&D, which finally when you look at that, what is the real contribution? So our center, we go to help the small and medium enterprises in the industry sector to really go to the factory, conduct the energy assessment, and then identify energy saving opportunity. This is a real production floor. Go to many of these small, because it's SME, there Singapore still have a lot of SME, small and medium enterprises. They don't have the resources internally to conduct their energy audit. And they don't have the resources to engage external expert, the so-called energy service company, to conduct energy audit for them. So with the funding that we receive from the government, so we can go to help the small and medium enterprises to to conduct the real energy audit. And then we bring along our student under industrial attachment. We build them up. We help to train the talent pipeline for the industry. And we also, within the center, we offer upskilling program to train energy professionals. And we already have other schemes to do the training. For example, we have the Certified Singapore Energy Manager Scheme for training. We have 1,000 over people within Singapore. I think it's quite a number of people. But unfortunately, some of these so-called energy professionals, their lack of the hand-on experience. They have a lot of theoretical grounding, But when they go down to a shop floor facility, very often they're at a loss where to hook up the meter, how to conduct their energy assessment. So we have this 5 days training program for each system. For example, the pumps and piping network, 5 days. And then we show the participants the know-how, the competency, how to connect up the meter, how to do the assessment through 2 days of practical courses, and then 3-day those add-on deep dive theory and principle. These are very helpful, and this will help the professional to be qualified to become energy efficiency opportunity assessor. So these are the professional who can help their particular company to conduct internal energy assessment, because they got to know what is going on. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we also provide training. We take in, for example, this year we have about 25 students to be attached to our center for 6 months to 8 months. Now, and they're there to they work along, the student work along with our energy specialists, so they know how to access the real energy consumption, energy profile in the company. So, for example, just this morning, just 2 hours ago, one group of students just presented their energy audit report to one of the company SME in the closing 14, just this morning, just 2 hours before my presentation here. So, for example, they go in, they conduct the real energy audit. This is the presentation. They look at the content. They'll look at the low-cost measure. Those, give them some tips how you can do and save energy. So energy efficiency basically is the low-hanging fruit to reduce carbon emission, to reduce climate change. So of course, each of these small company, they are not doing that much, but add together. So we go to not just one company, many companies, to build them up, to do for them for one time, and to identify, to show the management what they can do. And for example, this particular company, our group have went through this major energy using system, compressed air system, electrical system, aircon system, lighting system, and we conduct real measurement and show them what are those measures that can be used. And then we show them that also if you want to implement some of this to improve energy efficiency, you can tap onto the government grant available. We have in Singapore support grant for SME energy efficient technology. If the company adopt energy efficient measure, adopt technology, they can apply for grant. So sometimes the SME may come up with only 30% of the cost. Why not, use the money available from the incentive to do the work? So just to share with you, in Singapore, we look at the whole ecosystem. Just like the previous speaker mentioned, that we get to get people together. So people is the key. So in Singapore, we develop, we initiate a whole of nation movement to advance Singapore's national agenda on sustainable development. But of course, the government have to take the lead to set the big goal. Like just how I mentioned, 2030, what is our target? 2050, what is our target? And of course, the government have to take on the stick and the carrot approach. That means that you got to give incentive. You have to penalize people for wasting energy. So we have a lot of green program involve all the stakeholders. And just yesterday, we also have one event, an energy efficiency national partnership initiated by our National Environmental Agency. And we set the standard for people to follow, like national standard, minimum energy performance standard. So they set the guideline. There's a benchmark people can look up to, how they can compare. Or this is my baseline. Is my baseline good enough or not compare with the performance standard? So we also use the this so-called the stick, using the law to, if you don't fall in line, you're penalized. We have the carbon tax. If you waste energy, then we tax you because we use our energy, carbon tax. But of course, with the money collected from the carbon tax, we plow back. Then we use those incentive and grant with people, company implement energy efficiency technology. Then they can tap on those grant and the initiative. So we have the act. The act need to be a parliament act to the parliament. For example, this Energy Conservation Act, they stipulate that for those companies that use a lot of energy, exceeding certain amount each year, they have to submit periodic report of their energy consumption, and the company have to come up with a plan how within the next few years they are going to reduce their energy consumption by taking various measures. Of course, without affecting the production, of course, high energy efficiency measure. So that again, and then we also have a form to recognize people, company who have done well, to show an example. In fact, yesterday in a national conference, many people are recognized through award, so that they have the individual award, company award in various categories. So they are recognized, so that the team said that, oh yeah, we have done well, and the nation recognize our contribute effort. A green mark for building, sustainability building, and so forth. As I mentioned, there are not just a stick, we have the carrots. We have the energy efficiency fund. For those who need it, they can tap onto the fund to help them. But of course, they cannot just anyhow go and ask for the funding. They need to prove it through energy audit, and which our energy efficiency technology center, which I'm heading, are doing the little part. But there are commercial energy audit out there. And then we also train the professional. Like Singapore Certified Energy Manager Scheme. Of course, the fee of people who attend the courses to get qualified, they're supported by certain scheme. And then we have this, like just how I mentioned, for company that consume a lot of energy, they need to have qualified person, energy efficiency opportunity assessor. Either they can conduct the periodic energy audit in-house, or they can engage external assessor to submit periodic report and look at opportunity to reduce energy. My center, we conduct regular this energy efficiency upskilling program, the so-called 5-day program, which I mentioned, on compressed air system, steam and turbine system, and so on. And then, we have a registered chartered energy engineer and ESCO. We set up the criteria to encourage people to become professional in that area. So those are very useful. So we have a holistic, like this just yesterday. Yesterday we have the national conference, to do all this work, to recognize people, to share the best practices, and everyone can do their part. My university, Singapore Institute of Technology, is very new. In fact, we are building right now our new campus at the Punggol in the northern part of Singapore. And therefore, we take the opportunity to make our new campus still under construction. When it's ready, it will be a live so-called learning lab, so that we can conduct energy audit and we can do all this sort of thing. We set up multi-energy microgrid, and we really a learning lab, put a lot of sensor, and then we have all the solars, all this, I think you can, from here you can see that all the rooftop microgrid. So we want to walk the talk and implement all this system within our new campus. And then we can bring in people, and then we can do measurement and do audit together to train the professional in using a real-life facility. Nothing better than our own campus facility in that sense. Yeah, but of course, this can only be done with a new facility. Old one is quite difficult to retrofit for that purpose. Yeah. So with our new campus under being built, living lab, and then we can do a sort of thing. We put in a lot of sensor, integrated building management system, multi-energy microsystem, not just for applied research, but also for a living lab for people to learn, to work together, to do the training. Yes, we need to engineer through collaboration to conceptualize, design, implement, and sustain the sustainable development goal. And then each of us, every one of us work together, we can achieve that. And not only that, I think as an engineering education engineer, I'm very much involved. I'm a deputy chair for this Washington Accord, which is part of the International Engineering Alliance. So we work together to the World Federation of Engineering Organization, which is part of UNESCO. So we look at in our engineering education, what we can do to instill this sustainability education inside there. So we, of course, engineering program need to be accredited so that the graduate become professional engineer. So for accreditation purpose, we said the engineering graduate need to have the knowledge, for example, including efficient resource use, environmental impact, whole life cost, all this net zero carbon. That should be part of the knowledge in the engineering curriculum. And yeah, knowledge of the role of engineering society, engineering practice, professional responsibility for sustainable development. And there will be a model under the SDG. So we make sure that the young engineer, they're trained, they're exposed to those needs. So I think that is something very good. I'm very happy for that. In Singapore, also we have many different agencies. For example, we have this agency, Building and Construction Authority. They are championing super low energy building technology. Because in Singapore, our building, particularly the commercial industry building, data center using a lot of energy. So the agency come in to set the roadmap, and then they look at what are those usage, what are those pattern, and we can look at what are those technology that can go along with it, passive strategy, active. So we chart out the roadmap, and not just the roadmap, we implement it. I think very important is to be able to implement to the various stakeholders. But we need to have the roadmap. We need to have a plan. Then we got to work together with all the stakeholders, with the industry people. So a plan is just a plan, is useless unless we can implement it, unless we can excite the stakeholder to implement it. Of course, in the international sense, the International Energy Agency has also identified various technology that can be used. But then it's not so straightforward. Of course, like that, what are the technology needs for net zero emission and energy transformation, technology for heavy industry, for transportation. Now, I think with the opening, the long distance transportation will now contribute more and more. In fact, in Singapore, our Singapore airline, SIA, website was jammed up because everybody start booking for air travel, so much so that the traffic caused a shutdown in the website, in SIA website. So yeah, I think every sector need to come up with a strategy how to exploit the relevant technology to reduce energy consumption. I just have a look at our Singapore, the channels, News Asia, they have a column about sustainability. Sure, I think we need to so-called educate the community to get them, and we need to talk, not just talk, and then we of course have to have the stakeholder to implement. We need to have the carrots. We need to have the stick to the legislation so that people really want to implement the various technology. But to forum, like this particular forum, Go Green, very helpful so that we can share together, and then we can excite all the people to move together to reduce the climate change, to achieve sustainability goal. And but not so easy because technology, yes, like for example, I just look at some of the report. One of the technology is simply go and capture carbon from the air and then hide that. Of course, you know that will try to reduce the carbon global effect, but it's not so straightforward. Costs a lot of money to do that. But as engineer, I'm hopeful as we move along. Very expensive, costly technology may become subsequently affordable, just like the solar. 10 years ago, people cannot imagine that solar can produce such a low cost. They are more competitive than the normal electricity produced from gas, from other forms. Technology slowly can make a big change. So I think in summary, we said that sustainability design is a key requirement for engineering education. Engineers are required to incorporate sustainability in the design of product, processes, infrastructure, with the objective of optimizing the use of natural resources with a minimal degradation or disruption to natural ecosystem. And sustainability design with incorporation of green technology is key to address global climate change. And engineer must incorporate, and scientists, of course, included, must incorporate green technology in the design and development of renewable energy sources into power generation and the decentralized grid system, microgrid, mini grid, whatever. They design green building, efficient and reliable power distribution system, energy efficient motor-driven system, HVAC system, and innovative energy efficient industrial process, among others. So increasingly, we need to tap into the ICT professional are required to embrace green computing, like data center, the algorithm for computing. They encompass all facets of our computing life cycle, from design and manufacturing and computing hardware to software architecture and computing algorithm, material utilization, recycling, the whole cycle. And so this presentation examines the sustainability and competency requirement, looking at the challenges and solution in green technology, drawing example from Singapore experience. With that, thank you for your attention. I'll pass back to the host. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative speech. And next, let's proceed with our next keynote speaker. I would like to invite to call on Dr. N. Subhash, Principal Scientist at Agricultural Meteorology, Cropping System and Resource Management, ICAR, Indian Institute of Farming Systems Research, India. Hello, sir.
Thank you for giving the introduction. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me the opportunity, and let me share my presentation, the screen, 1 minute. Just you enable.
Oh, yeah, one moment.
Yeah.
Yep, you already have the co-host access, Doctor. Go ahead, please.
No, it's still. Okay. 1 minute. Hope now it is visible.
Yes, it is. Have it in presentation.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So as all of you are aware that climate change is already happening in one or other parts of the world. At the local level, the global impact, the global circulation models, everything predicted, there will be a climate change impact at the local level. It is already happening almost all part of the world. And particularly the outbreak of extreme climate events and the occurrence of heat waves, cold waves, and thunderstorms, high intensity rainfall, etc. And you see, when we talk about the climate change, the more affected area is in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. South Asia in the sense because more than 80 to 90% of the household, particularly the agricultural households, are small and marginal households. That means their area of operation is less than 1 hectare. So, because of the climate change, it will affect their livelihood, nutritional security, sustainability, everything is under threat. In addition to this, the human-induced activities such as over-exploitation of groundwater resources and overuse of fertilizer and crop residue burning and all these things add the fuel to the climate change aspect. So more GHG, that means greenhouse gas emission is taking place in all at the farm level. So our approach is integrated farming system. This is a scientific way of farming for circularity and carbon neutral and negative. So under this way, what we talk about is India's intended nationally determined contribution in relation to agriculture is we need to adopt a climate friendly and cleaner path for the development, and we need to reduce the emissions intensity by around 33 to 35% by 2030, and also we need create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. And also we need to invest more money in to adaptation to climate change, particularly in the agriculture and water resources field. And also we need to build the capacities for quick diffusion of climate change technologies. And as far as our institute, that is ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, our vision for Indian agriculture is by 2030, we need to build a green agriculture by increasing the productivity by 40% and by reducing the poverty by 30%, and profitability we need to increase at least 200%. That means we need to double, and we need to reduce the pollution and emission by 20%. And these are the targets we have fixed in 2016 for 2020. That means the area of action, what we need to take. That means we are in the process of increasing irrigation coverage, yes, but how? Increase water use efficiency. We need to increase at least 1% annually through precision on-farm water management technologies. And also we need to extend the conservation agricultural practices, particularly some of the strategies like dries, the DSR, that is direct seeded rice, and system of rice intensification and crop diversification. We need to increase these things. And also organic farming. We need to increase the organic farming area by reducing the use of nitrogen fertilizer through chemical fertilizer. Then plantation and agroforestry area. And by this way, we can increase the agricultural productivity at least 1.3% annually. And when we talk about the greenhouse gas emission and Indian agriculture is concerned, India emits almost 5% of global greenhouse gases. But in Indian agriculture, which is less than 1% of global and 16% of Indian GHG emission. These are the literature collected from different publications. When we talk about the global emissions from agriculture, forestry, and other land use, and also comparison with the AFOLU sectors, when we talk about this, there is clearly, when we talk about these things, the agriculture contribution is only limited, and also the contribution is only 12% and 23% of the total emissions of GHGs. Then how we can do the GHG assessment? That means there should be different methodologies adopted by IPCC. That is, the first method is a tier 1 methodology. That is where we have normally we will use the default emission factor, but at the same time the tier 2 methodology where we have used the country level specific emission factors. And now people are talking about, and also the literature is talking about, we need to do the assessment based on some simulation plus specific emission factors, that so that we can make accurate measurement, at least some estimation we can make. Then these are the emission of GHG from various sectors and subsectors of agriculture in India in 2014. We have a total emission is 2,607 metric ton carbon dioxide equivalent, but when we talk about agriculture, it is 417 metric ton carbon dioxide equivalent. Then this is the contribution. When we talk about the different component, that is enteric fermentation, manure management, rice cultivation, crop residue burning, agricultural soils. When we talk about this, there is lot of emission from the enteric fermentation, and also rice cultivation only 72.9, crop residue burning it is 9.4 carbon dioxide equivalent. And these are there are lot of uncertainties because different people use different methodologies and different measurements done under different projects as well as by different research workers. You see that there is lot of difference in occurred in measurement. So the global warming potential of different crops, the different crops having its own global warming potential based on its characteristics. When we talk about the rice is having the rice at the low land is having highest global warming potential compared to other crops. Then source of nitrous oxide emission. Nitrous oxide emission is more when we through the fertilizer. But compared to all other sectors like animal manuring, green manure, compost, crop residue, and soil mineralization. When we talk about the nitrous oxide emission as well as methane emission from rice fields, so from 1970 to 2010, there is a slight increase of nitrous oxide emission from soil. But at the same time, the value of methane emission from rice field is almost the same. And these are the some adaptation measures we can take. One is intermittent drying, so direct seeded rice, system of rice intensification. Based on these technologies, we can reduce the greenhouse methane emission and also the nitrous oxide emission from the soil by using the demand-driven nitrogen use or neem-coated urea. Nowadays in India, people are using neem-coated urea compared to the ordinary urea. Then carbon sequestration, we need to increase the carbon sequestration. For this, we need to use the conservation agriculture and integrated nutrient management. By this way, we can make the system more good. And also these are the impact of how it will be under different management practices. When we talk about this, You see trends in the productivity as well as the nitrogen use. Nitrogen use is increasing from 1970 to 2020, but when we yield is also increasing. So but one main thing is nitrogen response has decreased, but the response has remained 15 to 17 kg per kg of nitrogen used. And these are the factors which will affect the greenhouse gas emission. One is weather parameters, then soil, the soil like texture, salinity, solidity, fertility, then land use pattern, animals, how buffer to vibration, technology, and agronomic input, economic conditions, and plant and pest. These are the factors which will affect the greenhouse emission. And as far as this is concerned, what we do is integrated farming system. You see, each farm is its own identity. That is, it is an integrated farming system, each farm. So everything depends on the resource availability with the farmers. When we talk about minimum competition among the component of the farming system, maximum complementarity, sustainable and environment friendly, maximum recycling of byproducts, reducing market dependency for agricultural input, increased farm income and family nutrition and soil health. These are the aspects which will cover when we follow the scientific use of the integrated farming system at the farm level. And when we circularity, as I told, the most of the places we earlier they are followed in the linear economy. Now we are talking about the circularity and the circular economy. That means we should use all the recycled items, that means all the waste items in the household, we can recycle and reuse. That is the beauty of the circularity system. And likewise, the integrated farming system is also followed circular economy. Then, when we talk about the integrated farming system, so you see noise is coming. Please switch off your mic. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay. You see, these are the components of the farming system, and these are the components we need to take into account when we make the assessment of GHG emission at the household level. And as I told, that the emission estimate, we can do the tier 2 approach. We have used, these are the precision. When we talk about tier 2-1, the accuracy is less, but tier 2, the accuracy will be okay. But tier 3, it is more accurate compared to all other methodologies. Under this, we have developed one tool, that is integrated farming system, GHG tool. Here, one household, he is having different components. He can make the assessment by using some of the data set. It will automatically calculate the greenhouse gas emission from the farm. Then, for example, this is one of the examples followed in our area. Normally, one farmer, he is having this much land size, 1.5 hectare land. He will grow these components. That means he will grow crop in 1.04 hectare, then dairy component, vermicompost, horticultural component, fishery component, poultry component, and he will also do the mushroom cultivation, then kitchen garden, boundary plantation. This is the normal components in a farming system. And these are the GHG emission from the different cropping system. When we talk about cropping system for that particular area, out of the 2,543 carbon dioxide equivalent, kg carbon dioxide equivalent, 52% from rice wheat system plus green manuring. So you see the GHG emission, and out of this, the different how it is distributed among different crops. And when we talk about different crops, rice contributed around 44%, followed by 19% by maize. than other sectors like horticultural component, livestock. When we talk about livestock, you see total of this much crop, but livestock, it is 3,378 carbon dioxide equivalent. There is lot of emission, methane emission from the livestock. And also because of the agroforestry component as well as the recycling of the crop residues in the soil, the total GHG emission comes to negative or neutral. It is another negative system. So that means we are adding more carbon to the soil. And other system, another farming system, that is fruit crop based farming system for higher productivity and profitability. And this is the normal area undergone this type of farming system. That means here we talk about only different cereal based, vegetable based and fodder based cropping system, and this much amount of carbon that the GHG is emitted from this cropping system or farming system. And this is also GHG emission is it is a neutral because it is negative, because it is also is growing so agroforestry as well as the incorporation of the biomass and the compost. And also this is one methodology followed in India to measure the greenhouse gas measurement from the crop. That means we normally use one chamber, that is closed chamber, acrylic growth chamber, acrylic glass chamber. From that we will collect this air sample and we will analyze through instrument, that is gas chromatography, and we will get the nitrous oxide, methane and carbon dioxide emitted from the soil. And these are the how to collect the procedure to these samples and also the calculation. And also we can do the same methodology with some modification from the from the fishery component. That means from the pond we can collect this air sample and we can measure the GHG. And also from the animal, there is one methodology, that is SF6 tracer technique. This technology can be used for making the measurement from animals. And some experiments we have conducted in our experimental field at our institute, and we have, this is a photograph, how to collect the sample and all other things. And we found that the global warming potential can be reduced by 28% using the direct seeding of rice plus neem coated urea compared to normal puddled transplanted rice and normal urea in the rice system. But in the wheat, we can reduce by around 6% by following the zero tillage wheat plus neem coated urea compared to conventional wheat and normal urea. And these are some of the research findings, and I will share my slides for you. And these are the methodology, these are the output from our experiments. And another thing is, as I told, we have tested the different integrated farming system models at the different sites. You see, for one site, there is one type of integrated farming system, that is crop plus horticultural cropping system. And another place at Palampur in Himachal Pradesh, the cropping system is different. And in Pantanagar, the cropping system is different. And these are the modules or models of components of the farming system. In all these integrated farming system showed carbon status is negative, that is carbon is, we are making more carbon into the soil. This thing. Here also, when we talk about in one side, there is a positive, but at the same time, there's a negative. That is noticed one in Assam and one in Meghalaya. You see, one side there is carbon negative and one is positive. This is based on the estimate. And so to take away points is, so more than livestock component, which is emitting more methane, that is around 60 to 70% emission compared to the cropping system. And also we need to make we need to see this model, that means DHG emission tool. This tool can be used to make whether to assess whether your system is positive or negative or neutral, or if it is positive, you can change your module or change your crop or change your livestock component or change your management practices, and we can make the system negative or neutral. And but we have to consider the ecological, what type of ecology, and as well as what are the resources available with you. This is, thank you once again, and for giving me the opportunity, and also for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation, and let's proceed with our next. Dr. Dr. Sophocles Makridis, Director of the Laboratory in Materials Energy Electrification and Hydrogen Systems Manufacturing, obtained research and development on materials and process for hydrogen energy and environmental applications, and taught courses on relevant fields. He has used multidisciplinary approaches related to materials, technology, and innovation. Expert in virtual company development in UK and Europe. Consultancy in hydrogen, renewable energy, and green technologies investments, oil and gas industry. Foresight management and innovation, hydrogen sector, materials, and bioclimatic architecture. He has experience as a supervisor of traditional and practice-based PhDs in the UK and Europe, and of PhD by published works, and as a PhD examiner. He has also participated in the editorial board of well-established journals covered by ISI, co-chaired conferences, and involved as editor-in-chief in Open Access. Let us welcome Dr. Sophocles Makridis. Good morning, sir. Oh, good afternoon. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, but that was the wrong introduction. I'm Rami Kremesti.
Oh. My apologies. Hi, sir, Mr. Rami Kremesti, UK Chartered Water and Wastewater Treatment. Is that correct?
That's me, yeah, yeah.
Okay, hi, sir. Specialist, over 15 years of experience working on EPC clean and wastewater treatment projects. Holds an MSc degree in industrial chemistry from the USA, specializing in silicone surface science and ultra pure water contamination detection and control. For 10 years, worked as an internationally on Alstom power station projects, managing the clean and wastewater treatment systems, and currently manages contracts for sewage treatment in the UK. Specializes in RBC technology and has experience in MBBR as well.
Thank you, that's me.
Hi, sir. Good day.
Hi, how are you?
Is it morning there?
It is very early morning in the UK.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yep. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay, I don't have the presentation, so I need you to share it
I'll
for
do
me.
it. Hold on.
This is the one, yeah. Okay, so should I start and just tell you next slide whenever I need the next slide?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thanks first to the audience, and thank you for inviting me to this summit. It's really an honor. My presentation is about wastewater. I'm a water treatment specialist. So the title of the presentation is, what is sustainable wastewater treatment? Is it wastewater or water wasted? This is the question that I raised. Thank you, and let's continue to the next slide. So we're talking about sewage, basically. What is sewage? Basically, sewage is what we flush down the toilet. It comes also from the shower room, from the laundry room, and the kitchen sinks. Now, sewage is basically 99% water and 1% solids, and it consists mainly of carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and bacteria. And of course, there is sodium chloride from the urine. So let's see what we can do with this 99% of water and 1% solid. This is the idea of sewage, is to remove the 1% solid so we can reclaim the 99% of water. Very simple idea. Next slide, please. Now, I want to share that there are two types of sewage treatment. Basically, if you are somewhere in the village, you will not have access to a centralized wastewater treatment system or sewage system. So most people use, in the developed countries, they use decentralized sewage treatment system. For example, if it's a small village, they are all connected to a central sewage treatment system. And in the underdeveloped countries, obviously, still it's prevalent. People just use a cesspool, and everything goes in one hole. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about sustainability. This is the big topic. We are on the threshold of COP26 in the UK. Everybody's talking about greenhouse gases. So basically, if you need to treat sewage, you basically need energy. This is the first point. So if you want to approach a sustainable sewage treatment system, you need sustainable energy. That's wind, solar, geothermal, nuclear is also sustainable. And also, sustainability is about recovering these elements that are in the wastewater, if at all possible. And the third point is recovering these elements, including the water that is in there. I'll give you an example. For example, wastewater from sewage treatment can be used in concrete mixing. And another example, I've been to a power station in Spain, in Cartagena, or Malaga actually, and they use a tertiary sewage effluent in a power station that is owned by Gas Natural. And they are able to treat the tertiary sewage effluent to ultra pure water standard, which is used in the boilers. And the other part of the sewage effluent is used in the cooling towers. So water scarce countries like Spain and like maybe India and in the Middle East, they are going to need zero liquid discharge technology more and more. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, sustainable wastewater treatment consists of certain steps. Sewage treatment consists of a couple of steps. First one is a pre-treatment. Then there is primary, secondary, tertiary. And in the fourth stage, which is basically what advanced and developed countries like Switzerland and the Netherlands and Germany do, they remove the pharmaceuticals and the persistent organic pollutants from the wastewater. And of course, wastewater treatment produces a lot of sludge, which is what settles down from the processes. So you need to treat that sludge. And if you want to be sustainable, obviously you want to extract and recover the nutrients. Next slide, please. In the preliminary treatment system, we're just removing the flotsam or the floating materials. And it consists of an approach channel, a screen chamber, a grid chamber. I won't go into the details, So let's continue to the second slide. The primary treatment system is the first stage. It's also a settling stage, and this is where about 50% of the solids settle down, and you can remove up to 50% of what we call the BOD or the carbon. Next slide, please. In secondary treatment, we want to remove the rest of the BOD, which is basically the carbon, organic material. So in this stage, we always use bacteria. Just like us, we need carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus to survive, for our cells to build, for the energy in our bodies to be metabolized. Just like us, the bacteria need carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. And in the secondary treatment step, we basically give this food, our waste is the food to the bacteria, and they process it. The carbon becomes CO2, the nitrogen becomes, the ammonia becomes nitrate, and if there's a further step of denitrification, becomes nitrogen gas, and the phosphorus is assimilated as an essential nutrient. Now it's very important. Yeah, this is the next slide. Now there are technologies that are used in biological treatment or in the secondary step. RBC stands for rotating biological contactor. In areas which have larger land mass, they can use oxidation ponds, which is an old technology. ASP is the activated sludge process, which is the standard process that is used maybe 90% around the world. Nereda is a patented technology from the Netherlands, from the Technical University of Delft, and it is very, very, very space and energy efficient. So this is the future of sustainability in wastewater treatment. MBBR, which stands for membrane biological bioreactor, is a process which achieves high levels of effluent. MBR is a membrane bioreactor. It is energy intensive, but it produces an effluent, which is good for agricultural irrigation. And finally, the one that uses the least amount of energy and gives you methane is anaerobic sludge digestion. Next slide, please. In a tertiary treatment system, basically after the bacteria have done their jobs, we allow the excess bacteria to settle down. And if there's any fibers in the water, that settles down. And it's called the humus settling tank sometimes. Just like, you know, the name comes from humic, which is from the natural organic materials that make up part of the soil. So in this stage, we're reducing SS, suspended solids, nitrogen and phosphate. We need to remove nitrogen and phosphates because these cause eutrophication. And in the tertiary stage, usually also, if we want to reduce the number of bacteria in the wastewater, in the sewage, in the treated sewage, we have to do a disinfection stage. Next slide, please. In the fourth stage treatment, which is basically what countries like Switzerland are doing, it's really impressive. Since 6-7 years, they realized that there are certain hormones in the wastewater that are left, that are not treated by that are not removed by the bacteria. They realized also there is pharmaceuticals. In Zurich, particularly, a lot of the bankers are using cocaine, so they found traces of cocaine in the wastewater. PFAS, perfluorinated, alkalinated substances coming from frying pans and so forth. Recreational drugs, all of these are removed in the fourth stage treatment. And for this, it's also cost money. And the two technologies that are most efficient at doing this, at removing these organic chemicals, is activated carbon filtration or ozone / advanced oxidation processes. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about environmental impact. This is the whole point of wastewater treatment, is to reduce the environmental impact. And the first thing we're trying to achieve with wastewater treatment is to recover the resource. Basically, 99% of the water can be reused, but this is not enough. It's possible to recover thermal energy from the sludge from wastewater treatment. And sludge dewatering is also one technique in which a lot of cost and greenhouse gases can be saved because, for example, in the UK, I see this happening all the time. Tankers are tankering away the sludge, and it's extremely expensive, and it costs CO2 units. So if we can dewater the sludge, return the water back to the process, we are saving the transport costs of 99% of the sludge, which is basically a wasted cost. And finally, if we want to really reduce our environmental impact, and this is something that our fellow citizens in Africa get, is why do we use perfectly good potable water to flush down our waste? So if we can separate the waste streams, do not use flush toilets, use waterless urinals, you can save the cost of wastewater treatment downstream. Next slide, please. Okay, I don't see a slide. I can only see myself right now. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Hold on. That was the last slide that I have.
Okay, then, so I will summarize. So basically, wastewater treatment, sustainable wastewater treatment requires energy. So we have to minimize the amount of energy we use to treat the wastewater, and we have to recover the wastewater and recover the elements that make up the wastewater. This is sustainable wastewater in a nutshell. We have to use sustainable energy, number one. And number two, if we have to treat the wastewater, we have to use a technology that uses less water and produces less waste, for example, by dewatering the sludge. And thirdly, we want to recover elements from the wastewater. The sludge contains methane, the ammonia can be recovered, and the phosphate can also be recovered. There's a lot of research about this. I encourage people to contact me for specific questions. I'm here to help. And thank you very much for this invitation and the chance for me to share my passion in wastewater treatment and water treatment with the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, well, now I think we've gone earlier than expected, so I will be. Oh, before we proceed, I would like to request everyone to please open the cameras for my souvenir. Now, for our group photo, for our website, please, I request everyone to open their cameras. Oh, hello. Am I
Yeah,
audible?
that's much better. Yeah, that's much better.
My apologies. All right, thank you so much for that presentation, and I do hope that this study or research will be implemented globally.
Thank you.
And yeah, I would like to request everyone also to please open their cameras. I will get my souvenir for this group. Yep, we'll have this posted on our website for the conference today. Yes, everyone, open their cameras. I want that big smile of yours. And please be patient with me. I have 4 pages. So I will be capturing 4 pages of faces here. So please hold your smile for 2 minutes.
All right.
All right.
That's going to be one long cheese.
Yes. All right. The first cheese. 1, 2, 3. All right. The second cheese. 1, 2. There, the third page. Hold on. Third page. 1, 2, 3. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Thank you so much. And one last page. One moment. Right. 1, 2, 3. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Thank you so much for your cooperation and patience, everyone. We'll have now the most awaited lunch. And since we are earlier, so I think you're gonna be enjoying your lunch more than 1 hour. Everyone is expected to be back 1 p.m. India time. Have a
Thank
great
you very
lunch.
much.
See you
Yeah,
later.
bye-bye.
Niveda? Niveda, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
This is Dr.
Hello.
Hello, I think I got muted by the host. Okay, Niveda.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Dr. Sunita Singh. For the afternoon session, as you have just mentioned, I just want to clarify, we will be put up into separate rooms from the main conference link, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
During this break, we will be parallel rooms will be breakout. So during this break time, all the participants they can join the parallel rooms according to the sessions, ma'am. During
okay,
this
so
lunch break,
from where will we get the link, Niveda?
this same link, the breakout rooms will be available, ma'am. Now they will be doing the same. So kindly wait, ma'am. So once the
Okay,
breakout
okay.
room is ready, they will be.
Okay, so because I have not done such type of things, I was just
Yeah,
wondering
yeah,
how
yeah.
it is going to be done. So I should not log off from this, right?
Yeah, yeah, same link only, ma'am. Same link, parallel rooms will be available. So you have to just click
Click
the
the
link.
parallel room.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Aneh barbecue dahil. Tama. Aduh kan.
Gagas na ingagas siya si Juan, ang chamo. Si Orange mo. Siguro mo, si Juan guys, sa mga sagana kaingit. Nausap-usap.
Si Juan yung balik ng sa dagat, balik galag-bilay. Isda. Namuha ko na.
Dugong.
Makakakuha na dahil makaong kalay. Turo rin mo? Isa lang kabilo ka. Mabakal mo ko. Isa lang maubos mo? Halian kepala handshake. Kaya macam. Bagus maju, bagus banget. Tuh, cuma buat tuh.
Hello, hello, everyone. We will be resuming in 15 minutes. Please be ready. Hello, everyone. Please be ready. We will start in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. We'll start in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We will start in 5 minutes. All right, and I would like to remind everyone and all the participants to please be mindful of our time allotted per presentation for us to stay in schedule Let us be professional and be on time. And I would like to recommend that have your presentation ready on your device so that once your name is called, we'll go ahead and share screen and proceed with the presentation. Now, can you hear me okay? Is my volume very low? Is it fine?
Yeah,
Anyone?
we can hear you clearly.
Clearly, okay, thank you. All right, good. And then all presenters are allotted of 10 minutes per presentation, and we will have like a minute or two for the question and answer from the chairs. And then for the poster presentation, you will have 5 to 6 minutes per poster presentation. And again, still a minute or two for the question and answer. All right. And I would also like personally welcome all our participants and audience from the Philippines. Salamat po, sumali kayo. All right, I would like to remind again for parallel session 1, we have 5 sessions today. Parallel session 1 would be food processing. Oh. Hold on.
Hello, ma'am.
Yep. Right, again, we will have 5 parallel sessions today. First session, session 1 is with the topic agriculture and plant biology. Please stay in this main room. I will be your moderator, Jojo. Next is parallel session 2. Let me see, breakout rooms already. Yeah, we will have our breakout rooms. Our parallel session 2, the topic is Ayurveda, environmental microbiology, and bioremediation. Session 3 will be the topic will be environmental studies and sustainability. For session 4, topic will be waste renewable energy. And parallel session 5 would be environmental chemistry and engineering.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Can
Hi,
you
good
hear my
afternoon.
voice?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I have joined the session. I want
Thank
to
you so
inform
much.
that.
I will also be posting the YouTube link on our group chat. Please do share this to your colleagues
Sure, ma'am. Yeah.
and your students so that we.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me at the session chat for your first session today. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, it's our honor actually. Here's the YouTube link. Please do share this to your students, colleagues, members. There you go. All right. I believe that everyone are allocated to each of their respective rooms. So I believe all the audience here are presenting for the topic agriculture and plant biology, correct? I believe. Again, I would like to, okay. All participants will be assigned to your respective rooms, all right? And this main room will be the parallel session 1 about the agriculture and plant biology, right? And I welcome all participants for this technical session. And let us welcome our session chair, senior lecturer, agro industry and natural resources, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Let us welcome Dr. Mohammed Arifullah. Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Next, our session chair is Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, VHN Santikumaran Nadar College, India, Dr. B. Harinathan. Hi, sir. Welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good
Hi,
afternoon,
good
ma'am.
afternoon.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
so much.
Thank you.
We
Thank
will
you.
now
Thank you.
start. All right. Let's call on our first presenter. Oral presentation by Paul Jake Nalzaro, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Philippines. The topic is about the modeling of swelling and pH-dependent nutrient release kinetics of HPC, CMC, alginate hydrogel blends for agricultural applications. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Miss Jojo. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear
Hello,
you
can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I can see
Is
your
everyone
screen.
able to see this? All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
please
So,
proceed.
all right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Paul Jake B. Nalzaro, and currently a master's student and a graduate junior faculty instructor at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. So it's a pleasure to start this parallel session. At the same time, it's giving me the nerves, so slightly nervous. So allow me to present our paper entitled Modeling of Swelling and pH-Dependent Nutrient Release Kinetics of Hydroxypropyl Cellulose, Carboxymethyl Cellulose, and Sodium Alginate Hydrogel Blends for Agricultural Applications. So to give you a context, Philippines is a highly agricultural dependent country. So in fact, agriculture sector accounts for 30% of the labor force of the Philippines. However, it has been experiencing a certain steady decline in the total GDP contribution from 1999 from 14%. Okay? And one of the reasons that could have probably affected this steady decline is a poor performance or the lack of productivity, which include the lack of machinery to to our Filipino farmers in fertilizers, especially since some of these applied fertilizers directly go to the leachates and not directly onto our crops and plants. Hence, there also current solutions to these implement, hence would need certain training for these to be implemented. So one of the probable alternatives to these 3D network of polymers, it has a high retention of large amounts of water, and it can control the release of nutrients or whatever drugs or nutrients is inside the hydrogel. Now, the problem of the current hydrogels that we have now is that commercially available hydrogels are made of acrylate derivatives. The problem now with these acrylate derivatives are they are sourced from crude oil, hence non-biodegradable, non-renewable, and potentially toxic to our crops. So this research, this ongoing research, poses the alternative use of biopolymers. In fact, this paper that I'm presenting now is a continuation of a paper which is already published, and I am one of the proponents. In fact, I'm the advisor of this proponent group. So entitled Synthesis and Characterization of Sodium Carboxymethylcellulose, Sodium Alginate, Hydroxypropyl Cellulose Hydrogel for Agricultural Water Storage and Controlled Nutrient Release, which I presented at the 4th International Conference on Functional Materials and Metallurgy in Osaka, Japan in December 2019, so around 1.5 years ago. So one of the findings that we did is that we were able to come up with the following biopolymers: hydroxypropyl cellulose, which has a high solubility in water for the alternative water storage to function; carboxymethyl cellulose, which enhances electrostatic charges in the network; and of course, a sodium alginate, which forms the rigid gels with cations in a form of a cross-linking phenomenon. Okay, so if you notice, the network, polymeric network that can be formed in these hydrogels are stabilized thanks to the hydrogen bonding brought about by the hydrogen or by the hydroxyl groups present in all of these biopolymers. So what we did was we had this design of experiment wherein we had 10 blends of different blend formulations of these 3 biopolymers and performed swelling capacity and nutrient loading tests. So what you're seeing now are the 2 contour plots of the percent moisture that was able to retain in the hydrogel blends, and of course the percent fertilizer that was loaded onto the hydrogels. With a matter of normalized weighted averaging with 70% on the moisture contribution and 30% on the fertilizer nutrient loading, we were able to come up with the following normalized mixture contour plot, and we have chosen the 42% HPC, 29% CMC, and 29% alginate as the optimum blend. Now, what's lacking or what could have been recommended in that paper is that there are no analyses on the kinetics, especially which factors that could have affected the behaviors of these swelling and nutrient release mechanisms. Okay, hence the goal of this study, which is to mathematically model the behavior of these 2 mechanisms so that the performance can be predicted without the need of having to perform experiments all over again. So the objective of this paper is to mathematically define the kinetics behavior of swelling and nutrient release of the aforementioned hydrogels in varying temperature and pH. So in the methodology, we mix the optimum polymeric blend with water until a polymeric solution is formed and transfer this polymeric solution inside a syringe. While the polymeric blend is being mixed, on the side, we mixed water with our calcium chloride being our cross-linking or being our cross-linker following a physical cross-linking mechanism. Now that we have prepared these 2, the polymeric solution was extruded into the cross-linking solution dropwise by a matter of what we call the ionotropic gelation. And then it was let stand for a certain amount of time to make sure that the hydrogels form. After a certain amount of time, the hydrogel beads were washed with distilled water and then dried and placed in the oven. So these dried hydrogels were used to post-load using our NPK fertilizer, or the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium fertilizer, with a ratio of 30-10-10. So what you're seeing now on the right are the two types of hydrogel beads that we were able to synthesize. So the green ones are the post-loaded hydrogel beads, and the transparent or translucent ones are the nutrient-free hydrogel beads. After the hydrogel synthesis, we performed the swelling and nutrient release tests. So swelling was facilitated by a gravimetric experiment. So through time, we determined the masses of the hydrogels. As for the nutrient release, we determined the amount of the nutrient that was released from the hydrogel via conductimetry. With the data that we are able to gather, we will then fit these data using the following model. So for swelling, we have the power law model, which aims to determine the diffusion transport mechanism via the diffusion exponent value of n, whether it's less than 1/2, greater than 1/2, below than 1, or greater than 1. For the nutrient release, we have the models by Tsai and Strider, which aims to check the values of DG and D naught in gel and at infinite diffusion coefficients. Also, we'll be checking later on the correlation of alpha in the different values of the variables, temperature and pH. Another model for the nutrient release is by Johansson in 1991. So starting with the results, we were able to get the following results from the swelling test, with a swelling capacity of 264.41%, and that the hydrogel on average reached saturation after 150 hours. If you notice, there's an initial fast response at around 10 or 15 minutes, followed by a steady increase until saturation of 150 hours. So this can be explained by the simultaneous diffusion. As the water goes into the dried hydrogels, some of the nutrients start getting released. Okay, so there is faster response during the swelling behavior, and this can be attributed to the presence of another diffusing substance. So I'll just briefly explain the mechanism of what's happening inside the hydrogel as the swelling proceeds. So there's what we call a multi-stage mechanism consisting of the diffusion followed by relaxation of the polymer chains. So through time, starting with the dried compact hydrogel network, the moisture starts to diffuse, and as the moisture starts to diffuse, some of the polymeric chains relax. And once the polymeric chains relax, the nutrients entangled within it are being released. So as the moisture penetrates the polymer chains, it causes the polymer chains to untangle and reorient. Hence, we have the swelling of the hydrogel, which can be explained by the transition from glassy state to a swollen state. So the ones that we are able to get from the swelling behavior is the data that we're able to get from the swelling behavior is by checking its diffusion mechanism. From the data fitting, we're able to get a diffusion coefficient N of 0.0277, and we are able to conclude that the swelling mechanism for this type of hydrogel and for this type of application is a pseudo-Fickian diffusion mechanism. Moving on to the nutrient release report or study, as you can see, the plot of the D sub G across varying temperatures of 25 to 40 degrees Celsius, which are the potential temperatures of the soil year-round. Okay, as you can see, there's an erratic trend, and this can be explained by the lack of further experimental data and inability to maintain control conditions. Since based from our timetable, this was the time when the pandemic started to hit last year around March 2020. So unfortunately, we're not able to provide more runs for this testing of the paper. Also, with this erratic trend of D sub G, you can also see an erratic trend of alpha across varying temperatures. So you can find the values of the correlations, which are much, much lower than 1. So from the psi and Strider correlation, it's 0.000369 and 0.0278 for the Johansson correlation. Now checking the nutrient release data versus pH values of 4, 5, and 6, which are the average values of soil acidity. So it follows a consistent trend across all pH values with an initial fast release followed by a gradual increase. And specifically, there's the fastest release at pH value of 6. So to summarize the results of this study, the hydrogels were successfully synthesized using the optimum blend that we were able to get before. It was able to reach 264.41% swelling capacity. From the power law model by Ritker and Pepas, swelling behavior followed the pseudo-Fickin diffusion mechanism. The both swelling and nutrient release follow the same trend of initial fast release followed by gradual increase. However, the nutrient release behavior has a poor correlation with temperature. Lastly, the nutrient release was fastest at pH value of 6. Some recommendations for future work include, of course, the performance of the swelling and nutrient release tests with multiple replicates to improve accuracy. So hopefully now that we are starting to curb the number of cases of COVID-19 in the Philippines, we are able to redo and modify our methodology. Also incorporate the concentration dependence of the diffusion coefficients to systems with moving boundaries and include the possible effects of biodegradation upon the application of these hydrogels as soil amendment. So before I end this presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the Office of the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, through the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Development for funding support through the Outright Research Grant. So that's all. Thank you for listening. Would there be any questions? All right, I guess there are no more questions. So, Ms. Jojo, I'll stop sharing my
Yes, please.
paper.
Thank you so much. We are having some technical problems. I apologize for that. Thank you so
All
much,
right.
and I'm very proud that we have participants from the Philippines. Thank you so
It's
much
also
for
a
your effort.
pleasure to start this
And
parallel session.
congratulations. Do we have any questions from our chair? All right, it seems
Mr.
not.
Paul, I have,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, sorry. I have a question. Let me first congratulate you. It's a very good presentation.
Thank you.
Um, regarding the beats that you have made are interesting. And I'm just wondering about the contamination when the beats are added to the soil. There are bunches of microbes that can attack and take all those nutrients, right? How to prevent that microbial contamination?
At this point, sir, we haven't gone to the part wherein we'll be applying the the hydrogel beads onto the field, since because there are restrictions during via quarantine. But we are already in process of applying that, and of course checking in the potential microbial effects of the hydrogels. So we're looking at modifying the biopolymers that can potentially evade some of these what we call disastrous microbes that are present in the soil.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right, good job. No other questions? All right, let's proceed with our second presenter, an oral presentation by Dr. Im Shaktivel. The topic is about the impact of Piper nigrum plant extract on biochemical changes in larvae of Aedes aegypti from Kamaraj College, India. Calling Dr. M. Shaktivel. Is he around? think we don't have.
Is he?
He's not around.
Is he
All right.
here? On the,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
We'll skip him for now. Let's go back when he arrives. Let's proceed with our third oral presentation from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Seema Taheri. The topic is about identification and development of SSR and SNP molecular markers from RNA sequence data of ornamental ginger, Curcuma alismatifolia inflorescensis. Great, I can see your screen. I cannot hear you.
Hello, good
Perfect.
afternoon.
Yes, I can hear you now. Please proceed.
Yeah, to all of you. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. And I am Dr. Seema Taheri from Center for Research in Biotechnology for Agriculture, SEBAR, from University Malaya in Malaysia. And today I would like to share part of my research entitled Identification and Development of SSR and SNPs molecular markers from RNA-seq data of an ornamental ginger, Curcuma alismatifolia inflorescensis. And this research already published in the scientific report journals in 2019. Curcuma alismatifolia is a monocot perennial plant, and it's from a member of the Zingobraceae family and originated from tropical and subtropical areas, like from countries from Thailand and Cambodia. And it has fleshy rhizomes, and it can be used as a cut flower, as a pot plant and garden plant. And recently it has became a popular ornamental plant in the flower market because of the long-lasting and colorful inflorescences. However, the breeding programs are still in that has been done on this plant is the traditional breeding program, like a mutation breeding and hybridization. And no one so far doesn't do the RNGS technology for this plant in terms of the genomics or transcriptomics. So our research was the first time trying of this study. And the simple sequence repeats and single nucleotide polymorphism molecular markers are important and the most applicable molecular markers to estimate the genetic diversity because of their high reproducibility and high transferability among the even 4 species. And they also can be associated to plant biological and agronomical traits. And they have the powerful utility for comparative mapping and marker-assisted selection usage studies. And any changes in the SNPs which occur in the coding regions and regulatory sequences can cause a considerable effect on protein function and gene expressions. Therefore, SNPs and SSRs are of great potential in genetics, breeding, ecological, and evolutionary studies. In Curcuma alismatifolia have the potential to be economically and ecologically important ornamental plants. However, NGS or next generation sequencing has not been performed on these species. And in present study, we use the RNA sequence technology through Illumina HiSeq platform on 2 different cultivars of Curcuma alismatifolia with different inflorescence color, pink color and white color. And our objective of doing this research was to provide transcriptome information for this plant, and the second objective is identify and develop EST, SSR, and ST molecular markers according to transcriptome sequencing. For this purpose, we selected 2 cultivars with different colors, pink color and white colors, and extracted RNA using the TRISM method, and the quality and quantity of the RNA was analyzed, and then they send for the RNA, for the library construction and Illumina sequencing. And through the bioinformatic pipeline, as you see in this diagram, they obtain data after filtering and quality check. They go for the assembly and we obtain the unigens. And after that, we detect through the bioinformatic tools SSR and SNPs molecular markers were detected from the unigens. And after identification of these SSR markers through the bioinformatic tools, we validated these identified ESDSSRs in the wet lab. For this purpose, we selected 4 Cucurma erismatifolia cultivars, 3 species of Cucurma, and 2 species of Zingiber to test their transferability of these identified molecular markers. And we extracted DNA from these samples and through the CTAP method, and 150 pairs of the identified SSR were sent for this to synthesize and then tested for the polymorphism in the wet lab. From this study and the RNA-seq data, in total we could get 13.19 GB of the raw data. And after doing after quality check and doing the assembly, we could get 62,000, above 62,000 of the unigens. And among these unigens, we could identify 9,500 of the SSRs, and 7,800, more than 7,800 of the sequences contain the SSR molecular markers. And the mostly were common between these two selected cultivars. In this diagram is showing the type of repeat motifs of the identified SSRs. As you see, the trinoprotide is the highest number of the repeat motifs, and the identified SSR in this study were mostly trinoprotides with the highest frequency. And out of 150 molecular markers that we tested on 9 species of different species of the Cucurma and Zingiber, we finally could confirm and select 17 ESD-SSR markers, and we sent based on the higher polymorphism and the SSR band size. And we done the data analyzing using the Antisys and Hopkins software. And this is showing the data for 17 ESD-SSR markers. And we also done the to see the application of these, or to test the application of these identified ESD-SSR markers for showing the genetic relationship between these 9 samples. We draw the dendrogram. As you see, these 17 ESD-SSR could classify these 9 species between the Zingiber, Cucurma, easily to the 3 clusters. In terms of the SNP identification, we for this study we didn't go to the wet lab and validation, but only in silico identification of the SNPs showed that for this a high amount and high number of the transitions and transversions of the SNPs identified in these 2 cultivars. And this is our future objective to validate this kind of SNPs in the wet lab. In the present study, so out of 62,000 unigens, 7 above more than 7,000 of them contain the SSRs. So this one showing that the frequency is 12.57% of the identification of the SSR for this plant, and the distribution density of one SSR in each sequence is 6.6 kb. This result is comparable with the previous research which done in other plants from the same family or different family as here. In this study, as a conclusion, we can say that in this study, we are the first reporter of the transcriptome data for this ornamental plant, and this technique, RNA-seq, has a great flexibility in selecting the molecular markers, and with the different resolution and for different applications. So it also has needs a less time and cost for the researchers. And in this study also provides some resource for breeding and genetic studies of the Zingiberraceae family, and in terms of the plant transcriptome scale evolutionary analysis, or even in the gene identifications. And another objective of this research in future research is to find the color responsive genes of this plant based on this transcriptome data analyzing. That's all from me, and this is some references used in this research, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sima, for the interesting presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
I have a quick query. I'm not a good molecular biologist, but I just wonder, is there any specific reason to select the inflorescence only from the plant?
Yes, Doctor. As I said, another objective, because when you get the big data, like a transcriptomic or genomic data, we have a lot of information about the plant. And specifically, we use this one for the inflorescence only with different color to find the color responsive, the genes who are responsive with the color differentiation. This is the but the other part of the using and application of this RNA-seq data is identification of the molecular markers.
Okay, is this an edible plant?
Not unfortunately. It's ornamental plant, and actually we done another research on the leaves of this plant. These have medicinal characteristics also have.
Value also.
Yes. Medicinal.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I stop sharing my.
Yes, please do. Thank you so much. And let's proceed with our next presenter. Oh, I would like to call on the second presenter, Dr. M. Shaktivel. Are you around? All right, it's not. Oh, let's proceed with our next presenter, fourth presenter, still an oral presentation from Birsa Agricultural University, India. MD Nayar Ali. The topic is about the study of growth and productivity of wheat, Triticum aestivum L, under precision nitrogen management.
Hello.
Hi. Hold on. Let me stop the share.
Yeah. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are, and I can see now your screen. Please proceed. Have it on presentation mode, please. Proceed, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. Screen is visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, wheat is the second most important staple food crop of the world after rice. According to the United States Department of Agriculture, the total wheat production during 2016-17 is 735.09 million tons, of which India's share is nowadays 100. It occupies 80% of the world average, feeding 1/3 of the world population. India shares about 36%, that is 29.5 million hectares. So India is the second most important country in wheat production after the China. Wheat account for the approximately 25% of the worldwide protein supply, and also provide it micronutrients like zinc and iron. Various economic problems and the effect of fast changing climate depresses the ill consequences have shown the inherent difficulty in achieving the demand on food supply. While the nitrogen losses can be avoided completely, but they can be cannot be avoided completely, but they can be substantially reduced with the sustainable agriculture practice, such as adjusting nitrogen rate, timing, and using the most appropriate fertilizer source, and adopting particularly the precision nitrogen management or the using of the green seeker. Protein is one of the parameter of grain quality. The quality of wheat, flour, and also the quality of cereal product are mainly depend on the protein consumption. Mature grains contain 8 to 20% of the protein. Wheat protein content depend on multiple genes interacting with the environmental factors such as nitrogen availability, water, and temperature. Out of these factors, nitrogen availability largely affect the protein content in wheat. Nitrogen generally the most limiting nutrient factor for wheat production by influencing the chlorophyll production, photosynthesis process, and grain yield and quality. Increasing nitrogen applied to wheat crop can increase photosynthetic rate and consequently increase canopy biomass. However, the excessive nitrogen fertilization is the main thing which actually nowadays cause the water pollution as well as the environmental impact, adversely affect the environment, such as nitrate leaching, soil denitrification, ammonia volatilization, and nitrous oxide emission, which cause the water pollution as well as adversely affect the environment or atmosphere. While nitrogen losses cannot be avoided completely, they can be substantially reduced by the application or adopting the precision nitrogen management technology. Precision nitrogen involves the handheld green seeker, is an active optical crop canopy sensor with a red wavelength 650 plus minus 10 nanometer and NIR 770 plus minus 15 nanometer is commercially available and used widely. By measuring the strength of reflected light, we can calculate the numeric reading of normalized difference vegetation index in between 0.002 to 0.009, and noted expected yield as determined from NDVI has a strong relationship. It has been found in winter wheat. Using NDVI measurement of wheat at different times during crop growth period or the application of green seeker fulfill the nitrogen requirement as the crop when the crop requires the nitrogen at the proper time. And it actually curtail the extra need of the nitrogen or the volatilization loss or nitrate loss from the field. Green seeker is real-time application of nitrogenous fertilizer help in maximum uptake of nitrogen, reduces loss, ultimately improve the nitrogen balance in the soil. Methodology, a field experiments conducted in the upland areas of research farm of Birsa Agriculture University, Jharkhand in India. During the Rabi, the variety was 2967, and nitrogen management was done by the using of green seeker. Seed date of wheat here in India during late season 125 per kg per hectare. The wheat was sown in the 20 centimeter spacing. The crop received full dose of phosphorus, that is 60 kg and 40 kg nitrogen as a basal dose, while nitrogen was applied as a per treatment 120, 150, 180 per hectare. Nitrogen application is guided by green seeker at 45 days after sowing and 65 days or so after sowing. Nitrogenous fertilizer was applied at 2 at sowing and CRI, and 3 at sowing and CRI, and tilling in split doses. Green seeker was applied at 45 days and 65 days application. That is the second irrigation, and that is third irrigation in treatment number 6 and 7. The source of nutrient were DAP, MOP. Here the here we can say the where we can see the results. Maximum yearhead per meter square grains per yearhead, 1000 grain per biomass. Biomass, that is quintal per hectare of plant height, was found with the T4, that is 30 kg nitrogen basal, 30 kg nitrogen at CIR, and green seeker at 40 to 5 and 60 to 65 days after sowing. Next table. Among the different treatment, the grain yield was maximum with the T5, that is 30 kg nitrogen as a basal, 60 kg nitrogen as CRI, and rest of the nitrogen used from as per the green seeker reading at 40 to 45 days and 60 to 55 days. However, it was significantly superior to the absolute control as well as T3, that is 60 kg nitrogen basal, 63 kg nitrogen at CRI and tilling stage. And as far as protein content is concerned, the maximum protein content was received with the T5, that is 30 kg nitrogen as a basal dose, 60 kg nitrogen as a critical CRI stage, and rest with the green seeker. And lowest nitrogen was protein was received found in the absolute control. Now the available nitrogen as initial available nitrogen was in the field was 175.6 kg per hectare, and added nitrogen in soil with the fertilizer, that is 175, 120. And in green seeker, through green seeker, we have total added the nitrogen 136 and 140. And uptake by the crop was the maximum uptake was with the 30 kg nitrogen CRI, and rest with the rest as based on the green seeker. So here the total budgeting of the nitrogen was done. So soil nitrogen status after the harvest. After the harvest, soil nitrogen status was maximum found with the 30 kg basal dose, 30 kg at CRI, and rest based on the green seeker application. Actual gain or loss, maximum gain was found with the 30 kg basal, 30 kg CRI, and rest with the green seeker, which was actually that is more or less equal to the T5 treatment, that is 30 kg and basal, 60 kg at CRI, and rest with the help of green seeker. As far as the available nitrogen balance is concerned, the maximum nitrogen balance is with the 50 kg nitrogen as a basal, 50 kg nitrogen as CR, 50 kg as stock. But usually whole of nitrogen what we had applied and efficiently utilized by the crop was where we have used the green seeker, that is treatment number 4 and treatment number 5, where the almost whatever we have supplied all has been utilized by the crop. Conclusion, it can be concluded that application of 140 kg N in nitrogen in 3 split doses, that is 30 kg nitrogen as a basal, 60 kg nitrogen at CRI, and and green seeker guided nitrogen application of 40 kg at 45 days after sowing and 10 kg at 65 days after sowing recorded the highest grain yield, that is 51.57 quintal per hectare, protein content 11.22 percent, and maximum utilization of nitrogenous fertilizer in treatment number, that is in T6 and T7 guided by green seeker. So thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Yes, thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Thank you so much.
Any question from any side, madam?
Yep. Any questions? Right, it seems none. Let's go ahead and proceed. Let me call again the second presenter earlier, Dr. M. Saxivel. Are you around? Right, it seems none. Let's go ahead and proceed. Another oral presentation from KJ Somaya College of Science and Commerce, India. Dr. Laxman Lange. The topic is about protective effects of Millingtonia portensis on chloramphenicol-induced oxidative stress and nephrotoxicity in mice. Hi.
Hi, madam.
Yep, I can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, madam. I will share with you. I will share with you. Okay.
Yep, have it in presentation. Perfect.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Is my PPT is visible, madam? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Lakshman Lange from Botany Department of Biology, Somaya College of Science and Commerce, Vidyavihar, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. My article entitled with the protective effect of Millingtonia hortensis neem on chloramphenicol induced oxidative stress, nephrotoxicity in mice. See, I selected a oxidative drug as a name as chloramphenicol. Chloramphenicol is the antibiotic derived from bacterium cells or produced artificially and effective against gram-positive as well as bacteria. Chloramphenicol is highly effective and well tolerated products. But chloramphenicol is used only in the undeveloped and developing country, while in developed country it is totally banned because it has toxicity. The toxicity of chloramphenicol is prohibited due to its toxicity, like bone marrow suppression, liver toxicity, renal toxicity, etc. Next slide. Okay. Now I selected one of the medicinal plant named as Millingtonia hortensis neem. The efficacy role of Millingtonia hortensis to protect kidney in mice. See, each and every part of Millingtonia hortensis are medicinally important. Roots, stem, leaves, flower, etc. Let us see. The leaves are used as antipyretic, sinusitic. The terminology antipyretic means temperature. To balance our body temperature. Sinusitic, tonic in folklore medicine, leaves extract has good antimicrobial activity. The dried leaves used as bronchodilator, especially in the respiratory mechanism, respiratory issues. Then next is the root. Root is used as tonic. The different extracts are beneficial for antifungal larvicidal activities. Next slide. Material and methods. See, I have selected the plant twig in the Kalyan region, Maharashtra, and it is identified at Blatter Herbarium, St. Jared College, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. I collected the flowers and region, and the flowers get dried, sun dried for 4 to 5 days. Sun drying, the flowers are grind to form the powder form. This powder form of the flower of is extracted by 2 reagents. It requires 2 reagents because flower contains the oil. It is soft. If we press, then our fingers are having the oil. Plant phytochemical oils are there. These oils should be removed with the help of petroleum ether. This process is called a defattation. And after removal of fat, the phytocompounds are extracted with the help of methanol. After extraction, then I selected the research animal mice. Swiss albino mice of both the sexes, weighing from 30 to 35 grams, obtained from Happy Institute. Then I required pure form of the chloramphenicol palmitate. It is procured from Mehta Pharmaceutical Limited, 315 Janki Center, Shah Industrial Estate, opposite Desai Road, Andheri, West Mumbai, India. Next. So this is the experimental design. After collecting the mice, kept these mice in this 4 groups. First group is the control group, which has 6 mice, 3 male and female. Second group, toxin group, where 6 mice are there. Same position, 3 male and 3 female. These mice received 500 milligram chloramphenicol per kg body weight. The third group, 6 mice received 200 mg flower extract of Melinga hortensis lean per kg body weight. And fourth group is same 6 mice received 500 mg chloramphenicol per kg body weight and 2 mg flower extract. Okay, and keep this group for 2 weeks. So 15 days. 15 days require resting period for the mice. Next on the 16 days, collect the blood sample. Blood collected by puncture of retroorbital vein. Puncturing of retroorbital vein and assay after collection of blood, assess the all kidney profile parameters. Next, collecting the entire data. The data should be what you call first it should be authenticated with help of statistical evaluation. First, determine standard deviation, and after that, for statistical significance of differences between the control and other groups, says the analysis of variance. Slide. Okay, effect of methanol extract of Melintonia hortensis flower on kidney function parameters of mice with chloramphenicol induced renal toxicity. So this is the observation. In this observation, see the second toxin group. In the toxin group, chloramphenicol group, the quantity of the values of blood urea nitrogen, see, blood urea nitrogen is increased. The creatinine level is increased. Here, in the flower extract of Melintonia hortensis extract, the flower extract group, here the quantity is somewhat normal, nearly normal. Then next in the prophylactic group means mice received chloramphenicol as well as extract. In this group, the blood urea nitrogen is somewhat recovering, and creatinine also recovering. Not completely recovering, it is recovering. Still, the effect of chloramphenicol is there. That's it, not completely recovered. Then next slide. Okay. Role of the flower extract of Millingtonia hortensis on enzymes of kidney function against chloramphenicol that damage kidney. See, these are the enzymes. The enzymes are SOD, superoxide dismutase, catalase, glutathione reductase, and LPO, lipid peroxidase. See here, the SOD, catalase, and GSH values are declined. While sorry, is it audible? While LPO value is increased in toxin group. These values are decreased in the flower extract. These values are decreased in the flower extract. One here SOD value, catalase, and glutathione reductase values is somewhat decreased, not. And here LPO value also decreased. Here SOD and catalase are recovered. Glutathione is also recovering, but LPO values is increased. Values still increase in the prophylaxis group because it is increased because when the chloramphenicol is treated, due to metabolism of chloramphenicol, it forms the free radicals, ROS, active oxygen system. These values are increased. That's why the free radicals are having the less unstable electron. And due to sharing the electron from the plasma membrane of the organ, then is still the electron. That's why it damaging the cell. Hence, on the cell membrane, lipid peroxidase quantities in the property. So here they are the slides, micro slides of kidney. First A is the normal architecture of the kidney. Here the Bowman capsule, renal tubules are normal in the position, normal architecture. But in the toxin group, here it is the effect of the chloramphenicol, effect of the free radicals. Free radicals are stealing electron from the Bowman capsule, especially in the glomerulus. That's why glomerulus is degenerating. As the degeneration of glomerulus, then it forms the cavity. It forms the cavity is dilated, renal tubules also dilated, and regressed vessel and vacuolated glomeruli. Third, in the say, it is the slide, micro slides of the effect of flower extract of Millingtonia hortensis. It is somewhat about the normal architecture of the kidney, glomerulus, and renal tubules. But in the prophylaxis group slide, here regression of glomerulus. Regression of glomerulus cause vacuolated glomeruli and heavily dilated renal tubules. Heavily dilated renal tubules. See this. Heavily dilated renal tubules. Slide. So it occurs, as I told you, it occurs due to the free radicals. What are the free radicals? Free radicals are nothing but the unstable molecule with an unpaired electron. Electrons are most stable in the pair, but due to the less one electron, free radical attached to cell membrane of our body organ, and hence still electron, still there molecule of electron. Damage the cell, living cell, and damage the body organ. That's why it occurs the vacuolated glomeruli and dilated renal tubules. Next one is the see here the one kidney kidney is telling as I have increased quantity of antioxidant in the form of extract or green tea, etc. That's why it is said that I don't have the effect of chloramphenicol because I have enriched antioxidant. The role of the antioxidant is it provides the electron. Say the free radical don't have it has a less electron. One less electron is balancing by the antioxidant which has a sufficient electron. So that's why the free radical quantity is declining and the kidney don't have the effect of the chloramphenicol. But the second kidney said that I don't have antioxidant. That's why I am damaging chloramphenicol. I am damaging because of you. Okay. Then next is the next slide. Say there should be balancing. There should be equilibrium the quantity of antioxidant as well as ROS, active oxygen system of free radicals. It is an equilibrium. If the quantity of the antioxidant is sufficient equal to the ROS, then there is no effect of the ROS of free radical. And if ROS quantity is increased, in other way, the person getting less quantity of the antioxidant, the quantity of the ROS or free radical is increasing nowadays. We are suffering the same problem because we are living in the metropolitan city. We are living in the city where there is a continuous emission of free radical in the form of pollution, air pollution, water pollution, etc., etc. Okay, then dust pollution also. That's why free radicals in our body is increasing. It should be minimized. It should be balancing because of the antioxidants. So the antioxidants were provided with the help of the fruits, dry fruits, nuts, etc., leafy vegetables, etc. Okay. Then next, let us summarize the free radical. What is the free radical? See here. So this slide video shows that what is the free radical, source of free radical, effect of free radical, and what are the effect of the free radical? Free radicals are causing the what you call diabetes, cancer, early aging diseases, etc. Next is the how it is balanced. It is balanced. It is balanced because of the antioxidant. The antioxidants are this antioxidant. Tissue. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Actually, Lange sir, you have presented your good work. It's actually an interesting presentation. The question is, why do you?
Sorry.
Okay, sir. It is actually an interesting work. Okay. The question is, why you have selected that particular plant? Why you have selected that specific plant?
Yes, I am right. Yes, I stopped this, okay?
Yeah, you can answer, sir.
Okay, I stopped the video.
Okay.
Where's it?
Do you have the question already?
Yes, madam.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. So there are the references. There are my references, and thank you.
Okay, sir.
Hello?
Okay.
Was your question answered?
Yes, madam.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was waiting. I thought. All right. I apologize. All right. Thank you so much and congratulations for that presentation. Next, I would like to call on, I would like to call on Dr. Shaktivel. Are you already here? Not yet? All right. Let's proceed with our next presenter from Sister Nivedita University, India. Oral presentation from Suman Shekhar. The topic is about the curcumin nanoparticles, a potential therapeutic agent for liver diseases. Hello? Shekhar?
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
So, I'm sharing my screen.
Not yet. I'm sorry. There you go.
Ma'am, is
It's
it visible?
coming up. There you go. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suman Shekhar. I'm doing biotechnology. I'm doing MSc Biotechnology from Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, India. And my topic is curcumin nanoparticles, potential therapeutic agent for liver disease. So, the harm of liver damage, the hepatotoxicity, it is generally induced by different toxic chemicals like alcohol, carbon tetrachloride, aspirin, arsenic, diethyl nitrosamine, etc. The liver play a pivotal role in the biotransforming and chemicals and thus become susceptible to their toxicity. And the stages of liver damage, this is the healthy liver, the liver is your sorry, my internet is not working. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, what is it? What happened?
Am I audible? Actually,
yes,
I think my internet is not working. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is the healthy liver, and this is the stages of liver damage. So hello.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So curcumin, it is a natural yellow-colored active principle, also called
No sound, please.
yellow. Hello. Hello.
I can hear her.
Yes, sir. Curcumin, it is a natural yellow-colored active principle, also called a turmeric yellow, which is extracted from the perennial herb, the Curcuma longa L. And it has a potential biological and a pharmacological properties such as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antifungal, antibacterial, anti-histaminic, anti-tumor, and anti-cancer action. And it can be considered as an effective therapeutic agent against the hepatotoxicity. It is a potent free radical scavenger with a good hydrogen donating ability. It is also well known for its good metal chelating effect, especially iron and copper. But despite having a multiple medicinal benefits, the poor gastrointestinal absorption and a lower oral bioavailability of this partially water-soluble compounds restrict its use for effective therapy. So the vascular delivery of curcumin can address this limitation and thereby enhance its effectiveness. We can use the liposomes, the curcumin nanoparticles, the solid lipid nanoparticles, a polysome, and etc. And other things. But the best way is the liposomal and the curcumin nanoparticulated mediated delivery. So I'm going to present a work on a nanoparticulated curcumin and a liposomal curcumin, and I will show you that the best way to prevent the liver damage by a nanoparticulated curcumin. In this experiment, the rats are treated with CCl4, which induce the liver damage, and they treat the rats with the liposomal and the nanoparticulated curcumin. So this is the atomic force microscopic image of the curcumin loaded liposome, and this is the PLGA loaded curcumin nanoparticles. the curcumin nanoparticle size is very small compared to the liposomal curcumin encapsulated liposome. This is the curcumin concentration in the plasma. This cartoon shows the free curcumin. This is the liposomal curcumin, and this is the nanoparticulated curcumin. So we can see the absorption of free curcumin is very low, but the nanoparticulated curcumin absorption is very high. So the route of administration, for free curcumin, the route is oral. For the liposomal curcumin, the route is intravenous, and for the nanoparticulated curcumin, the route is oral. So this thing shows the bioavailability of curcumin. In the nanoparticulated curcumin, the bioavailability is more compared to the free and the liposomal curcumin. The breakdown of CCl4, we treated the rats with the CCl4, which induces the liver damage. The breakdown of CCl4 produces a trichloromethyl and a trichloromethyl peroxy radical. And these radicals, reactive radicals, and these highly reactive radicals bind with the membrane phospholipid of different subcellular organelles like endoplasmic reticulum, the mitochondria, the Golgi apparatus, and hepatocytes, and cause a lipid peroxidation and disruption of the intracellular calcium homeostasis, resulting in the production of other reactive oxygen species. And this graph shows the ROS level in the mitochondria of the rat, and the rats which are treated with the nanoparticulated curcumin, it has a low level of ROS, and this diagram shows, this graph shows the effect of liposomal and the nanoparticulated curcumin on the lipohydroperoxide level in the rat's liver mitochondria. So this is the conjugated diene formation. And in the rats which are treated with the nanoparticulated curcumin, it has a low level of conjugated diene compared to the other, means the free curcumin or the liposomal curcumin. So the therapy not only prevented cells from oxidative damage, but it also arrested the intrinsic apoptotic pathway. In the mitochondrial damage triggered the intrinsic apoptotic pathway, which was evident from upregulation of caspase 3 cleavage, elevated level of cleaved caspase 9 also, and a polymerase in CCl4 administrated animals. So although the liposomal curcumin showed some effect in preventing this apoptosis mediated damage, but the best protection was observed in the nanoparticulated curcumin treated tissue samples. By preventing the cleavage of caspase 3, it also prevents the further breakage of caspase 9 and PARC1, which was reflected in the effect of nanoparticulated curcumin in preventing DNA damage and apoptosis. So the Western blot showing expression of inflammatory modulation, NOS, and different intrinsic apoptotic pathway markers. This graph shows the cleaved caspase 3, the cleaved caspase 9, the cleaved PRP, and the level is low in the curcumin treated, the nanoparticulated curcumin treated rats. This level is low. So this is the histopathological study of rat's liver. The histopathological study has shown that CCl4 administration extensively damaged the liver cellular architecture, leading to the centrizonal necrosis, portal fibrosis, and marked steatosis. This damage was prevented by liposomal and the nanoparticulated curcumin administration. The first diagram shows the olive oil treated control in the 100 X showing normal liver architecture. The B and C is treated with the CCl4 control showing partial portal fibrosis and a significant number of fat deposited cells going along with the portal inflammation and the centrizonal necrosis. This is in the 100X and this is in the 400X. D shows the CCl4 plus pre-curcumin treated animals in the 100X showing some deformed cellular architecture with a larger number of fatty acid deposited cells, which is much clearer with a high magnification in 400x. So F is the CCl4 plus liposomal curcumin treated 100x, and the last one is the CCl4 plus nano curcumin treated 100x, and it's showing the architecture similar to the normal cell. The conclusion is curcumin possesses excellent antioxidative and anti-inflammatory properties. However, because of its low oral bioavailability, curcumin is not an effective drug against liver disease. The result obtained strongly demonstrated the efficacy of nanoparticulated curcumin is preventing CCl4 mediated fatty liver damage. Both the liposomal as well as the nanoparticulated formulation can increase the efficacy of curcumin many-fold. However, because of its small size, better cellular absorption, and longer persistence in the circulating system, curcumin-loaded nanoparticles can be considered as a promising therapeutic strategy against the liver toxicity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from our chair? None. All right. Thank you so much. I will now stop sharing your screen and let's proceed with our next. Thank you so much. Congratulations for your presentation. Let's go with our next presenter. Our
Mr.
next
Suman,
presenter is
sorry,
from
Miss,
CSA.
just a minute.
Oh, sorry. We have a question.
Yeah. Just it's an inquiry. Miss Suman Sekar, are you a PhD student?
You're on mute. Shikar?
Hello,
Shikar?
Miss Suman Sekar, are you a PhD student?
I think she is
I
unmuted.
think she's gone. My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay.
My apologies, teacher. I'm sorry.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and proceed with our next presenter from University of Malaya, Malaysia, an oral presentation by Dr. Purabi Mazumdar. The topic is about, from CSA University, India. A poster presentation by Ms. Drishti Takiyar. The topic is about using homosoil to enrich sparse soil data infrastructures globally. Drishti Katiyar. Second call, Ms. Drishti Katiyar. I think we don't have a Katiyar on the other. All right, let's proceed. Next is from University of Malaya, Malaysia, an oral presentation by Dr. Purabi Mazumdar. The topic is about identification and expression analysis of MYB transcription factor genes in tomato or Solanum ecopersicum in response to fungal pathogens, Sclerotinia sclerotirum. Hi.
Thank you, Jojo, for the introduction. Let me share the screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Please
okay, thank you.
mode and we can...
my slide also?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. And so I am Purabi Majumdar, senior lecturer from Seba University, Malaya. Today, I am going to present one of my ongoing research, that is identification and expression analysis of MYB transcription factor gene in tomato in response to a fungal pathogen, Sclerotinia sclerotirum. So tomato is a very popular nutritious vegetable or fruits that that grown all over the world, also consumed globally. Tomato is the rich source of all the phytonutrients such as lycopene, polyphenol, carotenoid, and the vitamin. And because of this phytonutrient, epidemiological study has shown that consumption of tomato can reduce the risk of certain types of cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and several other diseases. Although tomato is available in everywhere and it consumed worldwide, like other crop, tomato also susceptible to biotic stresses, such as like fungal pathogen, which affect its yield as well as the quality of the fruit. So among the fungal pathogens of the tomato, this sclerotinia, which is also called as white mold, causes the major losses. So it causes almost 50% yield losses in the tomato. And this fungus is a necrotrophic ascomatis fungus, means it is when the plant life, it is biotrophic. When plant died also, it also make the sclerotia and other things. So it switches its mode of action, and that's why this fungus is very difficult to control. Other than this fungus has a host range of more than 600 other plant species. And there are several names for the disease, which is Sclerotinia stem rot, because you can see they rot the stem and producing this sclerotia in that. And also cottony rot, because it produces cotton-like outgrowth. Watery soft rot, because you can see watery patches in the tomato. And crown rot and blossom blight, because this fungus generally attack the tomato when tomatoes start flowering. And white mold, because of this whitish outgrowth. So this disease was first reported in 1952 and still is more than 70 years. Still it is endemic in different part of the world. So this fungus, you can tell the inoculum, starting inoculum is the sclerotium, which is a mass of hyphal tissue covered with the melanin pigment, and this is very stable. It can stay more than 10 years in the soil. So at the starting of the infection, it undergo two types of reproductions. Like one is asexuals, where it form the myceliogenic germination, where it form the mycelia attack the plants above the soil tissues and establish themselves in the tomato. Other is the carpiogenic germination, where they form this apothecium, ascus, and this ascospore. So ascospores are considered as primary mode of inoculation, because ascospore can spread into large amount of the plant in the field, and it can, at a stretch, it can actually infect more than the plants than through the myceliogenic germination. So once whatever the way of establishment, once they establish inside, then they do the stem rot, and there's cottony white growth in the stem and the fruits, and then it ultimately lead to the death of the plants. When the plant died, it started forming this sclerotia, which serves as inoculum for next disease cycle. So the pathogen is very difficult to challenge because it has broad host range, and there is a high genetic variability among the strain, and there is a lack of information of the resistant loci or the resistant gene in the tomato germplasm. Hence, we thought to look up the resistance genes in the tomato. So we thought to look the transcription factors, because transcription factors are master regulator which control more than one genes. So we want to look for the transcription factors which are mainly related with the defense pathway. And MIB transcription factors is well known for their role in the biotic stresses and in defense pathway. And when we started the research, there is nothing known about the MIB genes that are shows response in the infection of this white mold. So to first find out the MIB gene which are related with the defense response, we have done the combined phylogenetic tree using the several other species like Arabidopsis, orange, cucumber, apples, wheat, and also yes, the tomato, wild tomato. So, and we found that there are 26 tomato groups we found total 13 groups which is related to the plant defense. Among that, 26 tomato MIB genes are distributed in the 10 groups. So these are the group you can see. They are mainly related functions are related with salicylic, and plant immunity, and also some are with jasmonic acid, which are well known for their role in the plant defenses. So these are the groups. So we found these are the MIBs. Then we have to want to see that what are the structures of these genes. which found to be related with plant defense. You can see they are also structurally much conserved. There is 1 to 2 intron PAR genes and 2 to 4 exons present in the PAR gene. After that, we have seen the distribution. They are present in almost all chromosomes except this chromosome 8 and chromosome 11, and many in chromosome 6 and the chromosome 12. Then we have to see that what are did the promoter analysis to see the cis element. You can see the cis elements are mainly related to the biotic stresses, and which are found to be very well known, have established function in biotic stresses. When you plotted by MIP, you can see these are all the motifs which have well-known functions in plant defenses, so which show that these MIP genes may play important role in response to the fungal pathogen. Then to see that we've already found the gene which may act as fungal pathogen, but is this will work for the white mold or not? So we have taken 3 cultivars. We choose this. These are the very popular cultivar of Malaysia, which are Superstar, Tropical, and Red Rock. They are different in their shape, and these are very commonly found cultivars and very robust cultivar, because it grows in most of the tomato grows in low temperature, lowland areas, but highland areas. These are also grow in the plain and also very goodly. They found we have actually screened 8 cultivars, and these 3 cultivars found to be very well grown in the greenhouse conditions. So we choose 3 varieties, and then we have done the mycelial spray to study the infection. So these are the after 7 days, 14 days, and 21st day. You can see how the infection progress, and we found that the 3 variety like Superstar found to be almost much tolerant compared in this fungus, whereas Tropical is moderate, and Red Rock found to be very susceptible. This is the photos of the lesson in 7 days. You can see there is a difference in the lessons, where Red Rock shown to be highly susceptible. Then after spraying, we did the disease course. So we use, this is the scale grade 0 to grade 7 to study that what is the effect of these fungus in these 3 cultivars. And as expected, I showed in the previous slide, you can see the most susceptible was the Red Rock, and the most tolerant was the Superstar. Then to see that how these genes actually express in these 3 varieties with having 3 level of infection, varying level of infection. So you can see there's this expression of this MIP was found to be very higher in the resistant genes where compared to the other this. Same like this. Also, you can see there are differential expression in 7 days and 21 days post inoculation. So these 2 MIP 77, 94 found to be much better, highly expressed in 21. However, the more expressed in 7 days after post inoculation. And interestingly, if you see this one, this shows to be very highly expressed in susceptible cultivar, which shows that these MIP genes may act differently, negatively in that. So these genes can be expressed to make the tolerant variety. However, the silencing of this variety will be the better. So this shows that all the genes, MIP genes, play differential role and also stay specific. This research is ongoing. So we are going to see the more other 25 genes also how it express, and then to see that what are the defense enzyme express. We choose through 2 important defense related enzyme. One is chitinase, which is break down the glycosidic bond of the chitin. Chitin is a very important cell wall component of fungi. And also second, we choose the phenylalanine ammonium lysis, which is the first step of this biosynthesis of the polyphenol, which are well known for the plant defense pathway. So you can see that after in the starting, very interestingly, the susceptible cultivars show higher expression. After as infection progresses, the expression of the defense enzymes get lower compared to the previous, and the resistant variety show higher. And we can see the 7 DPI, the expression was much higher. However, there expression was quite different in all the stages, which actually provided very valuable informations to design targeted approach to make the tolerant varieties. So conclusion is that we are able to found 26 MIB genes which may play important role in response to this fungus, and we showed the different cultivars has different response, and seeing their expression actually provide a valuable information to design a control strategy for the for controlling this fungus. And also this tolerant variety shows higher expression of MIB, and also this provide a valuable candidate which can be exploited for developing tolerant tomato varieties in the future. And this work is supported by FRGS grant, and these are my students who have worked in this grant, which is Wong, Farah, and Dina. And these are the reference I have used for this presentation. And this is Sebar, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from our chair? All right, I think none. Let's proceed with our next question. All right, let's proceed to our next presenter from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, India, an oral presentation by K. Nandini. The topic is about the isolation of plant growth, promoting rhizobacteria in paddy rhizosphere.
Good afternoon, all.
Hi, yes, I can see your screen. Please proceed.
Audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. I am Nandini. This one is my mini project, and I'm doing now PhD in under guidance of Dr. S. Ayappan in a Department of Genetic Engineering. This one is my part of PhD work. Isolation of PGPR in paddy rhizosphere. Introduction. PGPR or plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. It is normally present in the root rhizosphere in the all plant. This the rhizosphere bacteria are accumulated in the rhizosphere. It is based on the root extudose, because every plant root or the extudose is different. Like some plant produce like organic acid, some plant produce some glucose or amino acids or the in root rhizosphere. And root associated rhizobacteria are symbiotic relationship with host like plant, and it is the biofilm formation on root surface and help in the plant growth promoting. Like example, nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization, and antifungal activity against bacterial and plant pathogens, and trigger immunity against plant against pathogens like induce systemic resistance to trigger the immunity. Example, azospirillum, Bacillus species, Pseudomonas species. Number of the species are already identified. And objective: collection of the sample from the different location and serialization of rhizosphere sample and plating in nutrient agar medium, and plant growth promoting assay, and root colonization are identified from SEM analysis, scanning electron microscope, identify of the potential bacteria by ribotyping in for DNA sequencing to identify the species. And this one is the rhizosphere to collect the paddy rhizosphere, and the spread pet method after the serial dilution in spread pet method, and after 24 hours there are we can see different colonies is there. It is identified the based on the colony morphology, identify the different bacteria. The PAC bacteria or the gram negative, it is given the good plant growth promoting properties, and plant growth promoting assays like a phosphate solubilization, that PAC bacteria start solubilizing solubilizing the phosphate in within the 24 hours, and it is against to the plant paddy pathogens, fungal pathogens like Magnapathy Venkatasubramanian, Fusarium, and Solani. It is or the paddy pathogen, and that isolated PAC or the against to the Magnapathy Venkatasubramanian, Fusarium, and or Solani, and it produces hydrogen cyanide and produce ammonia production. And then this one is the biofilm identified. We are in my project is mainly is the biofilm. So we are identify the tube method. The after the 24 hours, that ring formation is the there in tube, and after that plant growth promoting assay, that the MS media we are seed treated with 1×10⁸ CFU by ml of PAC strain, and this one is the control. They are treated with distilled water for 1 hour. After that incubation, that 1 week, there are see that root elongation is increasing in treated one. And in vitro germination of paddy seedling. And after that, in vitro seedling for the 10 to 12 days. After that, we are transfer and 1 hour incubation with 1 into 10 power 8 CFE by ml. And after that, again incubate with MS media, MS liquid media for 1 week, 1 to 10 days. After that, we are given for the same result to identify that bacteria or pollination or not. This one is the control. Control, it is the, we are saying like root hairs are there, look like this only. And then after that, we are treated only pollinations in raw shape of the bacteria is presented in the root, associated in root in same image. And after that, given for DNA sequencing. After DNA isolation, given for sequencing. And 65% similarity to Pseudomonas aerogenus. And the conclusion, there are PGPR are able to enhance the recycling of the plant nutrition and decreasing the uses of chemical fertilizer and reducing fungicide and pesticides also. This also I am using for my project for reference. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for that brief, concise presentation. Do we have any questions from our peers? None? All right, let's proceed on this topic. Thank you so much. All right, let's proceed with our next presenter. Okay, from Horticulture Polytechnic College, India, an oral presentation by Dr. G. Chandrasekhar. The topic is about irrigation management in crop production. Dr. G. Chandrasekhar. Can anyone hear me? Can you hear me, right? Everyone, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, not clear? Hold on. Is that better? Is that better? All right, next, let's call on from Maulana Azad College, India, an oral presentation by Panchali Segupta. The topic is about observation on foraging hymenopterans of vegetable crop species across West Bengal, India. Panchali Segupta.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, thank
Hello.
you so much. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Can I begin my presentation?
Please.
Actually, the audio is very low, so I can't understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and change my headset. Sorry. My apologies. Yep, have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Hello, is it visible?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the respected chairpersons, scientists, researchers, and my fellow participants. I am Panchali Sengupta from the Department of Zoology, Maulana Azad College. My topic is observation on foraging hymenopterans of vegetable crop species across West Bengal, India. I would also acknowledge the efforts of ISERS and BioLeagues worldwide for bringing like-minded people for this international conference. At the same time, I'm also grateful to the organizers of the 7th GoGreen Summit for allowing me to present my work in this virtual platform. My presentation is titled Observation on Foraging Hymenopterans of Vegetable Crop Species across West Bengal, India. The objectives of my study is the identification of different species of apis and non-apis bees, foragers or pollinators on different species of vegetable crops. the insect visitation rate, and the duration of such visits on each flowering plant species were also recorded. Then the some amount of information is said to be transmitted between these flowering plant species and their foraging hymenopterans, and the quantification of such information content constituted the final aspect of my study. Then first is the question that arises in our mind is what is foraging? Who are foragers? Foraging is a term used for explaining the art of acquiring food which determines the fitness of an individual. It determines the ability of an animal to survive and reproduce. The more efficient an animal is in foraging, the better is its chances to survive, greater is its fitness. And then the next is a brief cartoon to explain what is pollination. Pollination is the transfer of pollen from the male part of a flower to the female part of a flower. It may take place between two different flowers, then it is termed as cross-pollination, and if it occurs within the same flower, it is called self-pollination. Now the introduction to my work, the foraging behavior in the bees that I studied is largely determined by the pheromones emitted by the nurse bees. The foraging range of the pollinators largely reflects their inner strength and tenacity in carrying out such an act of foraging. According to Hawkins, foraging range of a pollinator is species specific and increases with the size of the bees, which in turn reflects their energy demand of that particular species. The study area, my study area was across mainly 4 districts of West Bengal, that is North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Hooghly and Howrah. The materials and methods study period extended between July 2020 to June 2021. Several agricultural tracts established across these 4 study regions were sampled, and the minimum distance of 0.1 kilometer was maintained between each field, and each vegetable crop species was sampled for the flower visiting hymenopterans at an interval of about 7 days during its flowering period. The hymenopterans observed were observed inserting their body within the corolla of the flower and then withdrawing after 1 minute. Such behavior among the hymenopterans were only recognized to be involved actually in pollination. The date and the time and the site of collection of all these foraging plant species and their hymenopterans were also recorded for future identification. The flower visitation rate of the hymenopterans insects were expressed as the number of visits per hour, and the duration of such visits on each flowering plant species were also noted. The diversity index of different vegetable crop species visited by the hymenopterans were ascertained using Shannon-Wiener function and Brillouin's index. This is the formula used for calculation of Shannon-Wiener function and Brillouin's index. These 2 indexes were used for quantification of amount of information that is being passed on from the flowering plants and to the visiting hymenopterans. So there is a transfer of information from the cross species to the hymenopterans, and that in turn, when perceived by the hymenopterans, in turn will help us to determine how much a crop is beneficial for the visiting insect species. This is the results. These are the name of the plant species which are expressed as ABCD in the alphabetic order, and the hymenopteran species are expressed as Roman numerals of 1 to 20. And here the next slides I will be giving the brief details of all these species. Here we see the first hymenopteran species, that is Bombus orientalis. These are round bodied, large bees with soft hairs covering their body. They are the major pollinators of brinjal, tomato, and capsicum. Then is the Xylocopa species. 3 species of Xylocopa was sampled in my study. That is Xylocopa pubescens. They are polylactic, that is they collect pollen from several species of plants. Then there was Xylocopa fenestrata and Xylocopa estivans, which is a common bee found across Southeast Asia. Then the Trigona thoracica. This was the largest stingless bee observed. These are the pictures, and then there was megachild species of bees. This is a large carpenter bee, moderately sized robust bees, but they are unique in collecting the pollen not onto the pollen baskets or corbicula attached to their hind limbs, but onto their underside of the abdomen. They collect the pollen sticks onto the underside of the abdomen, and that in turn is beneficial in bringing about pollination. The species Megachild rotundata, Megachild femorata, and Megachild nana was observed during my study. Then the Anthophora species of bees were also. Then finally the Apis species of bees, Apis dorsata, Apis florea, the dwarf honeybee, Apis serena indica, and Apis mellifera. These are the Apis species of bees. Then there was Glacioblossum albicans, Nomia, curvistus. All these species of bees were also observed. And then these are the flowering plant species that were observed during the study. The hymenopterans were found to visit Solanum melanogela, Solanum lycopersicum, Abelmoschus esculentus, Brassica oleracea, variety capitata, then Coccinea grandis. Then there was the Lufa acutangula, then Momorodia charantia. Then there was Raphanus sativus, Cucurbita maxima, Allium cepa, Capsicum annuum. This is the visitation rate of the Hymenopteran species. The number of visits were expressed across the y-axis, and the Hymenopteran species have been represented by the Roman numerals. A box whisker plot illustrates the visitation rate of the bees. This is the number of visits or the duration of visits of the bees. And then finally, from these two box plots, we could conclude that the Xylocopa, Bombus orientalis, and Megachild, along with Apis species, visited the foraging resource a greater number of times. Xylocopa and Apis were also engaged in foraging for a longer period of time. Thus, with greater visitation rate and longer duration of visits on the flowers, Xylocopa appears to be the most popular non-Apis forager in this study. Total absence of Apis foragers from the Solanum melanogena, Solanum lycopersicum, and Capsicum annum as observed in this study was also very noteworthy. The next table shows the amount of information or the diversity index, showing the information content that is being passed on between the visiting plant species and the Hymenopterans. So here we see all the values of the diversity index values. From this, we can see that the vegetable cross species such as Solanum melanogela, Brassica oleracea, Raphanus sativus, Allium cepa, Solanum lycopersicum, Cucurbita maxima, Lufa acutangula, and Momorodia charantia possess higher values of Shannon-Wiener function and Brillouin's index. Therefore, we could conclude from such observation that these crop species were probably known to generate a greater amount of information entropy, thereby attracting a larger number of Hymenopteran species, in turn contributing to pollination. Finally, the conclusion here, we can say that with the greater visits and longer duration of visits, Xylocopa appears to be the most popular non-Apis forager. They are also known to visit flowers showing actinomorphic morphology, and Solanum melanogena, Solanum lycopersicum, and Capsicum annum are actinomorphic flowers that appears to be very much favorite among all the bees, as evident by their greater visitation and longer duration of visits on such flowers. Solanaceae plants are said to be bus pollinated exclusively by the non-Apis species. So what is bus pollination? Bus pollination refers to the visitation of mainly by the non-Apis Hymenopterans. They vibrate the thoracic region, and as a result of this vibration, the the anther is ruptured at a particular position, so the pollen grains come out that attaches onto the body of the bees, and this in turn will bring about pollination subsequently. Cucurbitacins are produced by the cucurbita species of plants. These are volatile adult insect attractants which help to attract the visiting foragers onto the flowers, in turn bringing about pollination. Finally, my discussion, in the Indian subcontinent, several vegetable crop species are said to be dependent on the service of these wild bees for pollination. Thus, pollination service is rendered by these several non-native species such as Bombus nomia, Megachild and Xylocoppa, and several other stingless bees have also been documented previously. Thus, we can say that in an agrarian economy like India, which still relies on the efforts of the small and marginal farmers, study of such the interaction between the hymenopterans and the vegetable crop species could help in increasing the vegetable production and contributing to the economic gains of the country. These are the references, and I like to acknowledge the contribution of Dr. Narayan Ghorai, Professor, Department of Zoology, West Bengal State University, for his suggestion and guidance during my entire work. Thus, constant support of the faculty members of the Department of Zoology, WBSU Barakat, and Department of Zoology, Maulana Azad College is also acknowledged. Thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you so much. Is my audio clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead,
It's
please.
actually an interesting presentation. Congratulations, Panchali. What kind of diversity software you have used to study the diversity?
Diversity here is the diversity index was used in order to identify the relation or the information that is being because it was about pollinators. So the information that is being transferred from the vegetable crop species or the flowers to the visiting hymenopterans, that was quantified, and that quantification was done using that Shannon diversity index. The index is called the diversity index. It was Shannon index and the Brillouin index.
Okay. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. Congratulations. I'm going to stop sharing your screen and let's go ahead and proceed with our next presentation from Birsa Agricultural University in India. An oral presentation by Tanwar Izar. The topic is about the genetic evaluation and nutritional study of baby corn and green ear for fodder purpose. Thank you. All right, I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you yet.
Hello.
There
Yes,
you go. All right.
good
Have
morning.
it on
Good morning,
presentation
everybody.
mode. Yes,
Yes,
good
ma'am.
afternoon and go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. Myself, Tajwar Izhar, Assistant Professor from Birsa Agriculture University. Yeah, Ranchi.
Have it on presentation mode, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? The screen is visible to all?
Yes, yes, it is, but have it on presentation mode, not on the PowerPoint.
The title of the research paper is The Genetic Evaluation and the Nutritional Study of Baby Corn and Green Ear for the Fodder Purpose. Basically, I would like to draw attention of what is the livestock status of India. India, with around 3.28 million square kilometer of land surface, is endowed with diverse livestock species. Okay, the livestock population in India makes up about 12% of the world livestock population. To draw the data, I would like to show the supply and the demand scenario of the forage and the forage supply till 2020. In 2020, I would like to to draw your attention that we are facing a deficit of green fodder as well as the dry fodder. The green fodder deficit is around 64.21 million tons and the dry fodder deficit is around 24.81 million tons. So seeing the deficit percentage, we have to increase the forage production in the form of green fodder as well as the dry fodder and in the form of concentrate as well as. Now moving to the next slide, the requirement and the availability of the feed and the fodder in the situation of Jharkhand scenario. Okay, as seen from the table that the dry fodder, the green fodder and the feed. Here also I would like to draw your attention that in the dry fodder the availability is 35.54 million tons. The requirement is around 20.09 million tons. We are having a surplus of dry fodder in our state. Whereas in case of green fodder, the availability is 21.32 million tons, the requirement is 40.18 million tons, and here we are facing a deficit of around 46.94 million tons. Okay, the feed, the availability is around 1.80 million tons, the requirement is around 4, and we are facing a deficit of around 55 million tons. The fodder in the form of feed or the feed stuff, any material included in the diet or the ration because of the nutritional properties comes under the feed of the animals. The cereal grains, the byproduct feed, the forages, the protein feeds, the mineral supplement, the vitamin additives and the feed additives as well. The feed supply system of India, basically I would like to draw attention what is the feed supply system of India and how far we are in the case of fodder deficit or surplus. To draw the attention, the feed and the fodder are the major important in representing 50 to 75% of the total cost of production in the livestock production like milk, meat and the livestock product, influencing the survivability of the livestock enterprises. The milk production in India is increasing fast at present. The feed and the food resources are depleting very fast due to the increased human population, the urbanization and the pressure on the land of the cereals and the cash crops. This leads to the qualitative and the quantitative insufficiency of the feed and the fodder resources. So here we have to draw our attention that we have to look forward and we have to come forward to increase the fodder production to maintain the livestock population in the good way. Basically the project comes from here from this slide. The project was funded by DST, Department of Science Technology, Government of India. In this case we have taken basically the green fodder in the case of maize and the maize different types of maize like baby corn, green ear and the normal maize parameters, so that we can use it in the form of feed for the animal ration. The agricultural production system in India are based upon the mixed farming in which two enterprises are crops as well as the livestock. To meet out the need of the ever increasing livestock population, the production as well as the productivity of the fodder is to be increased. Maize is the third most important crop in India after rice and wheat, that occupies around 8.17 million hectare, having production of around 19.73 million tons with an average productivity of around 2 tons per hectare that contributes about 9% in the national food basket. Maize grain contains about 10% protein, 4% oil, 70% carbohydrate, 2.3% crude fiber, 10.4% albinoids and 1.4% ash, and also has sufficient quantities of vitamin A, E, nicotinic and riboflavin. Due to change in the food pattern and the shift in the cropping system, maize is gaining the importance as baby corn, green ear, dry grain, fodder purpose, etc. Hence diversified use of maize have the ever increasing demand. Okay, the cultivation of maize for green ear and the grain production are the common practices in India, but the green ear parameters we have taken for the supply of feed for the animals. The green ears are harvested in 25 to 28 days after pollination with moisture content of around 70 to 80%, whereas the unfertilized tender harvested to 2 to 3 days after silk emergence is baby corn. Baby corn is a profitable crop that allows diversification of production, aggregation of value and the increased income. The objective of the study was to determine the general and specific combining ability of maize inbred lines and the crosses, to evaluate the nature of gene action for various characters through combining ability studies, to estimate the extent of standard heterosis for green fodder yield and baby corn purpose, and to evaluate the potentiality of hybrid varieties for various parameters of maize in case of baby corn and green fodder yield under different environmental conditions. The methodology was the site of the experiment was our farm. Experimental material was 12 inbred lines and 5 inbred testers were taken. We have followed the design as the L into T, that is the line into tester mating design for all the types of the maize like baby corn, green fodder yield, and the different quality parameters under different environmental conditions. The design was in the form of our RBD2 experiment was in the neighboring plots, one for baby corn and other for green fodder yield were conducted separately in the neighboring plots in the same season and managed in 3 replicates. And the statistical analysis was L into T. The environment was the Kharif season and the Rabi season were taken and the last was pooled for the summation. The description of the parental lines and the check varieties, the around 12 inbred lines we have taken from different sources, and the 12 inbred test and the 5 inbred testers were taken from different sources of India, and the checks were HQPM1, Swan and Vivek hybrid 9. These were taken for the general maize and the green fodder purpose, and for baby corn BBM2 as early and the Swan as the late were taken for the evaluation as the check parameters in case of fodder evaluation. The GC effect of the best parental lines for grain yield as and the characters as baby corn and green fodder yield. We can see from the table that environment 1, Kharif season, environment 2 is the Rabi season, the pool, the summation of the two, same as the baby corn and the green fodder yield. The lines out of 12 inbred lines, we have seen that that BQPM2 is the best performer, which showed the highly significant and good significant value in both the environment and the pool also in case of baby corn, whereas in case of baby corn as well as green fodder yield, BQPM2 was the entry which showed the good parameters in baby corn also and the fodder yield purpose also, whereas in case of tester we have seen that CM 150 as a tester 1 and BAU inbred maize 2 as tester 2 showed the good parameter in baby corn as CM 150 and green fodder yield as BAU inbred 1 BAU inbred 2, which showed a good and highly significant positive value, and these were taken further for the hybridization purpose. The best crosses which were taken for the evaluation, as we can see from the table that in case of baby corn, the SCA effect we have seen for environment 1, environment 2 and the pooled, and the best heterotic crosses over the BBM2 which was taken as checked. The highlighted entries, that is BQPM2 into BAU inbred maize 2, which showed a good value of the heterotic performance, and these was the best combiner for the baby corn purpose. Whereas in green fodder yield we can see that the highlighted one, that is the BAU inbred maize 4 and the HKI 163, which showed the good value of the heterosis over the Vivek hybrid 9 as a check, and these were the good performer which were taken further for the study for the evaluation of the hybrid performance. We can see from the table the best parent and the crosses for the quality estimation purposes. As we can see from the table that we have evaluated many of the parameters in the nutritional purpose also, like moisture content was taken, calcium content was taken, iron, phosphorus, total soluble sugar, crude fiber and dry ash. These were taken for the evaluation and the suitability of the green fodder in the form of green fodder yield as well as in the form of baby corn. We can see from the highlighted one the entries that we have compared in over the best check, that is the Vivek hybrid 9, and we can see from the table that BKPM2 into BAU inbred maize 2. This was the entry which was finally evaluated in the form of yield also and in the form of various kind of parameters also among the many of the entries. So this was the entry which was taken further also for the evaluation purpose. BQPM2 into BAU inbred maize 2 was the good yielder in both the case of baby corn and the fodder yield in the form of yield also and the various nutritional parameters. Now moving to the conclusion, the estimated variance component of the combining ability analysis revealed that the magnitude of the SCA variance was higher than that of GCA variance for all the characters, which indicate the predominant role of dominance gene action. The parental lines, that is the BQPM2 and BAU inbred maize 4, showed highly significant positive effect for yield characters in environment 1, 2 for all the traits, that is the baby corn and the green fodder and the nutritional purposes also. In case of testers, BAU inbred maize 2 for the green fodder traits, while CM150 for baby corn exhibited highly positive significant effect for yield characters in all the 3 environments, that is environment 1, 2 and the final the pooled environment. The cross, that is BAU inbred maize 4 and the HKI 163 for green fodder yield, while the cross, that is BAU inbred maize 1 and into BAU inbred maize 2 for baby corn revealed highly significant positive SCA effect for the yield parameter in all the environment. The crosses that is we selected in lastly, that is BQPM2 into BAU inbred maize 2 for yield purpose in both the case of baby corn yield as well as in the case of green fodder yield. This was the best cross, but two more best crosses were there in case of green fodder yield, that is BQPM2 and HKI 193-1 and 2 and CML 161 into BA inbred maize 2. This was also good in case of fodder yield, and this showed a good heterotic performance over the check varieties for the yield parameters. Finally, the two crosses, that is BQPM2 into BA inbred maize 2 and BQPM4 into K1105 and BAU inbred maize 4 into HKI 63. These three were also the best performance in case of all the nutritional parameter evaluated, like protein, tryptophan, lysine, starch in maize hybrids, while various kind of quality parameters and micronutrient parameters like calcium, phosphorus, crude fiber, dry ash, and in case of baby corn and green fodder yield. Sorry, these were some of the pictures, the best hybrid for baby corn purpose, and these were the hybrids evaluated for the green fodder purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Do we have any questions from our chair? All right, it seems none. Let's go ahead and
Thank you.
proceed. Thank you so much for that
Thank
presentation.
you, ma'am. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Next,
you. Thank you.
we'll have from Annamalai University, India, Dr. S. Ramesh, an oral presentation about yield potential, quality characters, and economic efficiency of sunflower hybrid Helianthus annus as influenced by press mud-based vermicompost and foliar nutrition. Dr. S. Ramesh. Right, I don't think we have him on the audience. Next, from Acharya Narendra Deva University of Agriculture and Technology, Kumarganj, Ayodhya, India. An oral presentation by Jay Singh. It's about the studies on genetic variability and character association for seed quality parameters in wheat. Triticum aestivium Vel. Jay Singh. Hi. Hello. Jay Singh. I can see you. Hi. Hello. Jay Singh. Oh. Hello. Jay Singh. Hello. Jay Singh. Again, from Acharya Narendra Deva University of Agriculture and Technology, Kumarganj, Ayodhya, India. Jay Singh. Can everyone hear me? Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. I think Jaising is having some audio problems.
Okay, we'll get back to him. I'll take note of that. Okay, let's proceed with the next one from TMBU Bagalpur, Bihar, India. An oral presentation by Neha Rafiki. It's about the commercial production of in vitro regenerated dendrocalamus hamiltonil bamboo to combat environmental issues. Neha Rafiki. I see him in the audience. Neha Rafiki. Second call to Neha Rafiki.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Hello.
thank you so much. Yes, I can hear you clearly. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Am I visible?
Yes, you are visible, but your screen is not visible yet.
Yes, ma'am. It's not working.
It's not sharing?
It's not sharing.
It's coming up now. Neha Rafiki. Okay, hold on. All right, it's up. I can see your screen. Please have your presentation on presentation mode and you may proceed.
अरे आवाजें नहीं आ रहा बताने का जरूरत तो नहीं
Ma'am, wait a minute.
बेकार है सब आवाजें
Yep, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
Go ahead.
Is my screen now visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you. I am Neha Rafi. I have been working as a research scholar in Plant Tissue Culture Research Cum Production Laboratory, TNB College Campus, TMBU, Bhagalpur, Bihar, India. And my topic is commercial production of in vitro degenerated dendrocalamus hamiltoni bamboo to combat environmental issues. Mr. Barack Obama had rightly said that climate change is no longer some far-off problem. It is happening here. It is happening now. The IPCC 6 assessment report entitled Climate Change 2021, the Physical Science Basis also give evidences and confirms his statement. Hence, today's alarming scenarios provide us ample opportunities to research over most suitable and appropriate source of environmental cleanser. Following the theme of 7th GoGreen Summit, my work here unfolds one of the richest concepts of green production of in vitro regenerated bamboo. The perennial grasses bamboo has an important role to play in sustainable development of economy and environment. They are known to mitigate climate change. Bamboo is said to be the best carbon sink to mitigate carbon dioxide emissions and sequester 35% more CO2 than any other plant because of its inherent characteristic to grow at the faster rate. Its unique rhizome root system prevents soil to erode. The species of Dendrocalamus hamiltoni is best known to restore degraded land, play a popular role in eco-restoration. It has acquired its importance not only in paper manufacturing, wood and fuel industries, but also in providing ecosystem services, checking soil erosion, greening of the degraded land, and also having role in carbon sequestration. But the problem here is they are unable to propagate naturally on mass scale. Actually, bamboos are monocarpic in nature. Therefore, their seeds are always in short supply. In Dendrocalamus hamiltoni, the flowering cycle is 45 to 55 years. Thus, vegetative propagation methods are used, but due to limited availability of offsets and rhizomes, even vegetative propagation methods are not very much successful. Therefore, in commercial in vitro propagation is the demand of time. Three objectives of my work were first to develop cost-effective protocol, commercial scale production, and third, everywhere mass scale plantation of this species to sequester maximum carbon. Now, material methods. For commercial production, in vitro macropropagation technique was employed and involving selection of nodal buds as explant from 2-year-old culm of stock mother plant and its sterilization to overcome contamination problem. The sterilization protocol followed was here in the slide. The surface sterilized auxiliary buds were inoculated on artificially prepared MS medium culture medium having 3% sucrose as energy and carbon source, as well as macronutrients, vitamins, and BAP 2 mg per liter. The pH of the medium was adjusted to 5.8. The medium were sterilized by autoclaving, and after inoculation, they were kept in controlled sterilized environment. The initiated bird after 8 weeks were able to multiply in fresh culture medium containing multiplication hormone. The technique also requires periodic transfer of microshoots into the fresh culture medium at an interval of 10 to 15 days, depending on liquid or semi-solid media employed. After 5 to 6 culms are regenerated in each of the in vitro clumps and with subsequent number of subculturing, adventitious rhizogenesis was performed. After then, primary hardening was done in greenhouse, where in high temperature and humidity was maintained. In greenhouse, they were planted in root drainers containing cocoa pits and vermicompost. Frequent spraying of micronutrient was carried during this period. After 4 to 8 weeks, the seedlings were further transferred to polybag and they were kept in 50% net house for 3 to 4 months so that they become mature enough to face any natural environment and can synthesize their own food via photosynthesis. This is considered as secondary hardening. Now results. BAP 2 mg per liter was the most preferable cytokinin for shoot bud initiation. The initiated bud after 8 weeks were able to multiply in a medium containing MS plus BAP 1.5 mg per liter. It was also observed that synergistic effect of BAP and NA showed better results in case of multiplication. BAP in less concentration promoted shoot multiplication and high concentration promoted shoot elongation. Full strength MS medium with NAA showed better results in both the case root length and root propagules. Thousands of Hamiltoni seedlings have been regenerated successfully applying the above given protocol of hardening. These are the photographs showing mother plant, initiation stage, multiplication stage, rooting stage, and hardening stage. This is initiation table showing BAP more effective than kinetin and 3-diazerone. Synergistic effect of BAP and NA on shoot multiplication are shown here. This is rooting table showing MS full strength more effective than NA than other half MS, 3/4 MS and 1/4 MS, and MS with NAA more proved more effective.
Your call cannot be completed due to congestion in the network.
Discussion.
Please try later.
According to Zhang et al. 2015, the 2 and 3-year-olds culm of Dendrocalmus hamiltoni are suitable for potential pulp materials due to high content of cellulose and the greater value of fiber length. Therefore, sex plants were taken from 2-year-old mother plant. In case of shoot tip, the nodal auxiliary birds cultures clonal fidelity is conserved to a greater extent. However, in case of callus mediated organisms and embryogenesis, there is risk of producing aberrant. And in our case, mother plant, the X plant were taken from nodal bud were taken chosen. The single node X plants from lateral branches mostly used in bamboo tissue culture have large intercellular spaces and vessel cavities at the curtain that offer a shelter to the contaminating agents that get settled deep inside the tissues and usually escape the sterilizing treatments. Therefore, standardization of an effective contamination protocol was needed. According to Jimenez and Guevara, sucrose is the best carbon source to its low cost, ease of translocation, and resistance to enzymatic degradation on account of its non-reducing nature. Therefore, 3% sucrose were applied in our case. Superiority of BAP for shoot induction may be attributed to the ability of plant tissues to metabolize BAP more readily than other growth regulators. Mudoy et al. 2013 mentioned that frequent transfer or subculture is the most effective method overcoming browning problem than incorporation of antioxidants. Synergistic interaction was also observed by Agnihotri et al. 2009. During hardening, our hardening protocol showed better survival percentage than the previous one. Now, conclusion. To combat climate change, a mixed-up approach of natural and man-made carbon sequestration practices should be adopted. Mass-scale propagation of this green goal by following the given protocol and increase the green coverage of the earth by planting them would be that mix-up approach. Therefore, I'd like to suggest to you people to plant them more as you can and become carbon neutral. Leave no carbon footprint. If anyone leaves no footprint, we do not have to worry about global warming. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Congratulations. Do we have any questions from our chairs?
Yeah, yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Ms. Neha, thank you for
Yes,
the
sir.
nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I have two questions for you. The number one is, what is the novelty of your work? Because when we type on the Google, it is showing a lot of publications on this plant. Is this the
Yes,
first
sir.
report? Is this the first report from you?
Sir, it's 1 year longevity, and after that again initiation to be done.
Yeah, dendroclamus has been reported for micropropagation.
Yes, sir.
Then
Yes,
what is
sir, but not. But survivability rate was not as much as I am showing.
okay? Could you please just spell out what is the novelty in your work?
Pardon, sir?
What is the novelty of your work?
Sir, first, the bamboo itself has multiple uses, and it can change. It can alternate the timber applications, and having role in carbon sequestration. Can you be used as zinc? And
Okay.
without timber, there is a problem that we cannot cut them. They are restricted. In bamboo or grass,
Neha,
so it is easy to. Yeah. Yes.
just a minute. I am asking you. There are many
sir.
reports on micropropagation of this species. So,
Yes,
what
sir.
is the novelty in your work you are presenting? Whether using the different hormone, or using this species for the first time, or you are using any novel technique to propagate this one? That is the I'm asking, what is difference in between your work and that has been already published work?
Sir, my objective is to develop more effective and more cost-effective standardization of protocol, and stability rate should be more. This was my aim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Thank you so much. All right. Before we proceed, I would like to recall Dr. Shaktivel. Next is Miss Drishti Katiyar. Drishti Katiyar. Next, Dr. Chandra Shekhar. Dr. Chandra Shekhar. I would like to recall again Dr. Ramesh. Dr. Ramesh. Next, Mr. Jay Singh. Mr. Jay Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much. All right, let me go ahead and
Thank you, ma'am.
introduce you from Akarya Narendra Deva University of Agriculture and Technology, Kumarganj, Ayodhya, India, to
Yes.
present an oral presentation about studies in genetic variability and character association for seed quality parameters in wheat.
Yes.
Go ahead and share your screen. Have it on presentation mode.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead. I can see your screen. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you for giving opportunity. My name is Jay Singh. My qualification is MSc Seed Science and Technology, Department of Seed Science and Technology, GPB, University of Agriculture, University Acharya Narendra Bhai, University of Agriculture and Technology, Kumarganj, Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh, India. My thesis title is Studies on Genetic Variability and Character Association for Seed Quality Parameter in Wheat Triticum aestivum. Introduction about wheat. Wheat belongs to the Gramineae family and the genus of Triticum. In the world, largest cereal crop. It has been described as the king of cereal because the acreage occupies high productivity and the prominent position it holds in the international food grain trades. According to the earliest historic record, wheat was an important cultivated cereal in Southwest Asia. Its geographical culture of origin, many wild species of Triticum are found in Lebanon and Syria, northern Israel, Iraq, and eastern Turkey. Wheat compare well with other cereal in nutritive value. It has good nutritive profile with 12.10% protein, 1.80% lipids, 1.80% S and 2% reducing sugar and 6.70% pentose and 59.20% starch, 70% total carbohydrate, and provides 314 kilocalorie per 100 gram of food. It is also good source of minerals and vitamins, calcium 37 milligram per 100 gram, iron 4.1 milligram per 100 gram, thiamine 0.45 milligram per 100 gram, riboflavin 0.13 milligram per 100 gram, and nicotinic acid 5.4 milligram per 100 gram, according to the Lawrence and Kolb 1991. Globally, wheat Triticum aestivum is grown about 220.83 million hectare, holding up the position of highest acreage among the all crop, with annual production having around 769.31 million tons, according to USDA 2020. In India, it is grown in area of 30.55 million hectare with the production of 107.18 million tons and productivity of 3,508 kilogram per hectare respectively. In India, highest area under wheat cultivation 9.54 million hectare in Uttar Pradesh with the production of 32.75 million tons and productivity of 3,432 kg per hectare. Highest productivity recorded 5,183 kilogram per hectare in Punjab and lowest productivity 1,666 kilogram per hectare in Maharashtra, according to IAWBR report 2020. The objective of thesis research is to study of nature and magnitude of genetic variability, heritability, and genetic advance. And second is to estimate correlation coefficient among various vigor and vigor contributing traits. And third is to find out the direct and indirect effect of vigor with other traits. Statistical analysis was carried out. Analysis of variance spans as Sukhatme 1978 and estimation of coefficient of variation Burton and Devans 1953. Estimation of heritability Hansen 1963 and genetic advance Johnson et al. 1955. Path coefficient analysis Davy and Liu 1959, Vigor analysis, Abdul Baki and Anderson, 1973. Methods and material. The present investigation was carried out of wheat critical experiment in the laboratory of Department of Science and Technology, GP, and Acharya Narendra University of Agriculture and Technology, Kumarganj, Ayodhya, UP. The 33 jar plans of writing, including 3 check HD 2967 and NW 5054 and NW 1014 from completely randomized design using with 3 replication during 2020 and 21. The observation was recorded seed width in mm and 1000 seed weight in gram and seed length mm and shoot length is centimeter and root length in centimeter and seedling length centimeter, germination percentage, speed of germination and seed dry weight in milligram, first count, final count, vigor index first and vigor index second. Some pictures of germinating seed in heat under laboratory. The result was found the lowest and highest mean performance of vigor index detected in AKW 4901 and highest in DM 7 respectively. The general mean of for the character was found 2106.44. The highest and lowest mean performance of vigor index second observed for TL 3012 and AKW 4901 for general mean performance was observed in 12631.55. The vigor index second shows high significant positive genotypic correlation with the final count 1.165, root length 0.867 and first count 0.552 and highly significant positive phenotypic correlation with root length 0.828, final count 0.564. And the direct effect studies were originated for phenotypic path and vigor index first highly significant direct association with seedling length 0.3182, shoot length 0.2944 and root length 0.2671, final count 0.1423 and the high significant direct effect of genotypic path with vigor index first was found in seedling length 0.3296, root length 0.2823 and shoot length 0.2257. The high significant positive phenotypic direct effect for vigor index second with seed dry weight 0.7022, shoot length 0.4782 and first count 0.1903. The highly significant positive phenotypic direct effect for vigor index second was observed with the seedling dry weight 0.7545, germination percentage 0.3572 and shoot length 0.3399 and the high significant indirect phenotypic and genotypic path observed in shoot length and root length with vigor index first and seedling length. Seedling dry weight observed with vigor index second. The above result apparent in the some information considered here. We will use the future improving wheat genotype and developing new varieties. The conclusion: the widespread range of variation, diverse character and comparison of mean of germplasm line using least significant difference indicated existence of very high degree of variability for all the character in the germplasm collection evaluated. Analysis of variance so highly significant relation with the all character. Vigor index second so high very strong positive correlation with seedling length. Seed length 0.377, seed width 0.361, shoot length 0.423, seedling length 0.317, seedling dry weight 0.510, final count 0.388 and vigor index 0.381. Path coefficient analysis identified high significant genotypic and phenotypic direct and indirect effect with vigor index first and is shoot length, root length, seedling length, speed of germination, final count, germination percentage and vigor index second. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from our chairs?
No, I don't have any.
Questions? No questions. All right, good job. Congratulations to your presentation. Thank you so much. And now let's go ahead and proceed with our next presenter from University Institute of Chemical Technology of Kayavitri Bahinabai, Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, India. A poster presentation by Praveen Kumar Mishra. The topic is about the preparation of chitosan clay, imazethaphyr, nanocomposite, and their characterization.
Hi, Suzu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Go ahead and share your screen. Have it on
Sure.
presentation mode. And
So thank you.
Yeah.
So can I start with this poster?
Please.
So can I start with my poster or can I go with my PPT? Which one is okay for you? Or is it visible? So I have made the poster
It's
because
up to you. We're waiting for your screen to come up. It's up to you how you're going to present it.
Okay, so we'll go with this poster. Can you see my poster?
We are still waiting for it to come up. Please make sure that you click on share. Double check, please. There you go. I can see now your screen. Go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon and good evening to everyone. I'm going to present, actually, can you mute your, because a lot of background noise is coming.
I apologize. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So today I'm going to share about my research work, which is based on the chitosan clay nanocomposite. So my topic of my research work is the preparation of chitosan clay mesotaphyr nanocomposites and their characterization. So we'll go with the introduction side. Nowadays, there is a lot of perceptions which are going about in terms of environmental safety and healthy risk. A lot of people are talking about the pesticides, how to use the pesticides and how it can be much safer to the environment as well as the human who is associated with them. So being with our sides, all the agrochemical persons, those who are directly or indirectly related to their field, they have approached the several things. They have did integrated pest management. They are trying to control the release of formulations. They are trying to reduce the amount of pesticides, but there are several approaches which has been employed to make the controlled release of the formations. Then they have used the several encapsulations where they have tried like the alginate, cyclodextrin, complexion, polymeric encapsulation, but the cost of that polymers are such a high and those are mostly non-biodegradable. So there is always a need of environmentally acceptable biomaterials to develop a control release matrix for pesticide adsorptions. And this issue we are going to take up here. So in this research work, we have selected molecule like a chitosan. So chitosan is very similar to chitin and cellulose. Simply, they have chitosan is a biodegradable as well, and it's a copolymer of N-acetyl glucosamine and L-glucosamine. It is a natural polysaccharides which is considered the largest biomaterial in terms of after cellulose. And if you will see the structure of these chitosan, they have this specific nitrogen and OH groups. Those who are giving the different property. This amino group and hydroxyl groups which display very differential properties from that of the cellulose. And this chitosan is produced from the chitin, that is the structure element, which is the skeleton of shrimps, lobster, and crabs. And sometimes it is also naturally occurs from the microorganisms such as a fungi and yeast. So when you form, there is an intercalation between the chitosan and this clay. So because of that, there is a shift of the interplate space and they form nanocomposites. So in this research program, we have selected imidazolpine because imidazolpine is one of the highly used selective herbicides globally. And their mode of action is the inhibit the ester-hydroxide synthesis, which is sometimes very dangerous to the human as well, and it's increase the risk of bladder and colon cancer, and there is a chronic exposure because of the chronic exposure of isotherapy. So the if we are talking about the solubility of imidazopyr is very high, that is around 1415 ppm at 25 degrees C. And most important, they have a very low KOC value, is around 10. So the low KOC value is give the high mobility into the soil. And because of that, sometimes this imidazopyr, which farmer normally used for the spraying for their soybean crops to reduce the unwanted weed, sometimes they leach to the groundwater and sometimes it makes the contamination as well. So the LD50 of rat is around 5,000 milligram per kg and LD50 for rabbit dermal is around 2,000 milligram per kg. So in this research program, basically we have first tried to make the composites that is the best on the chitosan clay and and the bentonite clay, and several ratio we have find out. So 1:5 and 1:10, this is the shortlisted ratio we have chosen here. And after that, we have impregnated the imidazopyr into that nanocomposite. So there is a several ratios has been tried, like 3.14:1, that is the ratio of chitosan clay and imidazopyr, then 1.26:1, and then 1:1, chitosan clay and imidazopyr ratio. After that, how much amount we have added to that imidazopyr into that particular nanocomposites, that optimization has been done, and the different types of ratio we have tried, around 24%, then 43% and 50%. So if you will see the characterization by FTIR, all the characteristic peak which we are presented in the chitosan, bentonite, and imidazopyr in the individual study, they all have been presented into their composite as well. So we can easily establish that what the nanocomposites we have made by using the several individual raw materials, all their characteristics are present, only simply the shifting of that band is happening. Then another characterization we have did through thermal gravimetric analysis. In the thermal gravimetric analysis, we have again analyzed the chitosan, bentonite, their composite 5:1, 10:1, then imidazopyr technical as such, and then their ratio at different ratio. So if you will see the graph of here in the first one, the imidazopyr is directly around the 30 degrees Celsius. The decomposition has been started around 220 degrees Celsius, which is further reduced to 300 degrees Celsius and the completely vanished off. But when we have made the nanocomposites, their TG analysis has been improved. The thermal shock has been improved, very excellent. And they're stable up to 780 degrees C. There is a small amount of decomposition observed, which is around, we can say 20%, but that is still up to 800 degrees C. After that, the estimation what we have added that imidazopyr into that nanocomposites, that estimation we have done through the HPLC method, and we have developed a method which is with the column we have taken here around C18 column, which is 240 and 4.6 mm and 5 mm diameter, then 5 mm diameter. And after that, the mobile phase we have chosen here, methanol is to water, that is 70:30, volume by volume. And the flow rate is 0.8 ml per minute and temperature at 30 degrees C. And lambda max is 250. And at the 3.45 retention time we have observed, and injection volume is around 20 microliter. So it's all about our research program, which we have developed in our laboratory for the pursuing of my PhD degree.
Do we have any questions? Questions from our chair?
From my side, no.
All right.
No, ma'am.
Let me congratulate Mr. Praveen Kumar for the excellent presentation.
Yeah, congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And let's proceed with our next presenter from BPSITTR, Women University, Sunipat, Haryat, India, Satchinder Kaur Saini. The topic is about a balanced model of sustainable development. Satchinder? Hello? Satvinder Kaur Saini, a balanced model of sustainable development.
Any question?
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Good afternoon,
Hi.
ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much. Go ahead, please share your screen and
Oh, okay,
have it
ma'am.
on
Just wait.
presentation mode and go ahead and proceed.
Okay, just wait for a while, ma'am. I'm doing the same. Just little bit. I'm sharing the screen, ma'am. Just wait for file.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
सेशन में जा रहा है बच्चा अब आप आ गए हो अब डेस्कटॉप पे ले लो hello. Yes, ma'am.
I can see your screen. Go ahead, please.
Okay,
Oh,
ma'am.
sorry.
Okay, ma'am.
Have it on presentation. There you go.
Okay, ma'am.
Perfect.
Okay, ma'am. Now my topic is a balanced model of sustainable development. Sustainable development should be culture specific, but why? Because there is a theory mentioned by the Henry Solimosoki. According to him, there is internal universal relationship between nature and human species. So keeping this thing in mind, specifically culture, the objectives of the study are: what is the relationship between culture and regional environmental problems and issues, and the second objective is how can we sustain this relationship between culture and region for the sustainable development. So the answer is we are trying to find out through this theory collective pattern of behavior as indicated by the psychologist Barker. So the theme clarification is there are 4 types of ecosystem as mentioned by Uma Singh. First is incomplete ecosystem, second self-sufficient, third is degraded one, and fourth is uncontrolled. And we are facing all the environmental problems and issues due to this fourth condition, which is uncontrolled ecosystem. So how we can avoid this problem, or what is the method we can follow through the philosophical base of studies. So my methodology says that sustainable development, and between sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle, the one thing is working, which is sustainable values. So how can these sustainable values connect both the sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle? We will try to find out this relationship. So the total human behavior is a complex of 3 main elements which constitutes the physical environment, second is social environment, and third is individual characteristics. So all these 3 points collectively conform the behavior of humans. So how can they behave towards the environment? So the role of social environment in all the 3 points as mentioned above, we are trying out to find the importance of social environment in deciding behavior pattern of humans, how they can be mold to perform positively towards the environmental issues and problems. So the total behavior of persons is a multiplication of behavior, S for physical P for physical behavior, and S for social behavior, and I for individual characteristics. In these 3 things which has been mentioned by the psychologist Barker, we will have to work on social environment, because this element is a changes with the time, and the behavior of humans change according to this element of social environment. So what is social environment? Social environment is a combined set of social culture, traditions, beliefs and values as prescribed by the society. It has a deeper connection with the human nature and their pattern of behavior. So the main aim of Barker's environmental psychology is to setting up the behavior setting of human beings and the formulating, designing and evaluation of environmental projects should be based on environmental psychology, because the environmental psychology asks for the collective pattern of behavior whose base is social environment and culture. So what is the research gap? We will try to find out this paper through this paper. First is integration. The concept of environment must be used as an basic root approach at all levels of education. Second is practicability. The element of practicability should be used as in teaching and learning strategies. Third is behavior, because values are a part of social environment. So values are able to change human beings through their effective pattern, as we can say that they are responsible and they are liable for their duties towards environments. All these problems we are trying to solve, all these problems on scientific plane, but if we will try to do to mold all these problems in one setting, then we can say that we can set up a philosophical base of theory. So through social environment. So fourth is environmental ethics, in which we have to work out. The fourth is equilibrium ethics. And the implication of my paper is study is environmental ethics, in which we have to work out on equilibrium ethics, a balanced approach between total development and absolute preservation. It further states that rapid and uncontrolled growth in population and economics is self-defeating in the long run. So implication: by introducing a balanced model of sustainable development, the economic development and lack of social development. We are continually on the economic development phase, because we are earning money just for fulfilling our wishes, money minded, or you can say that XYZ, but we are lacking in social development. This is a element in which on which we have to work out, because due to lack of social development, people are not aware about their social responsibilities and their liabilities towards environment. So we this proposes, yes sir, this proposes the Maslow's need.
Sorry, I accidentally muted you. Can you please unmute yourself? Sorry. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This theory asks for physiological needs at the bottom and the self-actualization and self-development and realization at the top. So we are trying to making a balance approach between the two, that is tangible development and intangible needs. Next is new recommendations of this paper. So through this theory, Maslow's theory, Maslow's tried to mention about that values are primary in human development system. This is the root cause of this problem, because we are doing so much efforts, but if we are continuously failed in our value system, then the sustainable development, sustainable human development remains a dream. This is due to the crisis of education, especially in aesthetic dimensions, and crisis of values needed for opposite socialization. And environmental education for sense of aesthetic consciousness, as Rabindranath Tagore visualized in his thoughts, and experiments on education require an attention afresh. So the new recommendation of the paper, education divorced from nature has brought untold harm to young children. The sense of isolation that is generated through the separation has caused great evil to mankind, because human mind is not in a position to think the right and the wrong. They are just moving on materialistic education, which are we getting right on, because Indian system of education has totally spiritualistic, according to which we are bound to follow our values from the heart, not from our mind. So we have to work on our soul system, which can be totally modified through the value system. So review the missing paradise of young learners. Tagore emphasizes on environment as the sole aesthetic foundation of human development. Thanks and regards. Satwinder Kaur Saini. Any queries?
Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any queries?
I think none. Let's go ahead and proceed. Congratulations and thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, let's call on next from Indian Institute of Technology, Dr. Vandana Katanyar. The topic is about food, water, energy security in India, an ecological footprint perspective. That's the topic. Dr. Bandana.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Yes,
thank you so much. Go ahead and share your
Hello?
screen, please. Yes, I can
Am
hear
I?
you. Go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Is it visible?
Not yet. Let's wait for that.
Ma'am, due to network issues, I have some network issues. Can I leave the meeting, ma'am?
I'm sorry, who's this?
I have some network issues. Thank you for your invitation.
Oh, okay, no problem, sir. We will still, if you are free tomorrow, we will commence our day 2 tomorrow. Then I will just shoot me a message or our team. Then we will have your session tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. If your internet connection is stable tomorrow, then we will have you tomorrow. All right. Dr. Bandana, your screen's still
I'm
not
trying
up
to share
yet.
in my I'm trying to share. Is it now visible?
Not yet.
Hello, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Not yet. We're still waiting for it to come up.
Hello? Not
Hello?
yet.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, your screen is still not up yet. It's still not showing. Can you do it again, please? Make sure that you click on the share button.
Yes, I clicked there, and it came that share your entire screen. So I clicked there.
Make sure to click on the choose a screen or a window on that box before you click on share.
Application window.
Yes, there will be displayed screens there. Please choose your presentation, click on the window, then click on share button.
Yes, I selected that PPT.
Yep, click on share.
After that, yes.
Still not showing? All right, let's start. Let's start from there. You go.
Yes.
It's coming up now. Thank you. Hold on. Maybe because of internet. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, it's up. Have it on presentation mode and go back to the first page, then proceed. Oh, we lost it.
Would you see the first page?
No, we lost your screen. Can you do it again?
Yes.
All right. Dr. Bandana, do you need some time?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I will call you. I will call you. Sure, no problem. I will call you back. Yeah, I will call you back because Satvinder Kaur is available. Then I'll call him first. Hello again. Let us welcome from BPSITTR Women University Sonipat, Haryat, India, a balanced model of sustainable development. Dr. Satvinder Kaur Saini. Sir, hi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Yes. Good. All right, there you go. I can see now your screen. Please go ahead and have it on presentation mode, then you may proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'm doing. Okay, ma'am. My topic is a balanced model of sustainable development. So, sustainable development should be cultural specific, but why? Because we have found that there is internal universal relationship between nature and human species. So, the themes of this study are how the culture of any specific place has worth and fruitful solutions for the understanding of regional environment problems and issues. And the second objective is how can we sustain this relationship between culture and region for the sustainable development? And the answer is through the collective pattern of behavior. How this collective pattern of behavior work out for the objective of this study. So the theme clarification is according to Uma Singh, there are three types of ecosystem. First is incomplete ecosystem. Second is self-sufficient ecosystem. Third is degraded. And fourth is uncontrolled. So we are presently lies in the fourth stage of ecosystem, that is uncontrolled. And the main factor which is working as a cause reason behind the environmental problems and hazard is human species which are lies in the uncontrolled ecosystem. So the methodology of my paper asks that there is a relationship between sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle is through sustainable values. Sustainable values work as a connecting point between sustainable SD and sustainable lifestyle. So how these values affect sustainable development? So here we are going to present that total human behavior is a combination of three environment. First is physical environment, which is always stable. Second is social environment, and third is individual characteristics. So in all these elements, which element is the most approaching for molding the human behavior so that the humans can behave positively towards the environment issues and problems? So role of social environment in implanting behavioral pattern. According to the ecological theory mentioned by Barker as the collective pattern of behavior is equal to P into S into I. This term stands for B for behavior, P for physical environment, S for social environment, and I for individual characteristics. So what is the role of social environment? The highlighted point which we will ask in the next slide. So social environment is a combined set of social culture, traditions, beliefs, and values as prescribed by the society. It has a deeper connection with the human nature and their pattern of behavior. Because we are talking about the human behavior, why they are continuously on the path of
demolishing environment and not care about the environment. So the basic point is social environment. So the main point of Barker's environmental psychology is to study the effect of environment on human behavior. So this theory demands for behavior setting. So what is the main working factor in behavior setting of human species? So according to their specific views, the formulating, design and evaluating environmental projects should be based on environmental psychology. So the research gap which has been found out, that is integration. The concept of environment must be used as a basic approach at all levels of education. Second is practicability. The element of practicability should be used as a teaching and learning device. Third is behavior, because we are continuously lesser in our value system. So the new generation fails to understand the concept and power of cooperation, sympathy, truthfulness, and other universal values. And the fourth is environmental ethics, in which the main ethic is equilibrium ethic, on which we have to work out. So among these ethics, the fourth one is equilibrium ethics. What is said, a balance between total development and absolute preservation. It further stresses that rapid and uncontrolled growth in population and economics is self-defeating in the long run. So we are asking for introducing for a balanced model of sustainable development, because the economic behavior of pupils makes them habitual of capturing economic power, because human generation are now money minded. They are totally doing things on the materialistic plane. They are not following the value system due to lack of social development or social uh, system of values. So here we are going to introduce a balanced sustainable development model with the aspiring agent of social value system as a life force. So this proposes the Maslow's need hierarchy. So what is this theory said? This theory tells about the integration, the physiological needs at the bottom, and the self-actualization and self-development and realization at the top. This demands a balancing approach between the two. Tangible means economic development and intangible needs means social development, because we are totally neglecting the intangible needs, which is the sure base of human survival. So the recommendation of my paper are: values are primary in the human development system as life force to human livings, and until we realize the essence of values, sustainable human development remains a dream. The crisis of education, especially in aesthetic dimensions, and the crisis of values needed for opposite socialization. So education divorced from nature has brought untold to young children, and the sense of isolation that is generated this separation has caused great evil to mankind. To review the missing paradise of young learners, Tagore emphasis on environment as the sole aesthetic foundation of human development. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me a chance again. Any queries?
No problem. And it's our pleasure. And do we have any questions from our chairs? Anyone? Feedback? I think none. Thank you so much and congratulations for that presentation. Next, I would like to call on back Dr. Bandana Katanyar.
Yes, ma'am, I am ready now.
Hi, are you ready? Thank you. Good job.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it's okay. That's an unfortuitous event. So technical issues everywhere. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yes.
Again, Dr. Bandana Katanyar about food, water, energy security in India, an ecological footprint perspective.
I hope it came.
Yes, I can see your screen. Have it on presentation mode, and you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I am Dr. Bandana Khataniar. I am an IIT Guwahati alumni. I also work in IIT Guwahati in the administration. And today my topic is food, water, and energy security in India. It's from an ecological footprint perspective. So actually this food, water, and energy, this is a nexus. There are interlinkages between these three aspects, and so I try to find out the challenges of this interlinkage and how to solve it, or is there any indicator to bridge the gap between the policy and this nexus. So I will start my presentation. Human existence depends on food and water, and its development depends on energy. And these three resources are actually very much needed for our sustainable development. But the bad thing is that these three are in actually we are getting shortage of these three resources. So sustainable development is based on justified manner of use of these three resources or extraction and management of these resources. The idea of the food, water, and energy nexus first gained global attention in 1983 at Food Energy Nexus program at United Nations of University. This program examined the challenges of this nexus particularly in developing nations, and emphasized how to solve these problems through technology and policy. And this combined approach of food, water, and energy has already been a global agenda for so many international conferences. And in these discussions, in these dialogues, what is missing is the ecosystem, the importance of ecosystem services in the interlinkage of water, energy, and food nexus. What is happening in Indian context? Let us see. India is a huge country, we know that, and it already have 138 crore of people, which means India has to feed 17.7% of world population, although it only occupies 2.4% of the world surface. But Indian agriculture, the challenge is, Indian agriculture is mainly water dependent. Rice, especially rice and wheat, those are very, very water dependent and water and energy intensive. So many projections say that water will be scarce in India by 2030. So, but the contradictory thing is, per capita energy consumption in this region is very low in the world. Only 805 kg of oil equivalent, which is just 5.16% of entire Canada. However, US use 7,778 kg of oil equivalent, and maximum energy consumption in India is from fossil fuel. So what is the problem here? We see that if energy consumption is low, it means that the standard of living is very low in it, or means if the energy is not sufficiently used for just upgrading the standard of life. And it means that if we need to give better quality of life to the BPL people or below poverty people, we will have to increase our energy consumption. So what review of literature says? Let's see. I'm not going into the details of review of literature, but the main point, highlighted point, is to be 90% of global power generation is water intensive. So there is a stress on water. So why this nexus is important? This nexus is important with the following objectives: to improve energy, water, and food security, to address the externality across sectors and decision making at this nexus or interlinkage, and to support transition to sustainability. Now, this nexus is not only important for see the input resources as the input to the nexus, but also the output of the nexus, that is the security to food, water, energy for the future generation. And what is ecological footprint perspective here? Why it came to this paper? Because it is an indicator. This paper uses this as an indicator to bridge the gap between the policy and this nexus. It is an accounting system tool to measure one vital characteristic defined the resource dimension of sustainable development. It tracks how much natural capital is demanded by humankind, by man-made products, against the available natural resources. The demand part is known as the ecological footprint, and the supply part of natural resources is known as the biocapacity, or BC. So ecological footprint is comprises of 6 parts, 6 elements: cropland, grazing land, fishing grounds, forest land, carbon uptake land, and built-up land, as you can see in the picture.
We lost your screen.
So what are the key challenges
Hello?
of this food? Yeah.
We don't
Hello?
see your screen. Yeah, we lost your screen. Your screen is not there.
Okay. Just 1 minute. I'm again sharing. Is it okay now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This actually we are facing network issues here in IIT Guwahati from actually today morning. So this is the problem. Okay, so let's start again. The key challenges of this nexus: food, water, and energy. Four challenges I have just reviewed through my literature study and through the data, to collection of data. These are the main list, although there are many challenges, but these are broadly categorized under: first, increasing population and declining agricultural land. So per capita arable land was 0.23 hectare in 1980, but now it drops to only 0.11 hectare in 2018 and 19 also. Next is stagnating or declining food production. People are increasing, population is increasing, but at the same natural resources. So food production is not growing very much. Next is increasing water and energy intensive food production, because I have already mentioned that rice, etc., cereal, etc., are the main products or agricultural products here in India. So it says that the data says that agricultural plumbing itself alone accounts for 1/3 of the total power consumption in India. And the water and energy scarcity. This is a very great impact on water footprint also. While India's water footprint is very low, 980 cubic kilometer per capita, but the concern is this low water footprint or low ecological footprint is actually of concern, because people are not. It means that people are not utilizing properly the resources. So I will also highlight about the importance of ecosystem services. This paper is actually all about this interlinkages. So ecosystem services of the Indian Himalayan range, because this is the range from where we are getting all the natural resources in India. So there are various types of, but broadly these are divided in provisioning, regulating, supporting, and cultural resources. And I am not going into all the details, but the main components are: the Himalayan water range is known as the water tower of Asia, because Asia's 10 largest rivers falls here. And this Ganges river, it's a huge river basin and main source of fresh water for almost more than 50% of total of India and Bangladesh people, and almost entire population of Nepal. These rivers are of tremendous hydropower potential, which means this hydropower potential can give us clean renewable source of energy. It can help us to achieve SDGs, means Sustainable Development Goals. It can offer low price power. The hydropower project's development is itself linked with the infrastructural development of the nearby areas. This power also helps in flood regulation, then irrigation, navigation, etc. And then the second most important ecosystem service of Himalayan range is the medicinal plants. These are actually scientific research is also going on. Ayurveda and allopathy medicine all are interlinked, and these people, Himalayan people, very much dependent on this type of plants, resources, and medicines. Third is tourism. Tourism is actually flourishing, but not in that line which should be there. It should be up to that park. It's not done yet, but this tourism prospects of Himalayan region is a source of revitalization, inspiration, positivity, mental peace, and serenity. Then biodiversity resources. 4 global biodiversity hotspots exist in Indian Himalayan range. These are Himalayan hotspot, Indo-Burma hotspot, Southwest China hotspot, and mountains of Central Asia hotspot. So Indian Himalayan range is a tremendous source of bioresources or biocapacity to the world. So what are the results the paper has found? It is as follows. The increasing carbon and water footprint, also it is not very much increasing, but if it is increased, then it will be a challenge to food, water, and energy security in India, because it has to be increased at the cost of natural resources. In India, ecological footprint per capita is only 1.19 and biocapacity is 0.43. So per capita ecological footprint is already overcrossed the biocapacity or the resources. That is, our demand has already increased the supply of the natural resources. It's difficult with limited land resources, inadequate energy supply, and growing water stress. It's very difficult to achieve the sustainable development goal without increasing its ecological footprint level. And high economy and environmental dependence on upstream resource is a very important factor which has come up, because upstream resources, for example, if flood occurs in Arunachal Pradesh or upstream there, the Assam, means the lower states are actually face problem. Like that, all states are actually interlinked in terms of bioresources. These ecosystems are critical for ensuring food, water, and energy security in downstream river basins. And optimal utilization of Himalayan water can contribute significantly in achieving food, water, energy security in India in the long run. Hydropower generation is a non-consumptive use, I have already discussed, and the potential cannot be realized without going to the details of the Himalayan rivers or the resources through which actually we have to gain the sustainable development or our goals. So this is the trend of per capita ecological footprint and per capita biocapacity. This whole pink portion is ecological footprint, and this is the biocapacity. So we have already crossed this limit, bioresources. And the components of per capita ecological footprint in India, see here you can see that the green portion is the carbon footprint, which means the carbon dioxide emission, the burning of fossil fuel, urbanization, etc. For all this footprint is very high. So I would like to conclude my paper. This says that to address the nexus challenges between food, energy, and water, there are two-step approaches needed very much to enhance cross-sectoral unity, because there are so many states through which actually these rivers or natural resources are flowing. So this cross-sectoral unity is very much needed. It's only one state cannot do anything. To improve management of the Himalayan natural resources on which the sustainability and stability of flow of ecosystem services depend. These two steps I would like to highlight. There are some recommendations I would also put forward through my study. To harmonize policies among the three sectors, water, food, and energy, and to integrate planning and management of water, energy, land, forest, ecosystem, agriculture, and food security to reduce intersectoral externalities. This is very important. To manage demand of water and energy through regulation and introduction of incentives. incentive is needed for the community who are actually facing the problems. So to strengthen the coordination mechanism among upstream and downstream states, it is again very much important. And to develop appropriate incentives such as payments for ecosystem services and mechanism for sharing the benefits and cost of conservation to encourage local communities to use and manage the headwaters sustainably, to control black carbon emissions by providing clean water energy option to rural people. This is also important because we do not have so many options for renewable energy resource use. We are again using those conventional energy, means fossil fuels and coal. In exploiting hydropower potential, its take ecological, environment, and social implications of the hydropower developments. It is very serious to take into account. And to support this modeling, research, and the development of a nexus knowledge base is very much important. This research and development should be actually mainstream in the policy also. Yeah, so these are some of the references of my study, which I have referred to in my study. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from our chair? Congratulations
Thank
for that
you, ma'am.
presentation.
Yeah. Any question, ma'am? Or
Questions? I think none. Thank you so much. All right, I would like to personally congratulate everyone and all the presenters today. And thank you so much for being on time. And thank you so much for presenting today. Um, yeah, for today, mm, yeah, thank you all for joining. And also, I would like to thank all our session chairs who gave their valuable time with us. To all the session chairs for the 5 sessions, thank you so much. I hope you had a great session today, learned a lot. And certificate details, by the way, will be announced tomorrow at the end of the conference, including the feedback link where you can provide your feedback. May it be a suggestion or a feedback with your moderators from all the sessions, with your co-presenter, with the session chairs, and with the conference. You can do that. And yeah, so we will be starting tomorrow at exactly 7 a.m. India time. Looking forward to the same faces, guys, tomorrow. Share it with your colleagues so that we can spread the knowledge. Looking forward to meeting you all tomorrow. Thank you so much again. Once again, your moderator, Jojo. You have a great day. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.